They rode toward the enemy after a long fast run of 400 yards. Their knees almost touched. The sun shone on their swords. The Kugianis had just won a small success. They stopped and looked back at the trenches on the high ground behind them. Then they understood their mistake. They had left their safe place on the hill. Now they were out in the open land. They were on foot. They could not run back to the trenches before the horse soldiers reached them. They had no choice. They had to stay and fight. So they stood where they were. They fired again and again at the line of horses coming toward them. In every battle, each man sees only a small part of what happens. For Worley, this fight was the same. He knew the foot soldiers were fighting somewhere in front of him because he heard their guns. He also knew that the 10th Hussars attacked at the same time as the Guides. The Hussars were on the right side, past the horse artillery. But Worley had no time to look around. He could only think about his own group and the enemy in front of him. For him, the battle was only what he could see. Dust filled the air. Men fought, pushed, and shouted. Everything was confused. The Guides were about 150 yards from the enemy when he heard the sharp sound of many guns. Bullets flew past him like angry insects. He felt the air move beside his face. Then he saw his commanding officer's horse fall. The horse was running fast when it dropped to the ground. A bullet had hit its heart. Wigram flew over the horse's head. He rolled on the ground and quickly stood up. But at that moment another bullet hit his thigh. He lost his balance and fell again. When the Sikhs saw their leader fall, they gave a loud cry. They stopped their horses at once. Worley pulled hard on his reins too. His face turned white.
"What are you stopping for?" Wigram shouted angrily as he tried to get up. "I am all right. I will come soon. Go forward and attack them, Walter. Do not worry about me."
"Take him on, Boivy." Worley did not stop to argue. He turned in the saddle. He shouted to the soldiers to follow him. He lifted his saber over his head. With a loud Irish cry, he rode fast up the hill toward the enemy. The Guides followed close behind him. They shouted as they rode. A moment later, the two groups hit each other with great force. It was like two strong waves meeting in the sea. There was dust and loud noise everywhere. Worley was in the middle of the fight. He moved his saber left and right. Men with wild eyes ran at him. They shouted and swung their curved swords. He struck one man down. His horse stumbled over the fallen body. Worley quickly pulled the mare back to her feet. Then he pushed her forward again. He sang loudly as he fought. He moved his saber again and again, like a hunter driving dogs forward. All around him, men were shouting and cursing. Dust and smoke filled the air. The air smelled bad from sweat and gunpowder. Swords and knives flashed in the light. Men fell to the ground. Horses that were hurt stood up on their back legs in fear. Some horses ran away without riders. They pushed through anyone in their path. The strong line of the enemy broke apart when the cavalry rode hard into them. Now the Kugianis fought in small groups. They stayed on the rocky grass hill. They did not run away. They fought with brave but fierce hearts. For a moment, Worley saw Zarin. Zarin was smiling in a hard way. He pushed his saber forward at an enemy who was shouting. Worley also saw Risalda Mahmud Khan. His right arm hung useless at his side. He had lost his saber. He held his gun in his left hand and used it like a heavy stick. In some places, small circles formed in the crowd. A soldier who had lost his horse stood alone. He fought hard against the tribesmen around him. They waited for a chance to strike at him with knives or swords. One of these men was Soa Dowlat Ram. He was trapped under his fallen horse. 3 Kugianis had brought the horse down. They rushed forward to kill him while he tried to free himself. But Worley had seen him fall. Now he rode fast to help him.
He turned his saber in the air and shouted, Daro Mut, Daulat Ram. Tagra Ho Jal, Jawan. Shabash V.
The 3 Kugianis turned together to face him. Wally came at them like a storm. He was still on his horse, and this helped him. He was also the better fighter. He struck the first man across the face. The man fell back and cried out. Wally then hit the second man on the arm, and the man dropped his sword. Daulat Ram, still trapped by one foot, reached out and grabbed the first man by the throat. At the same time, Wally blocked a wild strike from the third man. Then he hit him hard, and the man fell to the ground.
Shabash, Sahib, Daulat Ram said. He kicked free at last and stood up. That was very well done. Without you, I would be dead now.
He raised his hand in salute.
You may still die if you are not careful, Wally said, breathing hard. Go back to the rear.
He pulled his revolver from his belt and shot the wild horse in the head. The animal fell and stopped moving. Then he turned Mushki around and rode back into the fight. He pushed the angry horse forward like a weapon and shouted to his soldiers. He told them to fight hard and take revenge for Bati Sahib. He shouted for them to defeat the enemy and send them to hell. The Kugianis still stood firm and fought with great strength. Now there was little shooting. After the first shots, most men did not have time to load their guns again. The fight was wild and confused. It was hard to aim without hitting a friend. Many men used their guns like heavy sticks. But one man, a Kugiani chief, had loaded his gun again. Wally saw the gun pointing at him and quickly moved to the side. The bullet passed close to him. At once he pushed Mushki forward and rode at the chief with his bloody sword. But this time he faced a strong enemy. The chief was a skilled fighter. He moved faster than the other men who had killed Daulat Ram. He could not load his gun again, so he waited. When Wally struck with his sword, the chief dropped to his knees and avoided the blow. As the horse ran past, the chief lifted a long Afghan knife and struck upward. The sharp knife cut through Wally's riding boot but only touched his skin lightly. He pulled Mushki back and turned quickly to attack again. His young face was full of the joy of battle. The chief's bearded face showed the same fierce feeling. He waited, showing his white teeth in a hard smile. Again Wally attacked. Again the chief dropped low and avoided the sword. Then he jumped up quickly and ran forward. He held the knife in one hand and a curved sword in the other. Wally turned Mushki just in time to block the attack. The chief stepped back and stood ready. He balanced on his toes with his knees slightly bent. His body moved slowly as he watched Wally. He held his weapons low. He waited for Wally to ride forward so he could strike the horse's legs or belly and bring both horse and rider down. By now many tribesmen stood in a wide circle around them. For a short time, they forgot the bigger battle. They held their knives and watched. They wanted to see their leader kill the foreign officer. But the chief made a mistake. He used the same move again. This time Wally was ready. He aimed lower, not at the head but at the body. When the chief dropped to his knees again, Wally's heavy sword struck the side of his head. The blade cut deep, and the chief fell to the ground. His face was covered with blood. As he fell, his curved sword touched the mare's side. Mushki rose up with a loud cry. The tribesmen ran forward when they saw their leader fall. Before, they were not afraid of Wally's sword. But now they moved back from the horse's strong hooves. They opened the way, and horse and rider passed through. A few minutes later, the battle changed without warning. The enemy lines broke. Many Kugianis turned and ran. They ran fast toward their defenses on the plateau. The cavalry followed them. They fought as they rode. Soon hundreds were running. Then thousands. The battle became a complete defeat for the enemy. He had lost his hat, and his face was bright with victory. He gathered his men together. Standing high in his stirrups, he gave a new order. The guides obeyed at once. They pushed their horses forward and rode up the rough ground. Suddenly Worley saw something he had not seen before. The rise of the land had hidden it. When he saw it, his heart felt cold. Between the lower slope and the flat ground ahead was a deep cut in the hillside. Long ago, water from the mountains had made it. Now it was dry. At the bottom were many stones. The drop was 8 or 9 feet deep. On the other side, the hill rose steeply. Along the top stood the enemy defenses. The tribesmen were filling them again. They shouted and fired down at the cavalry. Many older and more experienced soldiers would have stopped. But young Lieutenant Hamilton did not stop. He was still full of the wild feeling of battle. He pressed his spur into Mushkie's side. The brave mare jumped down into the deep cut and crossed the stones. Behind him, shouting and sliding on the rough ground, the guides followed. Once they reached the bottom, they ran in different directions to find a way up. When they found a path, they climbed quickly in small groups. Then they ran straight into the fight. Worley was first to reach the top. The soldier with the trumpet was close behind him. At the top, a long wall of earth blocked the way to the flat ground of the plateau. Many tribesmen had climbed back behind this wall. They turned and fired their guns as fast as they could load them. But the wall did not stop Mushkie. She jumped over it easily and smoothly, like a strong horse jumping a fence. Because of luck and Worley's skill with his sword, she came through the close fighting with only a small cut. There was no clear plan in this fight. They had no time to wait for the foot soldiers or the guns to come into place. The guides attacked alone or in small groups. They fought with great force. The tribesmen were not well organized, and they were pushed out of their defenses. They ran back onto the open ground of the plateau. The Kugianis fought bravely, but most of their chiefs and all their flag-bearers were dead. Without leaders, they could not come together again. The walls were taken in only a few minutes. Soon the tribesmen broke and ran again. They spread across the flat land like leaves in strong wind. They ran with tired bodies toward the forts and villages in the valleys beyond. But they were not allowed to escape easily. The guns were ordered to fire at any large group of tribesmen. The cavalry was told to chase them. The guides and the hussars rode after the enemy together. They cut down many men as they rode. They stopped only when they were close to the walls of the Kugiani stronghold at Koja Kel. The Battle of Fatabad was finished and won. The tired soldiers turned back across the plateau. The ground was covered with signs of war. There were dead and wounded men. There were broken weapons, torn flags, sandals, turbans, and empty belts for bullets. General Gough had left Jalabad with orders to break the power of the Kugianis. He had done this. But it had been a terrible fight. The Kugianis were brave men. As Ash had said, they fought like wild animals. Even when they ran, some of them turned to shoot at the soldiers chasing them. Some attacked again with swords in their hands. More than 300 Kugianis were killed. Over 3 times that number were wounded. But they also caused serious loss. 9 men from Gough's small force were killed. 40 were wounded. 1 of the wounded men died later. 27 of the wounded were guides. 7 of the dead were also guides. Among them were Wigram Bati and Risalda Mahmud Khan. When Worley saw Wigram fall, he thought someone had carried him to safety. He did not know that this would be Wigram's last day. Wigram had ordered Worley, the only other British officer, to lead the squadrons forward. The young officer obeyed. He rode into the center of the fight and came out without serious injury. He had only a small scratch and a cut in his riding boot. Wigram moved more slowly. He was hurt and walked with the help of one of his sowars. Then he was shot again in the hip. He fell for the 3rd time. A group of tribesmen ran toward him. They wanted to kill him. But the sower had a gun and a sword. Wigram also had his revolver. They fought back together. 5 attackers fell, and the others stepped back. But Wigram was losing a lot of blood. He loaded his revolver again. With great effort, he pushed himself up onto one knee. At that moment, a bullet from somewhere higher on the slope hit him in the chest. He fell forward and died without speaking. The tribesmen who were still alive shouted with joy. They ran toward his body. They wanted to harm it. But they did not expect Jiwan Singh, the sower. Jiwan Singh picked up the revolver. He stood over his dead commander. He fought the tribesmen with gun and sword. For more than an hour, he did not leave that place. He protected Wigram's body from everyone. When the battle ended, the surviving guides returned to count their dead and wounded. They found Jiwan Singh still standing guard. Around him lay 11 dead Kugianis in a circle. Later, when all the official reports were finished, people gave praise and blame. Some men received medals. Other men, who were not at the battle, spoke about mistakes. They said they would have done better. Soa Jiwan Singh received the Order of Merit. But Wigram Bhatti received a greater honor. After the wounded men were taken away, the stretcher-bearers came for his body. They wanted to carry him back to Jalabad. They knew that if they buried him near the battlefield, the grave would not be safe after the army left. But his sawars did not let the ambulance men touch him.
It is not right for strangers to carry Bhatti Sahib, their Sikh spokesman said. We will carry him ourselves.
And they did. Most of them had been riding since early morning. In the hot day, they had charged twice and fought for a long hour against many enemies. They were very tired, almost too tired to stand. Jalabad was more than 20 miles away. The road was rough and full of stones. It was little more than a narrow track. Still, through the warm April night, groups of his men walked forward. They carried Wigram's body high on their shoulders. They did not use a hospital stretcher. They laid him on cavalry lances. Zarin carried him for some distance. Worley also carried him for a mile or two. Once, a man who was not a sower came out of the dark. From his clothes, he looked like a Shinwari tribesman. He quietly took the place of one of the men who carried the body. No one tried to stop him. No one asked why he was there. It seemed as if the others knew him and expected him. He spoke only once. He said a few quiet words to Zarin. Zarin answered him in a low voice. Worley walked behind them. He was very tired and full of sadness. His mind was confused after the battle. He did not notice the stranger. At the next stop, the man disappeared. He left as quietly as he had come. They reached Jalabad at dawn. A few hours later, they buried Wigram Bhatti. He was laid in the same ground where British soldiers were buried 46 years before, during the First Afghan War. Near that place were 19 new graves. These were for 18 troopers and 1 officer of the 10th Hussars. Only their bodies had been found from the 46 men who drowned in the Kabul River 2 days earlier. Near Wigram were also buried a lieutenant and a private from the 70th Foot. They had died in the attack on the side of the battle. But Risalda Mahmud Khan and the 5 Sawars who died at Fatabad followed different religions. Because of this, they were not buried in the same place. Their bodies were taken to the Muslim burial ground. There, prayers were said, and they were buried in the earth in the proper way. Others were burned according to their faith. After the fire, their ashes were gathered. The ashes were thrown into the Kabul River. The river would carry them to the plains of India. From there, they would go to the sea. Many people came to watch these ceremonies. Not only the soldiers were there. The army stood together in large numbers. Citizens of Jalabad and nearby villages also came. Travelers who were passing through stopped to watch. Among the crowd was a thin Shinwari man in loose trousers. No one noticed him. He watched the Christian burials from a short distance. He also stood among the people at the Muslim cemetery. Later, He went to the burning ground as well. When everything was finished and the crowds left, the Shinwari walked through the city. He went to a small house in a quiet part of town. Soon, a resoldier from the guide's cavalry joined him. The resoldier wore civilian clothes. The two men talked for an hour. They spoke in Pushtu. They shared a hookah as they talked. When the resoldier returned to the camp, he carried a letter with him. The letter was written on rough local paper with a quill pen. On the outside, it was addressed in English to Lieutenant W.R.P. Hamilton, Queen's Own Corps of Guides.
There was no need to write the name, Zarin said. I will give it into Hamilton Sahib's own hand.
He hid the letter carefully inside his clothes.
But it would not be wise for you to come into the camp, he continued, and it would not be wise for him to be seen speaking with you. Wait among the walnut trees behind the tomb of Muhammad Ishaq, he said. I will bring his reply there after the moon has gone down. Or maybe a little earlier. I cannot say the exact time. No matter.
He had met Zarin there before. Zarin gave him a letter. Ash read it later that night. He sat by a small oil lamp in a room he had rented that morning. The letter was much shorter than Worley's usual letters. Worley wrote about his deep sadness for Wigram. He also wrote about Mahmud Khan and the other men who died in the battle. He said he was very happy to hear that Anjali was now in Kabul. He asked Ash to give her his greetings. At the end, he told Ash to take care of himself. He said he hoped they would meet again soon in Mardan. Worley was so sad about Wigram that he did not even write about something very important. Not long ago, this news would have meant more to him than almost anything else. He had reached his biggest goal. He had achieved a secret dream he had carried for many years. General Gough had watched the battle from a hill. After the fight, he sent for Worley. He told him he admired the courage of the guides. He said he was sorry for the many men they had lost. He spoke with special sadness about Major Batty. He said many people would feel his loss. Then the general spoke about Worley himself. He praised his brave actions. He said Worley had taken command after Wigram fell. He had led his men in a charge against a much larger enemy force. He had also saved Soa Dowlat Ram. Because of all this, General Gough said he would recommend that Lieutenant Walter Richard Pollock Hamilton receive the Victoria Cross. Worley could not hear this news without feeling something. His heart beat faster. His face grew warm. For a moment, he felt great pride. But as he listened, the feeling changed. The color left his face. He understood that he would give up that great honor if it could bring Wigram back to life. He would also trade it for Mahmud Khan. He would trade it for any of the other men who would never return to Mardan. 7 men were dead. 27 were hurt. The doctor said one of them would not live. Many horses were killed or badly injured. Worley could not even remember how many. He himself had no wound at all. Yet he would receive a small bronze cross. The metal came from old cannons taken long ago. On it were the words, "For Valor." It did not feel right to him. That thought made him think of Ash. He gave a small, sad smile as he thanked the general. After that, he went back to his tent. First, he wrote a short note to Ash. Then he wrote a longer letter to his parents. He told them about the battle. He told them he was safe. Ash did not learn about the Victoria Cross from Worley. He heard it from Zarin.
I shall be there, said Ash. It will be a great honor for all of us if our officer receives this award, Zarin said.
They spoke about it late the next night. They met again under the walnut trees. Ash felt very happy when he heard the news. But he was also a little sad. He wished Worley had told him himself.
You may hear it from him soon, Zarin said. People in the camp say the new Emir, Yaqub Khan, will soon ask for peace. They say our regiments will return to their own stations before midsummer. I do not know if this is true. But everyone can see we cannot stay here long. There is not enough food for the army. Unless we let the Afghans go hungry, we must leave. I pray the news is true. If it is, we will meet again in Mardan in a few months."
"I hope so," Ash said. "But I have a message from the general. He tells me to return to Kabul. From what he writes, I may need to stay there for some time. My wife will not be unhappy about that. She grew up in the hills. She does not like the plains."
Zarin lifted his shoulders and opened his hands.
"Then we must say goodbye," he said. "Take care of yourself, Ashok. Give my respects to your wife, Anjali Begum. Remember me to Gulbaz. Salam alaikum, bye."
Wa alaikum salam.
They embraced. Then Zarin left. Ash wrapped himself in his blanket. He lay down on the dusty ground between the walnut trees. He slept for a short time. Soon he would travel on the road past Fatabad and through the Lataband Pass to Kabul. A little more than 6 weeks later, a treaty of peace was signed at Gandamak. It was signed by His Highness Mohammed Yaqub Khan, Emir of Afghanistan, and Major Pierre-Louis Napoleon Cavagnari, political officer on special duty, signed the document. He wrote that he signed it with full power from Edward Robert Lytton, the Viceroy and Governor-General of India. In the agreement, the new Emir gave up control of the Khyber and Mikni passes. He also gave up control over the tribes in that area. He agreed that British officers could stay in the Kurum. He said he would listen to the advice of the British government in all matters with other countries. He also accepted something his father had strongly refused. He allowed a British mission to live in Kabul. In return, he received money from the British government. He was also promised full protection against attacks from other countries. Major Cavagnari had worked hard to get the Emir to sign the paper. As a reward, he was chosen to lead the mission in Kabul. He became the British envoy at the Emir's court. The British wanted to reduce Afghan fear and anger, so they decided the envoy would travel with only a small group of men. No other names were announced yet, except for Major Cavagnari. But in the camp, people believed they knew another name. News travels very fast in the East. Only one day after the Emir returned to Kabul, a guard from his household shared news with a friend. This friend had once been a Resolder Major in the Guides. Now he was retired. The guard said the old regiment had been chosen to escort the English mission. He also said that a certain officer, who had fought bravely against the Kugianis, would lead the escort. Sardar Bahadur Naqshband Khan heard this news. He told it to a guest in his house. The guest was Syed Akbar. Syed Akbar lived there with his wife and a Pathan servant. The kind Sardar had welcomed them into his home. After Cavagnari dismissed Ash, he left his post in the Bala Hisar. But he stayed in Kabul because the general wanted him to. Kabul was still his base. The army in the Peshawar Valley needed information. This information was not easy to find in Kabul. It was easier to find it in the countryside near the army camp. So Ash was often away from the city. Because of this, Anjali did not see him often. For her, even a short visit was worth everything. It was much better than not seeing him at all. Before, she only received rare messages. Zarin sometimes sent short-spoken messages to his aunt in a talk. That was the only news she had. Now, when Ash left her, he could not say when he would return. He could not send her a message before he came back. But every morning when she woke up, she had hope. She thought, perhaps he will come today. She lived with this hope each day. When he returned, she felt more happy than words could say. Her happiness was stronger than the happiness of people who feel safe and never fear loss. She had also told the Begum that she felt safe in Kabul. She believed the Rana's men would never find her there. Their spies would not search for her in this city. So she could forget the fears that had followed her in India. The land around Bitha had been bright and dry. Around Atok there were rocks and empty salt hills. Kabul was different. The air felt fresh. There was snow and high mountains. These things gave her comfort every day. Their host was careful and wise. He made sure that no one in his house guessed the truth about Syed Akbar. Neither his family nor his servants knew anything. They believed Syed Akbar was exactly who he said he was. When Anjali arrived in the middle of winter, Ash said they should move to another place. But the Sardar insisted that they both stay in his house. He did suggest one thing. He said Anjali's pushtu might not be strong enough for daily talk with the women in the house. So it might be better to say she was a Turkish lady. This would explain any mistakes in her speech. The family accepted this story without question. They believed she was Turkish. Soon they grew very fond of her, just as the Begum had. Anjali became part of the household. She learned their customs. She helped with many daily tasks. She cooked food and wove cloth. She did embroidery. She ground spices. She helped to preserve, pickle, and dry fruit and vegetables. In her free time, she studied the Quran. She tried to remember as much as she could. She could not risk showing ignorance about religion. The children loved her very much. She always found time to make toys for them. She flew kites and told them exciting stories, just as she did before for Shushila. In this land of tall and fair women, people did not think she was too big or too thin. They said she was beautiful. If she could see more of Ash, she would be fully happy. When they were together, life felt sweet and calm, like the happy days on their long journey up the Indus. Naqshband Khan gave them a small set of rooms at the top of his house. Up there, far above the noise of the streets, they felt alone and safe. Below them, the city was loud and busy. Even when Ash was in Kabul, he still had work. He often left the quiet rooms and went down into the city. In the big bazaar, he listened to people talking. He heard what men said in coffee shops and resting houses. He also went to the outer yards of the Bala Hisar. There, many small officials and servants spent their days talking and making plans. Ash spoke with people he knew and listened to the opinions of citizens and travelers. He met merchants who came with caravans from Balkh, Herat, and Bokhara. He saw farmers from small villages who brought goods to sell. There were Russian agents and other foreign spies. Some soldiers returned from fighting in the Kurram or the Khyber. There were Turkomans from the north with narrow eyes. He saw actors, horse sellers, holy men, and pilgrims going to the city mosques. From all these talks, he learned that a peace treaty had been signed. After that, he waited every day for a message to return to Mardan. But no message came. One day the Sardar told him that a British mission led by Cavagnari would soon come to Kabul. The escort would likely come from his own corps. It would be led by his best friend. An hour later, Ash quickly left for Jalabad. He wanted to see the commandant of the guides. He felt sure he would return within a week. But when he reached Jalabad, he found that Colonel Jenkins was no longer there. Now that the fighting was finished, Jenkins had taken command again, but he had already left. Cavagnari had also gone. General Sam Brown had left as well. Worley was gone too. When the peace treaty was confirmed in early June, the army began to leave Afghanistan. Jalabad was being emptied. The regiments still there were getting ready to march away.
"You are too late," Zarin said. Hamilton Sahib left with the first group, and the Commandant Sahib went some days before them. If everything went well, they should be in Mardan now.
Then I must go to Mardan too, Ash said. If Cavagnari Sahib is bringing a British mission with guides to Kabul, I must speak to the Commandant Sahib at once.
It is true, Zarin answered. But listen to my advice. Do not go forward. It is dangerous, and your life may be at risk. You must think of your wife. Before, she was in Atak, and my aunt would care for her. But now she is in Kabul. If you die on the road, what will happen to her?
The war is over, Ash said with impatience.
So they say, Zarin replied. But I am not sure it is really finished. And there are things worse than war. Cholera is one of them. You live in Kabul, so you may not know. In Peshawar, the disease is spreading very fast. When it reached the garrison, the English soldiers were moved quickly to a camp 6 miles away. But it did not help. This time, the disease is striking the English hardest. Few people who catch it get better. They are dying very quickly. Now the sickness is moving through the mountain passes to meet our army as it returns to India. It seems we may lose more men while leaving this country than we lost while taking it. Many have already died. People say the road is lined with graves.
June is always a bad month for marching. But here there is almost no shade and little water. The heat and dust are worse than in the Sind desert. It feels like a small taste of hell.
You hear it now. So listen to me, Ashok, and go back to your wife. The road through the Khyber is full of soldiers, guns, and wagons. There are many sick men and many who are dying. Even if you do not catch cholera, you will not reach Jamrud for several days. It would be faster to walk across the mountains. On the road there is too much noise and confusion. If your message for the Commandant Sahib is very important, write it down. I will take it to him.
No. A letter is not enough. I must speak to him face to face. Only then will he believe me. And you will travel on the same road. You can also get cholera.
If I become sick, I may live, Zarin said quietly. I am not an Englishman. If I die, my wife will not be alone in a strange country. But I will not take that road, so I do not fear cholera.
You will stay here. Ash asked. I thought everyone would leave Jalabad. Horse, foot, and guns. I heard the whole force would go.
Yes, they will leave. And I will go too. But I will travel by the river.
Then I will go with you, Ash said.
As yourself? Or as Syed Akbar? Zarin asked.
As Syed Akbar. I am going back to Kabul. It would be too dangerous to travel as myself.
That is true, Zarin said. I will see what I can do.
It was a rule with the guides. If an officer died while serving with them, they tried to bury him at Mardan. So when the soldiers asked that Bati Sahib's body should not stay behind, the officers agreed. They decided to take the coffin out of the ground. But June was very hot. It would be hard to carry the coffin on the road. So they chose to send it by raft down the Kabul River. The river passed through deep gorges north of the Khyber and through the wild Malagori country to Nowshera. Risolda Zarin Khan and 3 Sawars were chosen to guard the coffin. At the last moment, Zarin asked to take one more man. He said the man was an Afridi and a distant relative. He also said the man had traveled this river before and knew every turn and danger. This was not true, but he spoke with confidence. Permission was given. Before dawn, in the dark and quiet hour, the raft began its long and dangerous journey to the plains. When evening came, a watcher lay on a high rock above the river. All day he had waited there. Now he lifted his head and made a soft whistle like a kite. About 60 yards away, another hidden man heard him and gave the same signal. Farther away, a third man passed it on. More than 12 men waited along the left side of the gorge. No one could see them, not even with field glasses. The men on the raft had no such help. They were busy trying to guide the heavy raft. The mountain snow was melting, and the Kabul River was high and fast. Rocks and strong water made the journey hard. There were 6 men on the raft. 4 wore the dusty uniform of the Corps of Guides. 1 was a tall Pathan. 2 were Sikhs with black beards. 1 was a strong Punjabi Muslim. The 5th man was a thin Afridi with a rough red beard. He wore only a light shirt and wide cotton trousers because of the heat. He held a long heavy pole and used it to steer the raft. The sixth man was a British officer, but he was dead. He had been dead for almost 2 months. The 5 living men felt the truth of this every moment. The coffin was made from fresh wood. It had been covered with a tarpaulin for protection. Still, a bad smell came from it. Even the evening wind in the gorge could not carry the smell away. The river made a low, hissing sound as it rushed through the gorge. It filled the air, but it did not hide the sharp cry of a kite. The tall Pathan turned quickly. The sun had already gone down, and kites do not usually cry at that time.
Down. There are men among those rocks, Zarin Khan said. He reached for his gun. Moments.
Stay low, he said. We are easy targets here. The light is bad. With God's help, we may pass safely.
They may not want to hurt us, a Sikh said as he checked his rifle. They do not know who we are. They may think we are men from one of their villages.
The Punjabi gave a short laugh. Do not fool yourself, Dayal Singh. If men are on those cliffs, they know who we are. They have been waiting for us. Maybe it was lucky that Shia Afzal fell from the raft and drowned in the rapids. If we had not been delayed, we would have come here 2 hours earlier. We would have been an easier target. But now...
He did not finish. A shot hit him in the throat. He jumped up suddenly, his arms moving wildly, and fell back into the river. The sound of the shot and the splash filled the narrow valley. For a moment, dark blood spread on the pale water and then disappeared in the current. The Punjabi did not come up again. The raft moved deeper into the gorge. The man who steered it pushed hard on the long pole. He used all his strength to keep the heavy raft straight. He knew what would happen if they hit the rocks. More shots struck the water around them. The 3 other soldiers lay flat on the logs and fired back calmly. They aimed at the smoke and small flashes from the old guns on the cliff. The enemy hid high above them on narrow ledges. They could take their time before they fired. The men on the raft had no cover. The raft moved and shook under them. Only the fast water and the coming darkness helped them. The coffin gave a little protection, but it was tied in the middle of the raft. If all 3 men hid behind it on one side, the raft would turn over.
Move the boxes, the steersman said with effort as he pushed away from shallow water. To the left. Quick. That will balance the raft.
Zarin put down his gun. He crawled to the pile of metal boxes with food and bullets. He began to stack them on one side. So Dayal Singh kept loading and firing. The other Sikh changed his place. He lay beside Dayal Singh. He rested his gun on the coffin, aimed carefully, and fired. A man fell from the rocks above. He cried out as he dropped and hit the stones below.
Zarin laughed. Well done, Subha Singh. That was good shooting. Almost as good as a Pathan.
Subha Singh smiled and made a rough joke about Pathans.
Dayal Singh smiled too.
They were in a trap. One man was already dead. They did not have a good chance to live. But they were soldiers. They liked to fight. In the dark evening light, their eyes shone as they laughed, loaded, and fired. They made hard jokes as bullets hit the raft. A shot struck the coffin. A strong smell came out into the evening air. It was the smell of death, and it covered the smell of smoke and river water.
Thank you, Bati Sahib, Subha Singh said quietly. He gave a small salute to the coffin. You always cared for your men. That bullet would have hit my head. Let me try to answer their insult.
He lifted his head and aimed carefully. He waited for the right moment as the raft moved. Then he fired. A man near the top of the cliff threw up his arms and fell forward. He did not move again. His long gun slipped from his hands and fell down the rocks. Subha Singh was not born on the frontier, but he was the best shot in his group.
That makes 2 for us. Now show us what you can do, Pathan, he said.
Zarin smiled.
Bullets flew around him, but he did not care. He looked at a small crack between two rocks. Only the end of a long gun showed there. Most men would not see it.
Zarin aimed just above the metal circle and fired.
The shot was true. The gun dropped at once.
There, said Zarin. Are you satisfied?
No one answered. He turned his head. Above the coffin, he saw empty eyes staring without sight. The Sikh had not moved at all. His chin still rested on the hard cover of the raft. His mouth was open, as if he wanted to speak. But there was a small hole in his head from a bullet. Dayal Singh lay next to him and did not know his friend was already dead.
Is he dead?
Zarin asked harshly. He knew it was a foolish question, but he asked it anyway.
Who? Dayal Singh said. The bad dog you shot at. I hope he is dead.
He reached for more bullets. As he did this, Subha Singh's body fell to one side. It lay across the raft, and one arm hung down into the water. Dayal Singh looked at the body. His hand stayed in the air, and he breathed fast. Suddenly he began to shake, like a man with a fever. Then his fingers moved again. He loaded his gun very quickly. He whispered angry words in a shaking voice. He jumped to his feet and began to shoot at the cliff. He took bullets from his pocket and loaded again and again. The raft moved badly in the strong river. The man who steered it leaned his body to one side to keep it steady. He shouted at Dayal Singh to lie down. But Dayal Singh did not listen. He was full of anger. He stood over the body of his dead friend. He faced the cliff and kept shooting. He shouted angry words as he fired. A bullet hit his jaw. Blood ran into his beard. Soon another bullet hit his leg. His leg cloth turned red. Many bullets hit him. But he did not stop. He did not move away. He kept shooting and shouting. At last a bullet struck his chest. He stepped back, dropped his gun, and fell across the body of his friend. When he fell, the raft moved hard to one side. Water rushed over it. Foam covered the coffin. Some tins and tools were washed away. Before Zarin or the steersman could fix the raft, the two dead men slid off the wet wood. They fell into the river and disappeared. The raft became lighter and moved back to the middle. Zarin got up on his knees. He squeezed water from his clothes.
There go two good men, he said bitterly. In these times, we cannot lose even one man like them. This campaign has cost us too much. Many are dead or badly hurt. Now for more are gone. If it does not get dark soon, you and I may die too. Curse these evil men. I wish I.
He stopped speaking. His eyes became narrow.
You are hurt, he said sharply.
Only a small cut, the steersman answered. And you?
I am not hurt, Zarin said. Not yet.
No more shots came from the cliff. Maybe it was too dark now. The raft was no longer easy to see from the rocks. In the evening light, the river looked grey. The raft was only a dark shape on the water. It moved like a small shadow in the narrow valley. An hour later, the two men and the coffin were past the cliffs. The worst rapids were behind them. The river carried them forward under the stars. The land here was more open and less good for attack. The day had been very hot. The monsoon had not yet come to these northern lands. The hills were dry and had no trees. Heat rose from the ground like waves. It felt like standing near a great fire. But the Kabul River came from snow and ice in the high mountains. At night, cool wind blew over the water. The steersman began to shake with cold. He bent over his long pole. The coffin was tied to the raft with a strong rope. But the rope was now wet from water and night mist. As the raft moved, the rope stretched and became loose. The coffin shifted from side to side. It moved as if someone inside it was alive and restless.
Lie still, Sahib, or we will lose you at the next turn, Zarin said in a low voice.
He spoke to the dead man.
Ashok, are there knots on your side?
2, the steersman said, but I cannot make them tighter in the dark. If we hit a rock while I fix them, the rope may come loose. Then the coffin could pull us into the river. You must wait until morning.
Besides, after steering all day, my hands are too stiff to tie knots.
And you are a hillman, Zarin said with a laugh. The night is as hot as hell.
And the river is as cold as charity, Ash answered. It is snow water. I have been in it 2 times, so I know. If I knew the river was so fast, and that the moments would wait for us, I would not come with you. This journey is crazy. What does it matter where a man's body lies? Will Bati Sahib care if he is buried near Jalabad or in the graveyard at Mardan? No, he will not. He would not care if the Aphrodite dug him up later and threw his bones away.
We of the guides would care, Zarin said shortly. We do not let our enemies shame our dead.
Our English dead, Ash said sharply. This war also killed many other men. We left their bodies in the Afghan hills. We brought back only this one.
Zarin lifted his shoulders and did not answer. He learned long ago that it was useless to argue with Ashok, who did not think like other men. After a time he said, "But you still came. And not for me."
Ash smiled in the dark. No, brother. You can take care of yourself. I came because I must speak to the Commandant Sahib before it is too late. If I see him in time, I may change his mind about this new mission. It will end badly. It must stop, or at least wait. They say the government will send an escort of the guides with the new envoy to Kabul. They may give the command to Hamilton Sahib.
I have heard this, Zarin said. Why not? It will be an honor for him. And a great honor for the guides.
To die like rats in a trap? Not if I can stop it. I will try to make him refuse.
You will not win, Zarin said. No officer in the Raj would refuse such an honor. No regiment would refuse either.
Maybe. But I must try. I have not had many friends in my life. That is my fault, I think. Of the few I have, 2 are very important to me. You and Hamilton Sahib. I cannot lose you both. I cannot.
You will not, Zarin said in a calm voice. They may not send me to Kabul. And when we return to Mardan, you will think more clearly. You are too tired now. Life has been hard for you. That is why you speak like this.
No, Ash said. I speak like this because I have talked to many men. They do not know the Sahibs or the soldiers of the government. Some have never seen them. From these men I heard many things. What they said makes me afraid.
Zarin was quiet for a while. Then he spoke slowly.
I think this is your great trouble. You can speak to such men. When you were a child, my brother Awal Shah spoke to Brown Sahib. Who was our commandant then? He said it was a pity that you might forget how to speak and think like us. There are few Sahibs who can do that. Such a man could help our regiment. So it was decided that you should not forget. Maybe that was a mistake. You do not belong fully to East or West. You stand in both. You are like a rider who stands between 2 running horses.
That is true, Ash said with a short laugh. I fell between them long ago. I was torn in 2. Now I must try to belong only to myself, if it is not too late. But if I could live my life again.
You would do the same, Zarin said. Every man carries his fate around his neck. He cannot escape it. Give me the pole. I hear fast water ahead. You need rest, or your arm will hurt more before morning. No one will attack us in the dark. I will wake you before the moon rises. Try to sleep. Tomorrow we may need clear minds. Tie 1 rope around your waist before you lie down. If the raft moves, you may fall into the water.
Ash did as he said. Zarin made a small sound of approval.
Good. Now take these. They may help you sleep and ease the pain in your arm.
He gave Ash some small balls of opium, and Ash swallowed them.
The Sahib smells bad. Do we have something to close that bullet hole?
Ash tore a piece of cloth from his turban. Zarin pushed it into the hole. They had no food. The bags of food fell into the river when the raft moved and the dead Sikh soldiers slipped into the water. But both men were so tired that they did not feel hungry. There was at least a lot of water to drink. Ash gave the long pole to Zarin. He washed his arm and tied a cloth around the cut. Then he lay down next to the coffin. The raft moved slowly down the Kabul River. He tried to sleep, but he could not. His arm hurt and beat with pain. He stayed awake and thought about what he would say to Colonel Jenkins if they reached Mardan. He needed to explain everything he had learned. The colonel must believe him. He must also help other important officers believe the story. Ash knew they would not listen to him easily. He tried to think of good reasons and clear words. But he could not find them. After some time, the opium began to work, and he fell asleep. The river carried the raft out of the dark shadow of the Malagori hills. The water became wider and slower. When the raft moved more gently, Ash woke up. He saw the light of early morning. The land in front of them was flat and wide. They were safe now. For a short time, he did not understand where he was. Then the growing light helped him remember. It was morning. He could not believe that so many hours had passed since Zarin took the pole and told him to rest. It felt like only a moment ago. But the night was finished. Soon, in 15 or 20 minutes if they were lucky, they would cross the unseen line between Afghanistan and the northwest frontier province. After that, they only needed to float with the river. The water would carry them past Mikni and Mion Kel to Abazai. Then it would take them south, below Charsada, to Nowshera. They would be back in British India. There, Zarin could stop by the riverbank and sleep for an hour or two. He surely had not slept during the whole night. A light wind moved across the smooth water. It touched Ash, and he felt cold. Then he noticed that his clothes were very wet. The raft was also full of water. It seemed they had passed through rough water. It must have happened not long ago. The morning dew could not make everything so wet. This meant he had slept for some time during the night. Yet he felt sure he had not closed his eyes. Suddenly he heard wings and splashing water. A group of white birds flew up in fear and went down the river. Ash saw that the raft was no longer in the middle of the river. It was moving slowly toward the left bank. Soon he heard sand and small stones under the raft. It touched the shallow ground near the bank. There was grass and a few thorn bushes there. The raft hit the ground gently and stopped. Ash knew they were back in British India. Zarin would not stop the raft while they were still in tribal land. He would not stop even near it, where men with guns could still reach them. Ash moved at last and understood that he was tied to the coffin next to him with a rope. He had forgotten about it. He sat up slowly and felt confused and heavy in his head. With weak fingers, he started to untie the wet knot. While he worked, a rough voice spoke near him.
Thank God. You are not dead, the voice said.
Ash looked across the wet cloth above them. He saw Zarin's face. It was pale and tired. His turban and cap were gone. His clothes were very wet, as if he had been in the river. Ash tried to answer. But his tongue felt thick and he could not speak. Zarin spoke again in a tired voice. I was not asleep, Ash said slowly. I think I stayed awake. I did not close my eyes. At least, I do not think so.
It was the opium, Zarin said. I gave you too much. But maybe it helped you rest. I feel like an old man now. I do not want to live through a night like that again. My whole body hurts.
He pushed the long pole into the wet sand to keep the raft near the riverbank. Then he stood up slowly. All night he had fought the strong river alone. He could not rest for even a short time. He did not know if Ash was badly hurt. He was afraid Ash might be dead or dying. His hands were sore and covered with blisters from the heavy pole. His body felt stiff and painful from the long struggle. He was hungry and thirsty. His clothes were still wet. But before he drank or looked for food, Zarin washed himself in a careful way. Then he turned toward Mecca. He began the morning prayers. Ash had learned these prayers many years ago. He needed to know them when he traveled in Afghanistan. At that time, he was looking for Dilasa Khan. Later, he returned there again, dressed like an Afridi man. He said the prayers every day so people would believe he was one of them. They were part of his disguise, like his clothes and his language. If he did not pray, people would notice. Now, when he saw Zarin begin, Ash also stood up. He turned toward Mecca. Without thinking, he began to say the familiar words. But he did not finish. Zarin suddenly stopped praying. He turned his head and spoke in an angry voice.
Be quiet. You are safe here. There is no need to pretend.
Ash stopped with his mouth open. He did not react to the angry words. He reacted to the look on Zarin's face. He had never seen that look before. There was disgust in it. There was also hate. It shocked him. It made him feel as if he could not breathe. His heart began to beat hard in his chest. Zarin quickly turned back to his prayers. Ash watched him carefully. He frowned as if he saw something familiar, but strange in this place. Ash had always known that for Hindus, caste is very important. They believe a person must be born a Hindu. No one can join their religion later. So he accepted that, for them, he would always stand outside an unseen line. Religion had drawn that line, and he could not cross it. But with Khoda Dad and Zarin and other Muslims, it had felt different. They believed in one God. They allowed people to join their faith. They ate and drank with anyone, no matter their religion or country. Because of this, Ash never felt like a stranger among them. Even though their holy book said it was good to fight those who did not believe, he had still felt at home. Until now. The look on Zarin's face explained many things to him. It helped him understand why great armies had fought in the name of God. It explained the many holy wars in history. He also understood something else. Religion had not brought peace and love to the world. Instead, it had often brought war. The friendship between him and Zarin had been strong. It could survive many problems. But it could not survive this. On one level, they were friends. They were like brothers. But deep inside, they belonged to two opposite sides. One side followed the Prophet. The other side did not believe. These two sides had been enemies for many years. Zarin must have known that Ash had followed Muslim prayers as part of his disguise. He had to do it to stay alive. Even if Zarin had not seen him pray before, he must have understood. But now, when he saw Ash pray after the danger was over, he saw it as an insult. He saw Ash as a man who did not truly believe, pretending before the true God. Ash felt strange. He wondered why he had never understood this before. Between him and Zarin there was a deep space. It was as wide as the space between him and the Hindus of high caste. And he would never cross it. He turned away. He felt empty inside. The truth had shaken him more than he expected. It felt as if the ground under his feet had broken apart. The soft morning light now felt sad. Something precious had left his life. He knew it would never return. In this painful moment, he thought of Julie. He thought of her as a man thinks of a warm fire in a cold room. Her memory gave him comfort. The morning sun touched the white snow on the Safed-Co mountains. Ash began to say his own prayers. They were the same prayers he had said long ago. In those days, Zarin Khan had been a proud young man in Gulcote. Ash had been a small Hindu boy serving the Yuvaraj.
You are everywhere, but I worship you here. You do not need praise, but I still give you my prayers.
He also prayed for Julie. He asked that she would be safe from harm and that he could return to her safely. He prayed for Worley and Zarin too. He prayed for the soul of Wigram Bhatti and for all the men who had died in the hills near Fatabad and in the attack the night before. There was no food on the raft, so he could not give any offering. He thought this was probably better. If he had made an offering, Zarin would have known it was a Hindu prayer and would have been more upset. Zarin finished his prayers. After they rested for a short time, Ash took the pole and pushed the raft away from the riverbank. As the sun rose, the morning mist slowly disappeared from the water. Ahead of them, they saw the mud walls of Machini shine gold in the bright light. Soon they reached the town. They bought food there. They also arranged for a man to ride to Mardan with a message. The message warned that they were coming. It also asked for men to meet the raft at Nowshera and take Major Bhatti's body by road to the cantonment. They watched the messenger ride away. After they had eaten, they continued their journey on the river. Ash pushed the heavy raft forward with the pole. The coffin lay on the raft, and it was a sad weight to carry. The June heat was strong and there was no shade. While Ash worked, Zarin slept deeply because he was very tired. It had been a terrible day. The river was now calm and moved quickly between low sandbanks and quiet land. The sun burned his head and shoulders like hot metal. With every hour, a bad smell from the coffin grew stronger and harder to bear. But every day ends at last. At sunset they reached the bridge of boats at Nowshera. On the road nearby, they saw Worley waiting with soldiers from the guide's cavalry. They were ready to take Wigram home to Mardan. Worley did not know that Ash was on the raft. In the evening light, he did not recognize him. There was no time to speak then. The body was in a bad state, so they had to bury it again at once. The coffin was quickly taken in a wagon to the edge of Mardan. There it was placed on a gun carriage. The funeral was held that same night by torchlight. After the prayers for the dead were said, the last post was played. Soldiers fired their guns above the fresh earth that covered Wigram's grave. Then the people who had come to mourn went back to their homes. The small cemetery was left quiet under the moon and dark shadows. Only then could Ash meet Worley alone. Ash had wanted to see the commandant first. But Colonel Jenkins was busy. He was hosting 2 senior Frontier Force officers. They had been friends of Wigram and had come from Raisalpur for the funeral. They were staying for the night. So the meeting with the colonel had to wait until the next day. Instead, Zarin secretly took Ash to Worley's rooms inside the fort. Worley was very happy to see Ash. But he was still sad and tired after Wigram's second funeral. He was not in the mood to hear criticism about the planned British mission to Afghanistan. He did not want to think about refusing command of the escort. That was only if he was offered the command. So far, he had not been officially asked. At that moment, it was only a rumor. Still, everyone believed that Cavagnari would be the best choice as envoy if a mission went to Kabul.
I think he has already received a clear sign from the Viceroy, Worley said. He told me that if he gets the job, he will ask for me as military attaché. I would command an escort of guides. I do not think he would say that unless he was quite sure of getting the position. But I will not celebrate too early.
If you are wise, Ash said, you will pray that this plan fails.
Fails? Worley asked. What do you mean?
I mean this, Ash said. When the late Emir, Sher Ali, tried to explain to our rulers that his people would never accept a British presence in their country, he made something very clear. He said no emir of Afghanistan could promise the safety of foreigners, even in his own capital. Wally, do you only read poetry?
Do not be foolish, Wally said. You know I read other books.
Then you must have read Kaye's History of the First Afghan War, Ash said. You should remember what he wrote at the end. His words should be written in large letters over the War Office, over the Viceroy's house, and over Army headquarters in Simla. He said that after wasting so much blood and money, we left Afghanistan full of enemies. Before the British Army crossed the Indus, the name of England was respected there. People connected it with the fine memories of Mr. Elphinstone's mission. But now they remember only the painful memories of an invading army that brought destruction.
That is still true today, Wally. That is why this mission must be stopped.
It will not stop. It is too late, Wally said.
Then delay it, Ash answered. Wait as long as possible. Give time to build trust with the emir and his people. Show them real friendship. Help them stop fearing us. They think we want to take their country, like we took India. Even now, things could change. If men like Lytton and Colley and Cavagnari try a new way. If they stop using force and try kindness instead. But listen to me, Wally. If Cavagnari takes this mission to Kabul, he will not return alive. You will not return either. No one will. You must believe me.
Wally had listened with clear impatience.
Nonsense, he said. The emir agreed to accept the mission.
He agreed because he had no choice, Ash said sharply. And do not think his people agree. They do not. After this war, they are even more against it. What the people think is more important than what the emir says. He knows that very well. At the Gandamak conference, he fought against the idea from the start. The generals and officials tried to change his mind, but he did not move. He stood firm. Then Cavagnari asked to speak with him alone. No one else was there.
I know, Wally said in an annoyed voice. I was there, and Cavagnari changed his mind.
Did he? Ash said. I do not believe that. I think he threatened him. No one knows what was said. But we know the emir gave in. Later, Cavagnari even boasted about it. He said he spoke to the emir like he was a small village chief. It is true. Ask him yourself. He will not deny it. But he should not have talked about it. People heard the story. That will not help him make a friend of the emir. It will not help with the people either. They do not want British men in Afghanistan. In their eyes, it means one thing. They believe it is the first step to taking their country. Just like the small trading posts of the East India Company led to British rule in India.
Wally spoke in a cold voice.
They will have to accept it. They have no choice. Yes, at first they may not like the mission. But once we are there, we will build good relations. We will show them they have nothing to fear. We will all try our best. And if anyone can win them over, it is Cavagnari. That I know.
You are wrong, Ash replied. Maybe he could have done it before. But he has offended the emir. Yaqub Khan does not forgive insults. Now he will give Cavagnari very little help. He may even work against him in secret. Wally, I know this country. I have lived there for many months. I know what people are saying. Not only in Kabul, but in Herat and Kandahar and Mazar-i-Sharif. They do not want this mission. And they will not accept it quietly.
That is their problem, Wally said shortly. They will have the mission whether they want it or not. We defeated them badly in the Khyber and the Kurram. They had to ask for peace. After such a strong defeat, they will think carefully before fighting again.
Ash stopped walking. He held the back of a chair tightly. His hands turned white. When he spoke, His voice was calm but controlled.
That is the whole problem. They have learned nothing. They do not even believe they were defeated. That is one reason I came to speak to the commandant, he said. There are uprisings in Turkestan and Badakhshan. The beaten regiments were sent there in a hurry. Now the emir must raise new regiments to replace them. But the new soldiers are not trained. They have never fought the British army. They do not know about the defeats. Instead, they believe many stories about great Afghan victories. They also have not received pay for months. The emir says there is no money for them. So they take food and goods from poor villagers. In my opinion, they are more dangerous to the emir than having no army at all. They are already hard to control. I think they will be a real danger to any British mission that goes to Kabul and trusts them to keep order. They cannot keep order. And they will not even try.
Worley answered in an angry voice.
Cavagnari must already know all this. He has many spies who bring him news.
Ash nodded.
Yes, that is true. But spies come and go. Only someone who has lived in Kabul during these months can understand the real situation. Everything there changes quickly. It is very unstable and very dangerous. These unpaid and untrained soldiers do not think clearly. They did not fight in the last war. So they believe our army is leaving because we were defeated. They think we are running away. That is how it looks to them. So they do not see why their new emir should allow a small group of British men to stay in Kabul. They hate us and despise us. If the emir allows it, they will think he is weak. Then they will respect him less. That will only make things worse.
Worley turned away. He sat on the edge of the table and moved his boot slowly. He looked out of the window at the moonlight inside the small fort. After a time, he spoke in a quiet voice.
Wigram once said he would not want to be in your place. He said you did not know where you belonged. But I think he was wrong. I think you have chosen a side. And it is not our side.
Ash did not answer. After a short silence, Worley spoke again.
I always believed that in the end you would choose us. I never thought it would be like this. But there is no use talking about it. We will never agree. You seem to see this matter as the Afghans do. I can only see it as we do.
You mean as Cavagnari and Lytton see it, Ash said sharply.
Worley gave a small shrug.
If you want to say that.
I do not. Tell me how you see it, Worley.
How do I see it? I thought that was clear. I may not know the tribesmen as you do. But I know they despise weakness. You said that yourself. We went to war with them. And we won. We defeated them. Their emir came to Gandamak to speak about peace. He signed a treaty with us. One important part of that treaty was that we could set up a British mission in Kabul. I am not a politician. I do not want to argue about right or wrong. But if we step back now, they will think we are weak. They will think we are afraid to demand what we want. They will despise us for that. You know that is true. We will gain no friendship and no respect. Only scorn. Even the men in our own corps will look down on us. They will wonder if we have become afraid. Ask Zarin or Awal Shah, or Kamar Din. Ask any of them what they think. Their answer may surprise you.
Worley gave a long sigh and smiled.
So it is not fair, is it? God help us, you are saying it again. It is no use, Ash. You are wasting your time.
But as Wigram once said, one must try. We must hope the Commandant understands how serious this is. Maybe he can try to speak to Cavagnari and the other men who support this mission. Perhaps he can make them think again about it. But I must say, I do not trust the men who make decisions in Simla. To be honest, I do not trust people very much at all. Worley laughed. For the first time that night, he looked like he did in the old days in Rawalpindi. He looked young and happy and without worry.
Oh, Wisher, you are very gloomy, he said. I am almost ashamed of you. Come now, Ash. Do not be so negative. We are not as hopeless as you think. I know you and Cavagnari did not agree, but I am sure he will win the Afghans to his side. I believe they will trust him within a month after we arrive in Kabul. He will win them, just as Sir Henry Lawrence won the Sikhs before the mutiny. You will see.
Yes. Yes, I will see, Ash said slowly.
Of course. I forgot you will also be in Kabul. When are you going back?
I will go as soon as I see the old man, Ash answered. I hope I can see him tomorrow. There is no reason for me to stay here longer, is there?
If you mean that you cannot stop me from taking command of the escort, if I am lucky enough to get the offer, then no, there is no reason, Worley said.
When will you know?
I think I will know when Cavagnari returns from Simla.
Simla? I should have guessed he was there.
I think you could have guessed, Worley said. He came through the Khyber with General Sam. Then he went straight to Simla to report to the Viceroy.
And he will get a reward for pushing Yaqub Khan to accept that bad peace treaty, I am sure, Ash said in a sharp voice.
He will get a knighthood at least. Sir Louis Cavagnari, KCSI, and many more titles.
Why not? Worley asked, and he looked upset.
He has earned it.
Maybe he has, Ash said. But if he cannot make Lytton wait before sending this mission, it could mean his death. Yaqub Khan needs time to bring back law and order in Kabul. If they go too soon, it will be very dangerous. It could mean your death too, Worley. And also the Jawans and everyone else who goes with him. Have they chosen the escort yet?
Not in an official way, Worley answered. But we almost know who will go. Why do you ask?
I wanted to know if Zarin will go.
Not as far as I know. Awal Shah will not go either. In fact, none of your close friends will go.
Except you, Ash said.
Oh, I will be fine, Worley said in a cheerful voice. You do not need to worry about me. I was born under a lucky star. You should worry about yourself, you foolish man. You cannot stay in a dangerous place like Afghanistan forever just to watch over your friends. Now I will give you advice for once. When you see the old man, ask him to let you come back to us. Go down on your knees if you must. Tell him we need you. Because that is true.
Ash looked at him in a strange way. He started to speak, but then he stopped. Instead, he asked when the mission would leave, if it left at all.
It will leave, do not doubt it, Worley said. We expect to go as soon as Cavagnari comes back from Simla. But nothing is decided yet. Maybe the Viceroy will think differently.
I hope so, Ash said in a dry voice. It cannot be worse than this plan. Well, goodbye, Worley. I do not know when I will see you again. But I hope for your sake it will not be in Kabul.
He held out his hand. Worley took it and held it tightly.
Wherever we meet, I hope it is soon, Worley said warmly. And if it is in Kabul, you will know I wanted to be there. It will be the chance of a lifetime. If everything goes well, Hamilton will get a promotion. And I will move one step closer to becoming a field marshal. You would not want to stop me from that, would you? Of course not. So do not say goodbye. Say, I will see you in Kabul.
The next morning, Ash told Zarin about this talk. Zarin spoke in much the same way as Worley had. But again, Ash heard something different in his voice. There was a sound of warning. There was also a little impatience, almost like anger. And there was something else. It felt as if Zarin was pulling away from him. It was like he was standing behind an invisible wall. For a moment, Ash felt shocked by his own thought. It was almost as if Zarin was speaking to a stranger. Zarin did not say directly that he did not want advice. But his voice made it clear.
We are not boys anymore, Zarin said. We are men now. We can take care of our own lives. Awal Shah told me he spoke with the Commandant Sahib. The Commandant will see you this afternoon. At that time, most people are inside because of the heat.
Zarin did not look at Ash. He stood up and went to do his work. Before he left, he said he would return before 2 o'clock. He would take Ash to the Commandant's bungalow. He told Ash to sleep for some time.
You must rest, he said. If you travel to Kabul tonight, you will need strength. It is too hot to travel in the day.
But Ash did not sleep. Zarin's small brick room behind the cavalry lines was very hot. The air inside did not move. Also, Ash had many thoughts in his mind. He had to make an important decision. In the past, the years had seemed slow. Now they passed very fast. They were like a train that moves slowly at first, then goes faster and faster. Ash sat cross-legged on the mud floor. He looked at the white wall, but he did not really see it. His mind was far away in the past. He remembered many times with Zarin. He saw again the first Zarin he had known. That was in Khoda Dad's rooms in the Hawa Mahal. Zarin had been tall and handsome. He could ride and shoot like a grown man. To Ash, he had seemed brave and wonderful. He remembered Zarin riding away from Gulcote to join the guide's cavalry. He remembered Zarin in Mardan, wearing a soldier's uniform. At that time, Sita had died. Zarin had comforted him. With Awal Shah, he had helped plan Ash's future. Then he remembered meeting Zarin again in Bombay. Zarin had come to welcome him at the dock. He had not changed. He was still loyal and kind, like an older brother. Once, Ash had been afraid. He feared their friendship would not survive. He was returning to Mardan as an officer. Their positions were now different. But the friendship had lived on. Ash knew this was mostly because Zarin was calm and sensible. It was not because of anything special in himself. After that, Ash had believed their friendship could survive anything except death. He had never thought it would end like this. But now he understood the truth. This was the end. They could not meet and talk as before. Their lives were already going in different directions. The time had come for him to follow his own path. He remembered words that Wigram once told him.
If a man does not walk in step with his friends, maybe he hears a different drum. Let him walk to the music he hears.
Ash thought this was wise advice. He should have followed it earlier. He had never truly walked in step with others. Not with the Europeans. Not with the Asians. He was not fully one or the other. Now the time had come to close that part of his life. He must close the book of Ashok and Akbar and Ashton Pelham-Martyn of the guides. He would place it on a shelf in his memory. Then he would begin a new book. It would be the book of Julie. It would be about Ash and Julie, their future, and their children. Perhaps one day, when he was old, he would take down that first book. He would blow the dust from it. He would turn the pages and remember the past. He would remember it with warmth and without regret. But now it was better to put it away and forget. A.B. Kutum Hogia. When Zarin came back, the decision was already made. Ash did not say it clearly, but Zarin understood at once. There was no anger between them. They spoke easily, as they always had. It seemed as if nothing had changed. Yet Zarin felt something was different. In a quiet way, he felt that Ashok had moved away from him. Without anyone telling him, he knew they might never meet again. Perhaps when we are old, Zarin thought, just as Ash had thought before. He pushed the thought away. He spoke in a happy voice about simple things. He talked about a plan to visit Atok and see his Aunt Fatima. He also spoke about buying new horses to replace the ones lost in the recent fighting. They talked like this until it was time to take Ash to see the commandant. The meeting with the commandant lasted much longer than the meeting with Worley the night before. Ash wanted Colonel Jenkins to use his influence. He hoped the colonel could delay the plan to send a British mission to Afghanistan. If possible, he wanted the whole plan to stop. Ash explained the situation in Kabul in careful detail. The commandant knew that his own men might be involved. He listened very closely. He asked several clear and direct questions. In the end, he promised to do what he could. But he said honestly that he did not have much hope of success. Ash thanked him. Then he began to speak about more personal matters. He had a request. He had thought about it for many months. Only that morning, while he was in Zarin's rooms, he had made his final choice. He asked to be free from his present duties. He also asked for permission to resign his commission. He wanted to leave the guides and also leave the army. He explained that this was not a sudden decision. For a long time, he had felt that he could not truly become an army officer. The feeling had grown slowly inside him. He asked if Wigram, when he was adjutant, had told the commandant about Anjali. The commandant nodded but did not speak. Ash looked relieved. He said that in that case, the commandant would understand the problems. If he could have returned to Mardan and lived openly with his wife, things might have been different. In that case, he might have accepted army life in British India. But there were several reasons why this was not possible. So he felt the time had come to begin a new life. He wanted to build that new life for his wife and for himself. Those long months on the road to Bitha changed him. The weeks there and the years in Afghanistan also changed him. They made him different. He could no longer live the small and simple life of an army officer. Even life in the guides was too narrow for him now. He understood that he could not belong only to one nation or one religion. So he decided to leave his past behind. He wanted to begin again as a new person. He did not want to be only British or only Indian. He wanted to be simply a man among other people. The commandant was kind and understanding. In his heart, he also felt some relief. He remembered the strange story about the Hindu widow. Wigram had said that Ashton claimed to marry her. If people heard this story, it could cause a scandal. The commandant believed it would be better for everyone if Ashton left the army. Then he could live as a civilian and do what he wished. They spoke calmly together. There was no anger between them. The war was over. The British Army was leaving Afghanistan. General Brown had already gone. The commandant said that Ash's work as intelligence officer for the Peshawar Valley Field Force was finished. He accepted Ash's resignation from the guides. He also promised there would be no problems about leaving the army. Then he asked Ash for one favor. He wanted Ash to stay in Kabul for some more time. It might even be 1 year. He asked him to work as an intelligence agent for the escort of guides. This would happen only if the British mission to Kabul really took place.
I will send the information you gave me to Simla, the commandant said. I will also try to stop the mission from going. But I am afraid I may not succeed. If the mission goes, young Hamilton will go with it. He will be military attached and lead an escort of guides. After what you told me, I want you to be in Kabul. You can give him information about the situation there. You can tell him about the people and their feelings. If the mission is cancelled, or if the guides do not send an escort, I will tell you at once. From that moment you will be a civilian. You will not need to return here unless you want to.
And if it is not cancelled, sir? Ash asked.
Then I ask you to stay in Kabul as long as the guides are there, the commandant said. When their duty ends and another regiment takes their place, you are free. Will you agree?
Yes, sir, Ash said. Yes, of course.
It would have been hard to refuse this request. But he did not even think of refusing. In truth, the plan pleased him. Julie was happy in Kabul. He would also have more time to think about the future. He could decide where they should go and what they should do. If the guides sent an escort, they would stay for at least 1 year. That meant he would see a lot of Worley. Worley did not need to know yet that Ash had resigned. He could tell him when the year was nearly finished. Ash left Mardan for the last time when the moon was rising. Zarin walked with him past the guards. He watched Ash walk away across the pale plain toward the hills near the border. They held each other before they parted. As always, they said the old words of farewell.
Par Marki Da Ko, Zarin said softly. May your future be bright.
Amin Sar, and yours also.
They both knew these words were for the last time. This was their final goodbye. They had come to a place where they must go different ways. From now on, their roads would not meet again. Even if both had good lives, they would stay apart. Ash turned once and looked back. Zarin was still there. He stood still in the moonlight. He looked small and dark in the open land. Ash raised his arm in a short salute. Then he turned and walked on. He did not stop again until he was past Khan Mai. By then, Mardan was far behind him and hidden by distance and the land.
Now only Worley is left, Ash thought. My brother Jonathan. You were very good to me.
In his mind, he saw his life like a house with 4 strong pillars. One by one, they were falling. First Mardu, then Koda Dad. Now Zarin. Only Worley was left. But Worley was not the same as before. He had changed. He had new interests and different ideas. Ash wondered how long it would be before he must leave Worley too, as he had left Zarin. Not yet, he told himself. They would likely meet in Kabul soon. There was no reason to fear losing Worley like he lost Zarin. And even if it happened, would it hurt so much now that he had Julie? When he thought of his wife, he saw her face clearly in his mind. It was as if she stood in the moonlight before him. He saw her serious eyes and her soft mouth. He saw her calm forehead and the gentle shadows under her cheeks. Julie was his peace and his rest. She gave him comfort. She was his dear joy. He felt that her eyes looked at him with a little sadness.
Is it selfish to want you both? He said aloud.
The sound of his voice surprised him. The night was very still and hot. Even though he spoke softly, the sound seemed loud in the quiet air. It reminded him that he might not be alone on the road. People in this area did not like strangers. They often shot first and asked questions later. He walked faster. Now he thought about danger instead of old memories and lost hopes. Shortly before dawn, he found a narrow space between rocks. It was safe there. He slept for most of the day. When he dreamed, he did not see Zarin or Worley. He did not see anyone from his old life. He dreamed of Anjali. He went back to Kabul through the Malakand Pass. The city and the plain were very hot and dusty. The air felt heavy. It made him think more kindly of Mardan, even though it had been hot there too. Kabul stood high above the sea. But it did not get much rain. The ground was dry and thirsty. In the evening, cool wind came from the snowy mountains of the Hindu Kush. This wind cooled the upper rooms of the Sardar's house. The nights were pleasant. Anjali had been waiting for him. They did not speak much on the first night. Ash spoke only a little about his failed visit to Mardan and his goodbye to Zarin. The next day, and during the long days of June, they talked about the future. They did not hurry. Naqshband Khan asked them to stay.
He said there was no reason to leave yet. Even if the British mission did not come to Kabul, they could wait until the hot weather ended. Autumn would bring cooler days. There is no hurry, he said. The whole summer is before you. You have time to decide where you will go when you leave Afghanistan. If you leave this year at all, perhaps you should stay for the winter and go in spring, after the almond trees bloom. That may be the best plan.
June passed and July came. Lightning flashed in the hills. Clouds moved across the mountains. There was little rain. But the small rain that fell was enough to make the dry grass green again. Anjali was happy on the grey days. Bright sun and dust reminded her of Bitha. Ash watched her and often forgot to make plans. The present time felt full and good to him. But July was only half over when trouble came. Stories began to spread. Groups of soldiers were moving across the land. They had no pay and no discipline. Since the peace treaty, they had been coming to Kabul from all parts of Afghanistan. They robbed small villages. They took what they wanted. Each day, more of these men came into the valley. Even the Sirdar became afraid. He made the bars on his doors and windows stronger.
If even half of these stories are true, the Sirdar said, none of us are safe.
These men say they are soldiers. But they have not received money for many weeks. Now they act like a wild crowd and not like real soldiers. They are like bandits. They take food and animals from the people in this valley. They grab what they want from the villagers. If someone tries to stop them, they shoot that person.
I know, Ash said. I have been in the villages.
He had really been there. He had seen and heard many bad things. The Sirdar was right to worry. Life in the valley had become much worse in the last weeks. There were too many men with guns. They had no clear purpose. They stood in the villages and on the road to the city. Sometimes Ash walked through large crowds. A holy man spoke to them. He told them to fight all people who were not of their faith. In the capital city, things were not better. The city was full of angry and hungry soldiers. They walked through the streets with pride. They pushed peaceful people aside. In the markets, they took fruit and cooked food. They did not pay for it. The air itself felt heavy and tense. It seemed that trouble could begin at any time. Sometimes Ash wanted to leave his post. He wanted to take Julie away with him. He felt the country was becoming too dangerous for her. But he had promised the commandant to stay. He could not break his word. Now everyone knew that a British mission was already on its way to Kabul. It was led by Kavagnari Sahib. Soldiers from the Guide Corps went with him. Book 8. The Land of Kain. A single bird sat on a small pine tree near the top of the mountain pass. Its beak was open in the hot air. It was resting in the heat. Then it heard sounds from below. It opened one careful eye. The voices and the sound of horses were still far away. The bird was not afraid yet. But the sounds came closer. Soon it heard saddles creak and metal rings move. Many horses were climbing the hill path. The bird pushed its feathers flat and turned its head. It listened to the loud noise of many riders. There were almost 300 men. Less than a third were English. The others were Indian soldiers and Afghan troops. When the two men in front came into sight, the bird became afraid. It left its branch and flew away. It cried loudly as it went. The general saw that the important man riding next to him raised his hand. The man moved his lips as if he was speaking quietly. The general thought he was speaking to him.
I am sorry, the general said. What did you say?
That bird. Look.
The general looked where the man pointed.
Oh yes. A magpie. You do not often see them so high in the mountains. Is that what you were saying?
No. I was counting from 10 to 1.
Counting?
Major General Sir Frederick Roberts, called Bobs by his men, looked confused. Kavagnari laughed and looked a little embarrassed.
It is only a silly belief, he said. When you see a magpie, you count from 10 to 1. People say it keeps away bad luck. Do people do that in England? Or is it only something we believe in Ireland?
I do not know, the general said. I have never heard of it where I come from. But I think some people salute them. I mean magpies.
You did not salute that one.
No, I did not. Well, it is too late now.
It's gone. Anyway, I am not a very superstitious man.
I wonder if I am, Cavagnari said thoughtfully. I did not think so. But maybe I am. I must be, because I do not like that we saw that bird. Please do not tell my wife about the magpie. She would not like it. She has always believed such things are signs. She would think it is bad luck and she would worry.
No, of course I will not tell her, the general said lightly.
But the request surprised him. He began to think that poor Louis felt less sure about this mission to Kabul than people believed. If a small thing like seeing a magpie could trouble him, then he must already feel worried. Louis looked serious and deep in thought. Suddenly, he seemed much older. Major Cavagnari had come to Simla in early June. He wanted to talk with his friend, the Viceroy, about the Treaty of Gandamak and how to carry it out. He was also there to receive his reward. He had helped the new Emir, Yaqub Khan, agree to the treaty. When he left Simla in July, he had a new title. He was now Major Sir Louis Cavagnari, KCSI. He was chosen as Her Majesty's envoy and minister to the court of Kabul. He was a man who acted quickly. After he returned, he finished all his plans in a few days. As soon as everything was ready, the British mission started its journey to Kabul. A war had been fought to make this mission possible. Yet the group was surprisingly small. Louis was not foolish. The Viceroy, Lord Lytton, felt very sure the plan would succeed. He believed this mission was the first step to placing British power firmly in Afghanistan. He saw it as a great success for his policy. But Cavagnari was less confident. Unlike Lord Lytton, he knew the Emir's people well. His past work had given him much experience with them. He understood that many Afghans did not want a British presence in their country. He knew this plan was risky. He also knew that only a strong army could truly protect a British mission there. So he decided not to risk more lives than necessary. He kept the group as small as possible. Only 3 men went with him. There was William Jenkins, his secretary and political assistant. There was Surgeon Major Ambrose Kelly, the medical officer. There was Lieutenant Walter Hamilton, VC, who served as military attaché. Both Kelly and Hamilton were officers of the Guides. Hamilton led an escort of 25 cavalry soldiers and 52 infantry soldiers from the same corps. Apart from one hospital assistant and the needed camp followers, that was all. The camp followers included servants, syces, and other helpers who traveled with them. Cavagnari did not wish to reduce the Viceroy's excitement. But he told some close friends in Simla what he truly thought. He believed there was a strong chance he would not return from Kabul. He said the risk was 4 to 1. He added that if his death helped Britain fix its border firmly at the Hindu Kush, he would not complain. The small size of the mission disappointed Worley. He had imagined a large and impressive procession. He wanted something that would impress the Afghans and show the strength of the British Empire. To him, the small group looked like the government was trying to save money. Still, he comforted himself with another thought. Maybe the small number showed the power of the British Raj. Other nations might need many officials and a large escort to support their envoy. But Britain needed only a few men. And fewer men meant greater personal glory. Worley did not find it strange that Cavagnari chose the Kurram Valley and the Shootergarden Pass for the journey. This road was longer than the way through the Khyber. But it was safer and easier. Worley had already marched through the Khyber before. It had been a terrible experience. After the peace treaty, the army had withdrawn from Afghanistan along that road. Heat, drought, and disease had made the journey very hard. Many soldiers and animals had fallen and died along the way. The dead soldiers were buried in shallow graves beside the road. There was little soil, so the graves were not deep. But there was no time to bury all the dead mules and camels. Their bodies had been left where they fell. Worley knew the Khyber would still be full of bad smells and sad sights. He did not want to travel that way again. He hoped that time and weather would one day clean the road and cover the signs of death with dust and grass. Compared to that, the Kurram Valley must be like a paradise, even in that season. It was no longer part of Afghanistan. Under the treaty, it now belonged to the British. British troops were still stationed there. They had not withdrawn. Worley believed this would make the journey safe at least as far as the Afghan border. But he was wrong. The tribes did not care about treaties or agreements between governments. They did not respect peace plans. They attacked the army camps again and again. They killed soldiers and workers. They stole rifles, bullets, and animals. Some soldiers ran away and took camels from the camp. They did this even when guards were close by. Bands of fighters stopped caravans on the Shootergarden Pass. These caravans carried fruit from Afghanistan to India. The fighters stole everything. In July, a British doctor was killed with a knife. An Indian officer from the 21st Punjabis was also killed. His orderly died with him. This happened close to their escort. The escort rode a short distance behind them. Even General Roberts almost fell into the hands of men from Ahmed Kell. When the news reached London that the British mission was going to Kabul, John Lawrence spoke in fear.
"They will all be killed," he said. "Every one of them."
If the situation in the Kurram Valley showed anything, his fear was not strange. The future looked dark and uncertain. There was no real peace in the valley. To keep the mission safe, the army sent strong protection. There was a mountain gun unit. There was a squadron of Bengal Lancers. There were also 3 companies of Highlanders and Gurkhas. General Roberts came too. About 50 officers joined him. They wanted to show respect to the new envoy. They travelled with him to start the journey. With this strong escort, Sir Louis Cavagnari and his mission reached Qasim Kell. This place was 5 miles from the top of the Shootergarden Pass. It was only 3 miles from the Afghan border. Nearby stood high cliffs called Karatiga, or the White Rock. They camped there for the night. In the evening, they gave a farewell dinner for the general and his officers. The dinner was loud and cheerful. Men laughed and talked. But they all knew that the next day they would separate. No one knew what would happen in the future. The group went to bed late. The next morning, the Emir's representative arrived. His name was Sardar Kushdil Khan. He came with a squadron of the 9th Afghan Cavalry. He was there to lead the mission on the last part of the journey to the border. With him came the leader of the Ghilzai tribe. He was an old man with a thin face and grey beard. His name was Padshah Khan. When Worley saw him, he did not trust him at all. Worley also did not like Kushdil Khan. The man had a dark face and clever, watchful eyes. He did not look honest.
I would not trust either of them, Worley whispered to Surgeon Major Kelly. I would not trust them at all.
Kelly gave a small, tight smile. "We have no choice," he answered quietly. "Until we reach Kabul, they are responsible for our safety. They and their men must protect us." He paused for a moment. "I do not find that very comforting," he added.
The men who came with them looked strange. They rode small, strong horses. They wore old British uniforms. Some uniforms looked like they came from British dragoons. On their heads were old helmets from the Bengal Horse Artillery. They carried carbines and curved swords. Worley looked at them carefully. He thought his own guides could defeat them easily. They looked almost funny. Worley remembered school plays with better costumes. But their faces were hard and serious. They had thick beards. Their eyes were cold and sharp. Worley did not smile. He knew these men were brave and dangerous. They were not afraid. They did not show mercy. Like Major Kelly, he did not feel calm. These were the men the Emir trusted to keep peace in Kabul. They were also to protect the British envoy and his group.
If they try anything on the road, we can fight them, Worley thought. But there will always be more. There could be hundreds. There could be thousands. And we are less than 80 men.
As he rode toward Karatiga, he thought about Ash. Maybe Ash had not been too fearful about Kabul. Maybe Ash was right about the Emir's weak control. If this unhappy Sirdar, this wild Ghilzai chief, and this untidy group of horsemen were the best welcome the Emir could give, then the situation was very bad. Perhaps Ash had told the truth. Perhaps Worley had judged him wrongly. But even if Worley had believed every word, he would not have acted differently. Ash should have known that. However great the danger was, he would not change places with anyone. When he watched the soldiers who came with them to the frontier turn back and ride away, he felt truly sorry for them. They had to return quietly to the Kurram and stay there on guard duty. But he, Walter Hamilton, would ride forward toward adventure and the famous city of Kabul. The Afghan delegation had put up a tent on flat ground near the bottom of the Shooter-Garden Pass. There, the Emir's representative and the leader of the Ghilzais gave a large meal for Sir Louis, his group, General Roberts, and 50 British officers. After the meal, hosts and guests got back on their horses and rode together to the top of the pass. Carpets were spread on the ground there, and tea was served in glasses. The air at the top was cool and fresh. The high mountains and the quiet Lozère Valley far below made people feel happy and calm. Only someone very negative could feel sad in such a place. But the sun was already going down. Kushdil Khan asked the guests to move on and go down to the Afghan camp. There they exchanged polite words and said their final goodbyes. Then Roberts and his officers left the mission. Anyone who did not know the situation would think everything was easy and joyful. No one would guess that the two leaders felt any worry. Cavagnari had already become calm again after his earlier fear when he saw the magpie. Both men looked cheerful as they promised to meet again in the cold season. They shook hands and wished each other a safe journey. Then they turned and rode in different directions. After they had ridden about 50 yards, something made them stop. At the same time, they both turned and looked back at each other. Worley stopped his own horse and watched. The two men looked at each other for a long moment. Then they rode back quickly and, without speaking, held hands once more. After that, they parted again. It was a strange moment. For Worley, it felt disturbing. It took away some of the joy of that exciting day. When the group camped that night at the western side of the pass, he lay down with his carbine beside him and his revolver under his pillow. He did not sleep well. 5 days later, the British mission entered Kabul. They received the same honors that General Stolitov and the Russians had received before. The only differences were the size of the group and the national song that was played. Stolitov's group had been much larger and more impressive. The people of Kabul did not really welcome either group. But a public show is always interesting. As before, the citizens came out in large numbers to watch the free event. They wanted to see the elephants walk past. On the elephants sat another foreign envoy and his political assistant in gold seats. Behind them rode a small military escort. This time it was only 2 British officers and 25 cavalry soldiers. Whatever the crowd thought, Sir Louis had no complaints. The Afghan soldiers who stood along the road and kept the crowd's back saluted him as he passed. Their salutes were not perfect, but they tried. When he entered the Bala Hissar, the loud music of the military bands played God Save the Queen. The sound of the guns firing a royal salute was even louder. It was a very satisfying welcome. For him, it proved that his policy was right. It felt like the greatest moment of his life. The guns, the music, the friendly crowds, and the laughing children all added to this feeling. The officials who came with the decorated elephants were polite and kind. They welcomed him warmly and led him into the Afghan capital. All this made him sure that he had been right. He had insisted that the emir follow the Gandamak Treaty exactly. Now the emir had accepted a British presence in Kabul without delay. Well, that important moment was now here. It was clear that things would be easier than he had thought. As soon as he and his group were settled in their rooms, he planned to meet Yaqub Khan. He wanted to become his personal friend. He also wanted to know his ministers well. This would be the first step to build strong ties between Great Britain and Afghanistan. He felt sure everything would go well. The envoy was not the only one who felt happy about the welcome. Many people had come out to watch the mission arrive. The crowd seemed cheerful and friendly. The men with him also felt pleased. As Worley rode past, he looked carefully at the many faces. He hoped to see Ash in the crowd. He noticed that people looked excited and curious.
He thought to himself, Ash worries too much. When I see him, I will laugh about this. He said the whole city was full of anger. He said the Afghans hated us. He said they did not want foreigners in their capital. But just look at them. They look like happy children at a party. They are pushing forward to see everything.
Worley did not understand how true this thought was. The people of Kabul were indeed expecting something special. If he had turned around and looked behind him, he might have seen something different. The eager faces were changing. People began to look confused. They looked surprised. They saw that the British mission was only a small group of men. They had expected a much bigger and stronger show of power from British India. Now they felt disappointed. But Worley did not look back. He also did not see the face he hoped to find. Ash was not in the crowd that came to watch the arrival of Her Britannic Majesty's envoy and minister plenipotentiary at the court of Kabul. He did not want anyone from the visitors to see him. Someone might recognize him and look at him too closely. That could cause trouble. So he stayed away on purpose. Instead, he stood on the roof of Sardar Naqshband Khan's house. From there, he listened to the music of the bands and the sound of guns. The guns fired to welcome the envoy at the Shah Shahi gate of the Bala Hisar, the great fortress of Kabul. The air was still, so the sounds carried clearly. The Sardar's house was not far from the fortress. Like Worley, Ash was surprised in a good way by the mood of the people. Many walked past the house on their way to see the procession. They seemed calm and interested. Later, the Sardar came back. He had gone out with members of his family to watch the mission arrive. He said that many people felt disappointed. They had expected something much grander.
There were elephants, the Sardar said. But only 2. And they came from the emir's own elephants. We see them at many state events. There were only 3 sahibs besides Kavagnari Sahib. There were not even 80 soldiers from my old regiment. What kind of embassy is this? The Russian group had many more men. They wore rich fur coats and big leather boots. They had tall hats made from lamb skin. The front of their coats shone with rows of silver bullets. That was a great show. But this?
The Sardar held out his thin hand and moved it low in the air.
This was small. It was a poor show. The government should have planned better. Many people were asking how a government that sends so few men can pay the emir's soldiers what they are owed. And if they cannot pay.
What are you saying? Ash asked quickly. Where did you hear this?
I told you, said the Sardar. I heard it from the people near the Shah Shahi gate. I stood among them to watch Kavagnari Sahib and his men enter the Bala Hisar.
No, Ash said. I mean this story that the mission will pay the army's unpaid wages. The treaty did not say anything about that.
Did it not? The Sirdar said. Then I can only tell you that many people here believe it is true.
They also say that Kavagnari Sahib will pay the soldiers all their money. They say he will stop forced military service. They say he will lower the heavy taxes that have hurt our people for many years. Are these things not true?
They cannot be true, he answered. Unless there was a secret agreement, but I do not think so. The peace treaty was shown to everyone. It only says that the government of India will give the Emir money for 1 year. The amount is 6 lakhs of rupees.
The Sirdar spoke in a calm voice. Then maybe the Emir will use that money to pay his soldiers when he receives it. But remember, very few people here have heard of the treaty. Even fewer have read it. Also, as you and I know, many people in Afghanistan believe they won great battles in the war. They believe the armies of the Raj ran back to India and left many dead behind. If they believe that story, why should they not believe these new stories? It is possible that the Emir himself has spread these tales. Maybe he hopes the people will then allow Kavagnari Sahib and his men to come here without trouble. Maybe he wants them to stay safe, because no one wants to harm the man who brings money. As for me, I can only say that half of Kabul believes Kavagnari Sahib has come to buy what they need from the Emir. They think he will give money for lower taxes and freedom from military service. They think he will bring peace from the soldiers who have not been paid. For this reason, people were worried when they saw he came with only a small group. At once they began to doubt that he had brought much money with him.
What the Sirdar said troubled Ash. He had not heard these stories before. He went out into the city at once to see what people were saying. Half an hour was enough. He heard the same things everywhere. When he returned, worse news was waiting for him. His host told him that Munshi Bakhshia Khan, who was the acting British representative in Kabul, had died the day before.
They said he died of cholera, the Sirdar said. But I have heard a different story. Someone I trust told me in secret that he was poisoned. They say this was done so he could not speak to Kavagnari Sahib about certain matters he knew. I think this may be true. He knew many things and could have told the Sahib much. Now his knowledge is buried with him. He was not a friend of the late Emir. When he was given his position, many people in the Bala Hissa were angry. But he was clever and careful. He made other friends in the city. Some of them now whisper that his enemies planned his death. Still, I doubt the Sahibs will ever hear these whispers.
It was enough that Ash had heard them. The next day he chose to break a promise he had made to Anjali. He asked again for the position he once had in the city. He wanted to work as a scribe for Munshi Naim Shah. This man was one of the officials at the court and lived inside the Bala Hissar.
It will be only a few hours each day, Lala, he said when Anjali protested.
Her face was pale, and she said he was walking into danger for no reason.
I will not be in more danger there than I am here. Perhaps I will be safer. Half of Kabul knows that the Sirdar Sahib receives a pension from the guides. Because of this, his guests may be watched. But I have worked for Munshi Naim Shah before. Many people in the Bala Hissar know me. No one will ask why I am there. The fortress is like a large ant's nest. No one can say how many people live inside its walls. Every day many others come to work, to ask for help, to visit family, or to sell goods. I will be only one small ant among many.
But Anjali had been happy in Kabul during the spring and early summer. Now she was very afraid. The city and the land around it no longer felt kind and beautiful. They felt dark and dangerous. She knew that the whole valley often shook with earthquakes. The first small shake she felt was not strong, but later there were 1 or 2 strong ones. The tall house moved from side to side. The people of Kabul did not worry about earthquakes. They said it was normal. But Anjali felt cold fear each time the ground moved. When she looked from the window to the street, she did not feel safe. She saw the men who walked below. These men looked hard and wild. Their faces were thin and sharp. They had long rough hair and untidy beards. They carried guns, swords, and belts full of bullets. They were very different from the kind hill people she knew as a child in Gulcote. She remembered that there had been cruelty in Bither and in Carriedcote. Janurani and Nandu had done bad things there. But even so, those places now seemed more peaceful than Kabul. Most people there lived simple lives. They did not fight each other all the time. In Kabul, tribes fought against each other. Sometimes they fought against their rulers. There were blood feuds and sudden violence. The land felt full of trouble. Even the name of the great mountains in the north frightened her. They were called the Hindu Kush. That name meant killer of Hindus. She was a Hindu once. That thought made her heart shake. She knew the Sirdar's house was strong. Its walls were thick and the doors were heavy. The few windows to the street had wooden shutters and iron bars. But still she felt danger coming in from outside. It felt like dust that came through every small crack. It felt like the bad smells of the city that were always in the air. When she stood on the flat mud roof, or looked from the rooms she shared with Ashok, she saw the Bala Hisar above them. It rose high over the house. The great fortress stood on the hill and looked down at the city. Its old towers and long walls blocked the morning sun. They also stopped the cool wind from reaching the crowded houses below. Living under its shadow, Anjali's old fears returned. She had felt this fear when she ran from Bither. She had felt it for many days after that. Now the Bala Hisar was the center of her fear. She did not know why. It felt as if something bad came from that place. She could not bear the thought of her husband going inside it.
But why must you go there? Anjali asked. Her eyes were dark with fear. You can learn what you need in the city. You say you will come home every evening. But what if the people fight against their rulers? If that happens, the gates of the Bala Hisar will close. It will become a trap. You may not be able to come out. Oh my love, I am so afraid.
There is no need to be afraid, my dear, Ash said. He held her close and moved her gently in his arms. I will not be in danger. If I want to help my friends, I must know the truth. In the city, people tell many stories. Half of them are not true. I must also hear what is said in the palace. I need to know what the Emir and his ministers think. I must understand what they plan to do. The 4 sahibs in the mission will not learn these things. No one will tell them. Only I can do that. That is why I am here. But I promise you, I will be careful. I will not take foolish risks.
How can you say that? Anjali asked. Each time you go through those gates, you walk into danger. My love, I beg you.
Ash shook his head and kissed her so she could not finish her words. Then he left her and went to the Bala Hisar. He knew that the room where he would work looked down at the residency. It also looked over the compound where the British mission lived. The old fortress of the Afghan rulers stood on the steep side of a hill called Sher Darwaza. From there it looked over the city and much of the Kabul valley. Around it was a long outer wall, about 30 feet high. There were 4 main gates in this wall. Each gate had towers beside it. Old stone walls stood on top. Inside this wall were more walls. One of them surrounded the Emir's palace in the upper Bala Hisar. Higher up stood the fort. Above it, a long wall went around the whole Sher Darwaza hill. The wall climbed the steep rocks and followed the top of the hill. Soldiers stood in small guard towers along it. From there they could see the wide circle of mountains. They could also look down at the palace and the city. Below them lay the whole valley and the silver line of the Kabul River. The lower Bala Hisar was like a small town. Many officials and their families lived there. There were also workers, shops, and small markets. The residency stood in this part of the citadel. From his window, Ash could see the whole compound. He saw the servants' rooms and the storerooms. At the far end were the horses and the stables. Near them stood the Emir's large arsenal building. Just below Ash were the barracks. The barracks were long and strong like a small fort. Inside, rooms stood on both sides of a long open yard. You could enter through a large arch at one end. At the other end there was a heavy door. Behind that door ran a narrow lane. It separated the barracks from the residency houses. The residency had two houses facing each other across a square courtyard. The courtyard had walls around it. It was about 90 feet across. In the taller and nearer house lived Worley, Secretary Jenkins, and Surgeon Kelly. The envoy lived in the other house. His house had 2 floors. On the south side it was part of the outer wall of the citadel. The windows on that side looked straight down to the moat. From there you could see the valley and the far white mountains. Ash had the same view. The far side of the whole compound ended at a wall that dropped 30 feet. Beyond that wall lay open land, the river, the hills, and the great Hindu Kush mountains. But Ash did not care about the beauty. He watched the compound below instead. Sometimes he saw the envoy and his group. He watched their servants and the soldiers doing their work. He also watched the people who came to the residency, and he kept an eye on Worley's movements. Worley, like Anjali, did not like the Bala Hissar, but he had different reasons. He did not think it was dark or frightening. He thought it looked poor and badly built. He had expected a grand and beautiful place. He imagined something like the Red Fort in Delhi, but even better because it stood on a hill. Instead, he found narrow paths and old broken buildings. The walls were uneven and partly ruined. There were empty pieces of land where almost nothing grew. The residency also disappointed him. It was only a group of mud brick buildings inside a large compound. On 3 sides, houses stood on higher ground and looked down into it. On the 4th side was the south wall of the citadel. There was not even a proper gate. Only a weak mud wall stood between the compound and the nearby houses. Even a small child could climb over it easily. This meant there was no real privacy. Anyone could walk in without trouble. People could come to look at the soldiers. They could stand near the stables and watch the horses. If the barrack doors were open, they could even look through the long yard at the residency itself.
It is like a goldfish bowl and a rat trap together, Worley said that first afternoon.
He and the surgeon were looking at the place that would be the home of the British mission. Worley looked at the huge arsenal building. Then he looked at the tall Afghan houses with flat roofs. They stood above the compound and looked down at it. Behind them rose the palace walls and windows. Higher still were the strong heights of the Sher Darwaza.
Look at that, Worley said with shock. It is like we are living in the middle of a great arena. Everyone sits above us and watches us. They wait to see us fail. They can come in here very easily. But we cannot leave if they decide to stop us. It is enough to make a man afraid. We must do something about this.
What do you mean? Dr. Kelly asked quietly.
He was looking around in a different way. He noticed the drains, the smells, and the lack of clean systems. He checked the wind and the water supply. Worley only thought about defense.
We must make the place safe and ready to defend, Worley said at once.
Build a strong wall across the entrance to the compound.
Put a door in it that we can lock from inside. It should be iron if possible. Also put another door under the arch that leads to the barracks. Close both ends of the lane behind it. If there is trouble, we can stop people from reaching the residency. They would have to pass through the barracks first. And once we shut the gate, no one could enter the compound. Right now, we are easy targets. If someone wants to attack us, we cannot stop them.
Oh, come now. No one is going to attack us, the doctor said calmly. The Emir does not want another war. He knows that attacking us would cause one. He will make sure there is no trouble. Also, the Bala Hissar is his own place. While we are here, he is our host. Afghans take hospitality very seriously. They treat guests with care. So stop worrying and relax. And even if those people you mentioned on the rooftops decided to harm us, they could do it easily. They could shoot us one by one without any problem.
That is exactly what I mean, Wally said strongly. We are easy targets, and I do not like that. It is not wise to tempt dangerous people. Do you remember the officer from the Yeomanry Regiment in Peshawar a few years ago?
You mean old Brumby? Yes, I remember him a little. I thought he was dead.
He is. He died during a time of peace. The brigade was near the frontier for training. One evening he went out alone. He wore his bright red uniform because an important visitor had come from Peshawar. He stood outside and looked at the view. Then a tribesman shot him from far away. The tribal elders said they were very sorry, but they also said it was his own fault. They said he made himself an easy target. The man who shot him could not resist. They said there was no hate in it. They believed the British officers would understand.
Said the doctor. He looked up at the rooftops and the small windows that faced the compound. Yes, I see your point. But we have no choice, Wally. We must accept the situation. Let us hope that no one decides to aim at us. There is nothing we can do.
We will see about that, Wally answered firmly.
That evening the envoy and his group returned from their first official visit to the palace. Wally spoke about the danger to William Jenkins. Later he spoke to Sir Louis himself. But both men gave the same answer. Nothing would be done. As Ambrose Kelly had said, they would not change anything. It would be very rude to refuse the rooms given to them. And if they asked for stronger walls or gates, it would seem like an insult. It would offend the Emir and General Daud Shah, the head of the Afghan army. It would also upset many important officials in Kabul. The members of the mission could not build defenses by themselves. If people saw them doing that, it would show fear. It would look like they did not trust their host. That would offend the Emir. It might also give bad ideas to people who were peaceful before.
In any case, Sir Louis said, it is good that people can enter the residency easily. The more visitors we have, the better. Our first duty is to build friendly relations with the Afghans. I do not want anyone turned away. I do not want people to think they are not welcome. We must not appear distant or unfriendly. In fact, I said the same thing to the Emir today.
The Emir welcomed the British envoy and his group warmly. He showed great kindness and friendship. He seemed ready to agree to any request. When Sir Louis asked that his officers be free to receive visits from Afghan officials and leaders, the Emir agreed at once. Sir Louis returned to the residency in high spirits. He sent a telegram to the Viceroy. It said, "All well." Met the Emir and gave the presents. After that he wrote his first reports from Kabul. That night he went to bed feeling happy and confident. Everything was going well. He believed his mission to Afghanistan would be a great success. Wally was awake in his bed in the house across the residency courtyard. He was not happy. He had found that there were bedbugs in his bed. It was already unpleasant to see Russian names written on the walls of his room. Another foreign mission had stayed here before him. They were rivals. And they had not left long ago. That made him uneasy. Now he also had to fight bedbugs. This was too much. He hoped the Russian officer before him had suffered in the same way. He thought that if this was the best house the Emir of Afghanistan could give to important guests, then the rest of the Bala Hissar must be very poor. The house where he lay and the one opposite were both weak buildings. They were made of thin wood and plaster. Wooden pillars held them up. The envoy's house had only 2 floors. The other building, now called the mess house, had 3 floors. Wally and the other 2 officers lived there. Both houses had flat roofs. Stairs led up to them. But unlike the long barrack building, these roofs had no real walls around the edge. Wally thought he had seen better houses in many Indian markets. Later he learned something important. Tall stone buildings and marble towers are not safe in places where the ground shakes. In such areas, simple mud bricks, wood, and plaster can be safer, even if they are not beautiful. In the compound, there was very little stone. The main stone building was the long, single-story barrack block. Stone pillars held up a sloping roof over the veranda. They made a covered walkway on both sides of the open courtyard. The courtyard divided the Muslim soldiers from the Sikh soldiers. At first, the front archway of the barracks was open. Later, even though Cavagnari did not agree, Worley managed to add a second door there. He said it would help keep the place warmer in winter. The archway was about 10 feet deep. It was like a short tunnel. At the end of it, there was already a strong iron door with bars. Worley added another door at the outer entrance. This new door was not very strong. It was made of fresh wooden boards. Still, in an emergency, it would hide his men when they used the stairs. From this tunnel, 2 stairways went up inside the thick walls to the roof. There was another stairway at the far end of the courtyard. It was near the door that opened to the residency lane. Worley believed that if there was ever an attack, it would come from the front. So the hidden stairs near the archway were very important. They would help defend the barracks. And the barracks were key to protecting the residency. In truth, Worley did not think an attack was likely, but this was his first command on his own. He felt he must be careful. There were not many things he could do. Still, he had done something. And he planned to do more.
Once we are there, it will be our job to build good relations with the people, he had told Ashton Pelham-Martyn.
Now he began to do this with energy. He organized mounted sports. He knew the Afghans were excellent horsemen, so he invited them to compete with the guides. They took part in tent pegging. They tried cutting lemons from the ground while riding fast. They also tried spearing small rings with a lance. There were other similar games. The other men also worked to build friendly relations. Ambrose Kelly made plans to open a small medical center. The envoy and his secretary were very busy. They had informal talks with the emir. They met government ministers. They also received many visits from nobles and officials. Sir Louis made sure people saw him every day as he rode through the streets. At the same time, he gave a strict order. No one from the mission could go onto the roofs of the residency buildings. He also told workers to put large canvas covers over the barrack courtyard. He said this was to respect the people in the Bala Hissar. He did not want them to feel offended if they saw the foreigners resting outside. His cousin had congratulated him for winning the Victoria Cross and asked about Afghanistan.
This is an amazing country, Worley wrote to his cousin in India. But you would not think much of Kabul, Worley wrote. It looks poor and tired.
In the same letter, he told a funny story about a big sports event he had organized the day before. Many people came to the Pagal Gymkhana. He wrote in a cheerful way. He did not say anything about problems with the Harati regiments in the city. But the rider who carried this letter to the British post at Ali Kell also carried a telegram. All the mission's letters and messages passed through that place. The telegram was from Sir Louis Cavagnari to the Viceroy. In it he wrote that he had received worrying news. Several people told him about bad behavior from the Herat regiments who had just arrived. Some soldiers were seen walking in the city with swords in their hands. They spoke angrily against the emir and his English guests. Some people advised Sir Louis not to leave the residency for a few days. He called the foreign minister to speak with him. The minister said the reports were too strong and not fully true. So they both went out as usual. Sir Louis wrote that he believed the soldiers were unhappy. They had not been paid, and they were also angry about forced service. But the emir and his ministers said they could control them. The next day Sir Louis sent another telegram. This one was much shorter. He wrote that the situation was still tense, but a little calmer. He said the emir was sure he could keep discipline. However, every evening Sir Louis wrote in his private diary. At the end of each week, he sent it to the Viceroy. In the diary, He described the Harati soldiers arriving in Kabul. They demanded their pay loudly. They did not obey orders. Sir Louis thought about what the foreign minister had said. The minister promised that the soldiers would receive all their unpaid money within a few days. After that, they would go home. He also said that stories of theft and trouble were not true. He blamed only a few wild young men. But Sir Louis had his own sources of information. Several trusted people told him about serious bad behavior. It involved many soldiers, not only a few. He also heard that the troops refused to leave the city. Each man wanted every coin of his unpaid money placed in his hand. But there was not enough money in the treasury to pay them. This did not match the hopeful words of the foreign minister and the emir. In one way, Ash was right. Sir Louis did not fully understand how great the danger was. The envoy knew about the problems in Kabul. He was not ignorant. But he chose not to see them as very serious. He preferred to believe the minister's promise that everything was under control. He spent his time making plans to improve Afghanistan's government. He also thought about a tour in the autumn with the emir. He did not focus on the urgent problem. The emir's power was weak. Lawlessness and violence were growing in the Kabul Valley. Now this danger was moving toward the city. It even threatened the citadel itself.
He cannot know what is happening, Ash said. They are hiding the truth from him. He must hear it. You must tell him, Sardar Sahib. He will listen to you because you once served as a resoldier major with the guides. For their sake, please go to the residency and warn him.
The Sardar left, and Sir Louis listened carefully to everything he said. When the Sardar finished, Sir Louis smiled in a light way.
They can only kill 3 or 4 of us here, he said. Our deaths will be avenged.
When Ash heard this, he felt very angry. He believed that if there was trouble, not only a few men would die. The whole escort would be in danger. Many servants and camp followers had also come with the mission to Kabul. Ash was sure they would die too. Ash had not heard that Cavagnari once said he did not mind dying if his death helped Britain take control of Afghanistan. But even so, Ash began to worry. He wondered if the envoy was not thinking clearly. Maybe he saw himself as a man ready to die for the empire. The thought sounded crazy. He pushed it away at once. Yet in the days after that, the idea came back again and again. Sometimes Ash felt there was no other reason for the envoy's proud and calm way of ignoring all warnings. The Sardar was troubled by the rude and proud behavior of the Harati troops. He also feared for the safety of the guides. So he went again to the residency. He wanted to tell Sir Louis what he had seen and heard himself.
I do not speak from rumor, Your Honor, the Sardar said. I speak only about what I have seen and heard. These regiments walk through the streets with music playing and officers in front. As they march, they shout threats and ugly words at the emir. They also insult the Qazilbashi regiments. Because the Qazilbashis are loyal to the emir, the Haratis call them cowards. They say the Qazilbashis serve foreigners. They laugh and say they will show these men how to deal with foreigners. They even speak badly about you, Excellency Sahib. They say your name. I heard it myself. You must know this. It is a bad sign, and it should be stopped while there is still time.
But I do know, Cavagnari answered. His Highness the Emir has already warned me. He told me to stay away from the city until the trouble ends. And it will end soon. As for the Haratis, do not fear, Resoldier Sahib. Dogs that bark do not bite.
Sahib, the ex-Resoldier Major said in a serious voice, these dogs do bite. I know my people. There is great danger.
Sir Louis frowned for a moment. Then his face became bright again. He laughed.
I tell you again, Sardar Sahib, he said, they can only kill us. If they do, we will be strongly avenged.
The Sardar lifted his shoulders and stopped speaking.
It was useless to say more, he told Ash later. After I left him, I saw Jenkins Sahib in the courtyard. I followed him and asked to speak with him alone. We walked near the stables in the cavalry lines. There I told him the same things. When I finished, he spoke in a sharp voice.
Did you tell Governor Sahib this? He asked.
I said that I had just spoken to him, the Sirdar continued. I also told him what Kavagnari Sahib answered. Jenkins Sahib was quiet for a short time. Then he said, "What the envoy says is true. The British government will not suffer by losing 3 or 4 of us here. Now I ask you, what can one do with men like that? I have wasted my time. It is clear they do not want to be warned."
Ash did not have much more success with Worley. He met him several times. It was not difficult. Sir Louis liked to welcome visitors and keep his house open. The residency was always full of Afghans. They left their attendants in the courtyard. These men talked with the residency servants and the escort soldiers. So it was easy for Ash to mix with them. He could send a message to Worley and arrange a meeting in a quiet place. After their first meeting, they made a simple code to send messages. Worley was always truly happy to see Ash. He listened with great interest to everything Ash said. But he never tried to pass this information to Sir Louis. The Commandant had spoken about this problem earlier in Mardan. He knew it could cause trouble. Before Worley left, the Commandant gave him clear orders. He said the envoy would have his own ways to get information. It was not Lieutenant Hamilton's duty to add more. If Worley believed Sir Louis did not know something very important that he had learned from Ash, he should tell William Jenkins. Jenkins was the envoy's secretary and political assistant. He would decide if Sir Louis needed to hear it.
"I tried that the other day," Worley said with regret. "I will not do it again. Will almost took my head off."
Told me that Sir Louis knew much more than I did about what was happening in Kabul. He told me to go away and play with my soldiers, or something like that. And of course he is right.
Ash moved his shoulders and said in an unfriendly way that he truly hoped so. He felt worried and afraid. He was troubled by the strange things people were saying and doing in the city. He was also afraid for Worley and the guides. But most of all, he feared for Julie. There was cholera in the city. No one had become sick yet in the Bala Hissar or in the quiet street where Naqshband Khan's house stood. But in the poor and crowded parts of Kabul, many people were ill. One day Ash heard new bad news. A friend of the Sirdar told him. The man was a well-known Hindu, and his son worked for the Emir's brother, Ibrahim Khan. He said the sickness had started among the unhappy troops. If cholera had not also been spreading across half of India that year, Ash would have taken Anjali away at once. He would have left Worley and the guides without thinking twice. But there was no safe place to take her. The disease was everywhere. So he decided it was safer for her to stay where she was. With luck, the sickness would not reach their part of the city. And when autumn came, the disease would become weaker. Still, it was a time full of worry. Ash grew thin because of the strain. It became harder and harder for him to speak to Worley about the dangers around the mission. With his mind full of fear for Julie, he also found it difficult to sit and listen to Worley talk about his newest poem. Worley had visited the village of Bemaru. That was the place where the Great Kabul disaster of 1841 had begun. After that visit, he wrote a long and very boring poem. One afternoon Ash had to sit and listen to it. Worley walked up and down the room and read the lines in a loud voice. Only Worley or his loving family could think it was great poetry.
"Everything has changed," Worley said proudly. "But we can still see signs of the past. They show us the places where people died. They show us where terrible crimes happened. The broken houses stand there. They throw long shadows over the grass. Under that grass lie the English soldiers. They faced a terrible fate. Very few people before or after them have suffered like that. They were killed by treachery. They did not die in open battle."
There was more in the same way in the poem. The poet had worked very hard on it. He felt quite happy with the result. So he felt surprised and a little upset when Ash only said it was strange that the 4 Europeans in the residency called themselves Englishmen. One of them was Scottish. 2 were Irish. The 4th was half Irish and half French. This comment showed that Ash was thinking about something else. He did not really listen to the best parts of the poem. Even so, Worley felt more comfort than he wanted to admit. His friend spent much of each day in a house behind the residency compound. It made Worley feel better to know this. He only had to look at one window to see if Ash was there. Each morning, when Ash arrived at work, he put a cheap blue and white pottery jar in the window. There were flowers or green leaves in it. He placed it between the 2 middle bars. It was a sign that he was still in Kabul and had not left the city. Even without Ash's information, Worley could see that life in Kabul was getting worse each day. He knew that the servants and the escort soldiers no longer went alone to the river. They did not even go in pairs. They went in groups and carried weapons. Even the Muslim men did not like to walk alone in the city. The Sikhs and Hindus were in even more danger. It was very risky for them to be seen in the streets. So when they were not on duty, they stayed inside the compound. What Worley did not know was that Ash had already done something small to reduce some of the anger against the foreigners. It was not a big matter. But it was risky, and Ash had no real right to take that risk. Still, it had helped. He joined the horse sports. He rode a borrowed horse. He dressed like a Ghilzai tribesman so no one would know him. He won several events. The people of Kabul were pleased. They had felt angry about how well the guide's soldiers performed. They believed the contests were made to show that the Sahib's army was better than their own men. Ash was very skilled in this kind of sport. His success helped make things more equal. But he did not dare to do it again. He still heard people speaking in low voices. Their words worried him. The talk in the bazaars worried him even more. At last he went to the Sardar's Hindu friend. The Sardar said this man knew what happened inside the houses of important men. Ash asked him to visit the residency. He wanted him to speak to Sir Louis Cavagnari about the growing anger in the city.
His Excellency has spoken only with Afghans, Ash explained. Who knows how much truth they have told him? Maybe it helps them to say that everything will be fine. But you are a Hindu. Your son works for the Emir's own brother. He may listen to you carefully. If he believes you, he may take steps to protect himself and his men.
What steps? The Hindu asked. There is only one that might help. He should close this mission and return to India at once. But even then, I am not sure they would reach India safely. The tribes might attack them on the way.
He would never do that, Ash said.
No, the Hindu replied. But there is little else he can do. He must know that these buildings cannot be defended if there is an attack. If he answers warnings with brave words, maybe he is not foolish. Maybe he is wise. He knows his words will be repeated. If he speaks boldly and without fear, it may make angry men stop and think. In his position, that is wisdom, not foolishness. I have visited him before. If you and the Sardar wish, I will go again. I will try to make him understand how much anger there is against the mission. But I think he already knows.
The Hindu made the promised visit that same day. This time he did not see the British envoy. Afghan guards stood at the entrance by order of the Emir. They were there, they said, to protect the British mission. But they refused to let him enter. They spoke badly to him and threw stones at him as he left. I was hit several times, the Hindu reported.
When they saw me lose my balance, they laughed. This is no longer a safe place for men like me. It is not safe for foreigners either. I think it is time for me to leave Kabul for a while. I will go south and visit my family.
He had clearly said that he would not try again to see Sir Louis. A few days later he left Kabul, just as he had promised. But the story about how the Afghan guards treated his friend troubled Sardar Naqshband Khan very much. It upset him almost as much as it upset Ash. After his own bad visit to the residency, the Sirdar had also promised not to go there again. Yet he went back. Sir Louis welcomed him in a polite way. But he quickly said that he already knew everything about the situation in Kabul. He said he did not need more information. He added that he was happy to see the former Risolda Major. However, he was very busy and did not have much time for social visits.
Yes, of course, the Sirdar said politely. I understand that Your Honor has many ways to get information. You know much about what happens in the city, but I think you do not know everything.
Then he told Sir Louis about a well-known and respected Hindu man. This man had come to the residency because he wanted to speak with Sir Louis. The guards did not let him enter. They threw stones at him and shouted insults. Sir Louis listened. His eyes burned with anger. Even his thick black beard seemed to move as he grew angry.
"That is not true," he said in a harsh voice. "The man is lying."
The Sirdar did not feel afraid of Sir Louis's anger.
If Your Honor does not believe me, he said calmly, you can ask your own servants. Some of them saw the guards throw stones at the Hindu man. Many of the guides saw it too. You only need to ask. Then you will learn something else. You are almost like a prisoner here. What is the use of staying if you cannot meet men who only want to tell you the truth?
The idea that he was not free hurt the envoy deeply. Pierre-Louis Cavagnari was a very proud man. Many people thought he was too proud. He believed strongly in his own ability. He did not like it when people criticized him. The Sirdar's story hurt both his personal pride and his position as the Queen's representative in India. He wanted to believe it was false.
But he answered in a cold voice that he would look into the matter.
He then sent the Sirdar away. After that, he called for William Jenkins. He told his secretary to find out at once if anyone inside the residency had seen such an event. William returned in 15 minutes. He said the story was true. Several servants had seen it. 2 grasscutters had also seen it. 12 soldiers from the escort had seen it too. Among them were Jemidar Jiwand Singh of the Guides Cavalry and Havildar Hassan of the Infantry.
"Why did no one tell me before?" Cavagnari demanded. His face was white with anger. "By God, I will punish those men. They should have reported it at once. If not to me, then to Hamilton, or Kelly, or to you. And if young Hamilton knew and did not tell me, tell him I want to see him at once."
"I do not think he is here now, sir," William said. "I believe he went out about an hour ago."
"Then send him to me the moment he returns. He has no right to leave without telling me. Where has he gone?"
"I am afraid I do not know, sir," William answered.
"You should know. I will not allow my officers to leave the residency whenever they wish. They should have more sense than to ride around the city at a time like this. Not that I believe."
He did not finish his sentence. He waved William away. Then he sat and stared ahead. He pulled at his beard with thin, angry fingers. But Worley was not riding around the city for pleasure. He had gone to meet Ash. They planned to meet on the hill south of Kabul. There, Emperor Baber is buried. It was the 18th of August. It was Worley's birthday. He was 23 years old. The last resting place of Baber, known as Baber the Tiger, was in a garden with high walls. The garden stood on a hill to the southwest of the Sher Darwaza. Baber had taken the land of Cain only a few years after Columbus found America. Later, he conquered India and began a great empire. That empire still existed in Ash's lifetime. In Baber's time, the garden was called the Place of Footsteps. He loved this place very much. He died far away in India, in Agra. But before he died, he gave clear orders. He said his body must be brought back here and buried in this garden. His wife, Bibi Mubaraka, did as he wished. She went to Agra to take his body. Then she brought him back through the mountain passes to Kabul. Now the garden was called the place of Baber's grave. Few people came there at this time of year. Ramadan, the month of fasting, had begun. The garden was also a pleasure park, so no one would think it strange if the young Sahib who led the foreign envoy's Indian guard came to visit. It would also not seem strange if he spoke with another visitor there. In truth, Ash and Wally were alone in the garden. The day was hot and cloudy, but it had not rained yet. A hot wind pushed slow clouds across the valley. The wind lifted dust into the air. Because of the dust and heat, most people in Kabul stayed inside. A small stream flowed in a straight stone channel. It passed the worn marble stone and the broken parts of a pavilion that marked Baba's grave. The wind blew leaves into the water. Dust moved in small circles between the trees and flower bushes. It also blew through the carved wooden arches of a small mosque. The mosque was simple and open on the sides. Like the grave, it needed repair. Only one man had been praying there that day. When he stood up and came outside, Wally saw that it was Ash.
"What were you doing in there?" Wally asked after they greeted each other.
"I was saying a prayer for the tiger." "May he rest in peace," Ash said. "He was a great man. I have been reading his life story again. I like to think his bones are under this grass. I can sit here and remember his great life. I think about the things he saw and the things he did. He took many risks. Come. Let us move out of the wind."
There were many other graves in the garden. These graves were simple and less important. Stone markers stood in the dry grass. Some were still straight. Many leaned to one side. Others lay partly hidden on the ground. Ash walked past them. He stopped for a moment by Baba's grave. Then he led Wally to a flat place protected by bushes. There the wind was weaker. Ash sat down on the dusty grass with his legs crossed.
"Many happy returns of the day, Wally."
"So you remembered," Wally said, and his face grew red with pleasure.
"Of course I remembered. I even have a present for you."
Ash searched inside his robe. He took out a small bronze horse. It was an old Chinese piece of art. He had bought it in the Kabul bazaar. He knew Wally would love it. Wally did love it. But Ash was not pleased about something else. Lieutenant Hamilton had ridden out to meet him without proper protection.
"For God's sake, Wally! Are you mad? Did you not even bring your scythe?"
"If you mean Hossein, no. But do not worry so much," Wally answered. "I gave him the day off. Instead, I brought one of our troopers, Soa Timus. You do not know him. He joined after your time. He is a very good man and very brave. The Cote Daffodar says he is a Shahzadar, a prince of the Sadozai family. That may be true. He knows everything about Kabul and its people. Because of him, we left without trouble. No Afghan soldiers followed us. He is outside now with the horses. If he sees anyone coming here, he will tell me at once. Now please be calm. Do not worry like an old hen."
"I still think you should have brought at least 3 sowars," Ash said angrily. "And your scythe as well. I would never have agreed to meet you here if I had known you would ride out without a proper guard. Do you understand what is happening around us?"
"That is not a nice way to speak to a man on his birthday," Wally said with a wide smile. "Yes, you old fool, we do understand. We are not as stupid as you think. That is why I came quietly with only Timus. If I rode out with many armed men, people would notice. It could make the local people angry."
"That may be so," Ash replied, still upset.
"But I understand the Emir himself has advised your chief to avoid riding through the streets for a time."
"Through the streets, yes. His Nibs thinks it is better if we are not seen in his city just now. But there are no streets here. And this place is far from the city. Anyway, where did you hear that? I thought Sir Louis was told that in private. He would not want everyone to know about it."
I do not think many people know, said Ash.
I heard it from our old pensioner, Resolder Major Naqshband Khan. He heard it from Sir Louis himself.
Did he? Wally said softly.
He lay back on the grass and closed his eyes.
And I suppose you told that old rascal to visit the residency and warn us. He said the city was full of rough boys from Herat. He said we must stay indoors or they might shout bad names at us. They might even make rude signs. I should have guessed it was your idea. Do not tell me it is all part of your duty. I know that already. But today is my birthday. Can we not forget politics and intelligence work for once? Let us talk about something pleasant.
Ash wanted that very much. But he forced himself to speak seriously.
No, Wally. We cannot. There are important things I must tell you. First, you must stop these horse games between your men and the Afghans.
Wally quickly sat up. He looked shocked and angry.
Stop them? Why? The Afghans love them. They are excellent riders. They enjoy competing with my men. We always have a big crowd. It is a good way to make friends.
I understand why you think that, Ash said.
But you do not know how they see it. To them, it feels different. They are offended. The problem is that your sowars are too skilled. The men of Kabul say you arrange these games to show you can easily beat them. When your riders cut a lemon in half with a sword, they think it shows how you would cut down an enemy. When your men lift a tent peg from the ground with a lance, they think it shows how you would attack them. They believe the enemy in these games is the Afghan people. I have stood in the crowd and listened to them speak. If you had heard their words, you would not talk so easily about friendship. Instead of helping, you are making them more angry. And they are already very angry.
Well, that is too much. Wally cried. So that is why you dressed in old clothes that day. You even won prizes for the Afghan side. I could not understand what you were doing. I almost.
He stopped because he was too upset to finish. Ash looked ashamed.
I did not do it for fun, he said. I hoped it would make things calmer. I thought it would help balance the feeling in the crowd. But I did not think you would know it was me.
Not know you, Wally said. I know how you ride. I know every trick you use. Holy smoke. You are the mad one. Do you understand the danger you were in?
It is easy for me to see you, he said. But I can promise you something. I am ready to bet a year's pay against a bad orange that every Jawan in the escort already knows who you are.
I would not take that bet, Ash said with a small smile.
I think they know even more than you believe. But they also know how to keep quiet. For example, have any of them told you that when they go outside the citadel, the Kabulists do not only insult them, they also say very bad things about you, about Kelly and Jenkins, and most of all about Cavagnari. No, I can see they have not told you. And you cannot blame them. They would feel ashamed to repeat the words people say in the bazaars. That is unlucky for you. If they spoke openly, you might learn something useful.
God, what a people, Wally said with disgust. That Sikh soldier was right after all.
What Sikh? Ash asked.
A Havildar from the 3rd Sikhs, Wally answered. I spoke to him one day in Gandamak. He was angry about the peace treaty. He did not like that we were taking the army out of Afghanistan. He thought we were all mad. He asked me what kind of war this was. He said, Sahib, these people hate you and you have defeated them. He said there is only one way to deal with such devils. He said we should crush them completely. Maybe he was right.
Maybe, Ash said. But there is no use talking about that now. The reason I came here is more important than your riding games. I have spoken about this before. This time you must talk to Jenkins about it, even if you do not want to. As I told you, the Emir has let people believe that the mission is here only to give money and help everyone. In simple words, people think you are here to hand out rupees like a rich cow that anyone can milk. Almost everyone believes this story. So Sir Louis should ask the Viceroy to let him act in that way. He should ask for enough money to pay the soldiers what they are owed. This may be the only thing that can stop a serious crisis. The situation is close to breaking. The soldiers from Herat are hungry and angry. If they receive their unpaid wages, they will leave Kabul. When they are gone, the troublemakers in the city will calm down. Then the emir may have a better chance to control his country. People may begin to respect his authority again. I am not saying that money will solve all his problems, but it will help him stand for a while longer. It may stop everything from collapsing, and it may also protect your mission.
Worley was quiet for a short time. Then he spoke in an angry voice.
It would cost a huge amount of money, he said. I do not see why we should pay the soldiers of a country we fought against. They were our enemies. Many of them are asking for back pay. If we pay them, we would be paying them for the time when they fought against us. We would be paying men who killed Wigram. And others of our men too. No, that is wrong. It is a terrible idea. You cannot truly mean it.
But I really mean it, Worley.
Ash's face was serious. His voice was hard and low. Worley heard something in it that surprised him. It was fear. Real fear.
It may sound terrible to you, Ash continued. I am not even sure it will work. Maybe it will only help for a short time. But it will remove the danger for now. It will give your mission some time to breathe. That alone makes it worth trying. Cavagnari needs time more than anything. And he will not get time unless he pays for it.
So you are saying he should call those angry devils and pay them? Worley asked.
No, Ash said firmly. I am not saying he should pay the Herati soldiers himself. Those regiments never fought us. They even think we did not win a single battle. But I believe he can push the Viceroy to send money to the Emir at once. The money should be enough to pay the soldiers what they are owed. It would not even be a gift. It could be part of the yearly payment promised in the peace treaty. That payment is 6 crores a year. That is 6 million rupees. Even a small part of that would clear the Emir's debt to his army. If the money does not come soon, the whole Afghan army will face a hard choice. They will either starve or steal. And I promise you, they will steal. The Herati soldiers have already done that. You would do the same if you were in their place.
That may be true, but, Worley began.
There is no but, Ash said. Hunger can make people do strange things. I know this from my own life. I wish I could speak to Cavagnari myself. But I promised the Commandant that I would not. So we must depend on young Jenkins. He is the political assistant, after all. You must tell him. Say you heard it from old Naqshband Khan. Say anything. Just make sure he understands.
He meant Ambrose Kelly, who his friends called Rosie. Ash frowned. His voice sounded sharp. Worley laughed. They did not speak about politics again. Instead, they talked about nicer things. They spoke about books and horses. They spoke about friends. They spoke about hunting in the cold season. A strong wind suddenly blew through the bushes. It lifted dust into the air. Worley began to cough. A few drops of rain fell with the dust. He quickly stood up. He laughed again and took Ash's hand. He made a sign of promise with his hand.
But please make him understand that this is very serious. It is dangerous. If Cavagnari does not know this yet, he must know it now. And you, Worley, you must stop these games and sports. You must warn the Rosebird. Tell him to stop his plan for a free clinic. People in the city are already talking. They say the Sahibs want to poison anyone who goes there. The black curse of Shilai on them, Worley said with deep feeling. May the devil take those fools. He can have them. When I think about all we wanted to do for them, I feel angry. We wanted to help them have a better life and fair laws. And we still will. But they do not thank us.
Maybe they do not want help from foreigners, he said. Accept money. Money is the only thing that can help the Emir and his people now. It is also the only thing that can save the foreigners in the residency. If the soldiers get paid, you may escape with only small injuries. But if they do not get paid, I would not trust the safety of the mission. I would not trust the future of the Emir either.
You are not very cheerful, Wally said with a crooked smile. Will you tell me next that every mullah here is calling for a holy war?
Strangely, no, Ash answered. Only a few. There is one angry man near Herat who speaks loudly. And there is a loud Farka here in the city. But most of the mullahs are calm. They are trying to keep peace. It is sad that they do not have a better Emir. I feel sorry for him. But he is not as strong as his father. And his father was not a great ruler either. What Afghanistan needs now is a strong man. Another Dust Mohammed.
Or a man like that one over there, Wally said. He nodded toward Barber's tomb.
The tiger? God forbid, Ash said strongly. If he had been in charge, we would never have passed Ali Masjid. That is a man you should write a poem about. An ode to a dead emperor. Here lies Barber, great emperor. May his name live forever. Let the earth rest lightly on him.
I will try to write about Barber after I finish my poem called The Village of Bemaru. It is still difficult for me. Do you remember that Christmas at Moala? Wally asked. Do you remember the evening when we shot 8 teal together? 7 of them fell into the river. We had to go into the water to get them because the hunter could not swim. Do you remember? Glory be. I think it will rain. That is good news. We need heavy rain, but not so much that the whole place turns into mud. Now I must go. It is time to return to my duties. If I stay away too long, my chief will be angry. I will see you next week. Before that, I will speak with William. I will think about stopping the sports. But I still believe you worry too much. Do not walk with me to the gate. Timus is waiting there. Peace be with you.
And with you, Ash replied. You foolish Irishman. And please stop riding around the countryside alone. It is too dangerous.
Too quick, too sudden, Wally said in a dramatic voice. Ah, go away. You are a pessimist. I do not know how I stay friends with you. Do not worry. I will be careful. Next time I will bring many armed men with me. Will that make you happy?
I will only be happy when you and Kelly and the others are safely back in Mardan, Ash said with a tired smile. But for now, I will accept the armed men. Do not move without them.
I promise, Wally said cheerfully.
He raised his arm like a Roman soldier and walked away. He sang Kathleen Mavourneen in a strong and happy voice. He looked as if he had no worries at all. The storm did not come until almost sunset. Only a few drops of rain fell before that. Wally returned to the residency with small wet spots on his clothes. He felt cheerful. But when he arrived, his good mood ended. A message was waiting for him. It said he must go to Sir Louis Cavagnari at once. The order had been sent more than 2 hours earlier, so Sir Louis was not pleased. Sir Louis felt hurt and angry. He was upset because Afghan guards had treated a Hindu visitor badly. No one had told him about it. He was angry with everyone who had seen it and stayed silent. He was especially angry with the officer in charge of the escort. That officer should have known what happened. He should have reported it at once to Sir Louis or to his secretary, Jenkins. If young Walter knew and said nothing, Sir Louis planned to speak to him strongly. If he did not know, then he should have known. His Indian officers should have told him about the bad treatment. The Hindu man had only come to show respect to the British envoy. Sir Louis also wondered about other visitors. Had other people been turned away by the Afghans? Was this the only man, or just the last one? He wanted answers immediately. When they tried to find Lieutenant Hamilton, he was not there. This made Sir Louis even more angry. Worley had never seen his leader truly angry before. He always thought Sir Louis was calm and strong. He learned very quickly that he was wrong. Sir Louis spoke to him in a cold and hard voice. He did not speak lightly. He asked many sharp questions one after another. At last Worley could answer. He said he did not know about the problem with the Hindu visitor. He promised to speak firmly to his men. He said he would tell them they must report such things at once. He also tried to explain why they stayed silent. He said they may have wanted to protect Sir Louis. Such an event brought shame. It was shameful that the Afghans treated a guest badly. It was also shameful to speak of it and cause embarrassment to the British officers.
But I will speak to them, Worley said. I will make sure they understand.
That will not be needed, Sir Louis said in a cold voice. I will make sure this does not happen again. Go at once to the Afghan guard. Tell them I no longer want their service. They are dismissed and must leave immediately. See that this is done. Then place a double guard of your own men. Now send Jenkins to me.
Sir Louis gave a short nod to show Worley could leave. Worley saluted and walked out. His legs felt weak. He felt as if something heavy had hit him. Sweat ran down his face and neck. It was not only because of the heat. He wiped his face with his handkerchief. Then he took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He shook himself like a dog after water. After that, he went to find William and dismiss the Afghan guard. The Afghan guard commander did not agree at first. He said Worley had no right to send them away. He said his men were there by order of the Emir. He said they were there to protect the foreigners. But Worley spoke Pashto very well. Ash had made sure of that. He still felt hurt from Sir Louis's hard words. He was not ready to accept any foolish behavior from the Afghans. Just as Cavagnari had shouted at Worley and shown his anger, Worley also felt better after he shouted at the Afghans and told them to go away and leave them alone. The Afghans did not stay. After that, Worley spoke strongly to his Jawans. He told them it was wrong to stay silent when someone insulted them or the British mission. But their answers shocked him. They told him that many people in Kabul shouted bad words at any soldier or servant from the Residency who went into the city. They also explained why they had not told the Sahibs before.
We were ashamed to repeat such words to you, said Jemadar Jiwan Singh for the guides.
Later, Worley's bearer, Fat Pur Boksh, said the same thing for the servants who had come with the mission to Kabul.
I wonder if the chief knows what is happening, Worley said later that evening.
He was speaking with Dr. Kelly while a storm crashed over Kabul.
I mean the bad feeling against us, he continued. Against the mission. And all the trouble they are making in and around the city.
The doctor lifted his eyebrows but stayed calm.
Of course he knows, he said. He has spies everywhere. Do not be foolish.
He did not know about the Afghan guard turning people away, Worley said.
He looked worried.
None of us knew until today. Not the four of us. But the others knew what was happening inside our gates. Did you know that our men get insulted when they go into the city? I did not. Now I wonder how much our men have kept from us. And how many of the stories we hear are true. Do you think the chief really knows?
I am sure he does, Rosie said firmly. He always knows what is going on. Nothing escapes him. So stop worrying. He is a great man.
I am not worrying, Worley said, his face turning red. And I am not afraid. But today I learned something else. The people here think the riding games I organize are only to show that our regiments are stronger than them. They believe we want to show we can easily defeat them. So they feel angry about it.
That is foolish, Rosie said calmly. Who told you that?
Oh, just someone I know, Worley answered.
You should not believe every silly thing you hear, Rosie replied. Maybe your friend only heard a man who lost in the competition. Perhaps he missed the target and felt embarrassed. So he blamed the guides and complained because he was jealous.
At first I thought that too, Worley admitted. But then I learned all these other things from our men this evening. Now I am not so sure. Because?
Well, this same man told me other things too. And he was right about them. There is one more thing he said. It may also be true. He said you should stop your plan to open a free clinic for the Kabylis. People are already saying it is only a trick. They say you want to poison people instead of giving them real medicine.
Well, that is too much.
The doctor said loudly. Then he began to laugh.
Nonsense, my dear boy. It is complete nonsense. I have never heard such silly talk in my life. You can tell your friend that I said so. Tell him to use his head. It is very clear that the man was joking with you. Or maybe he wanted to make you afraid. Even the most narrow-minded enemy could not believe something so childish. They must have some sense. They cannot be that foolish.
But Worley still looked worried. When he spoke again, his voice was very low. It was almost lost in the sound of the wind and rain. He sounded as if he was thinking aloud.
But he was right about other things. And they are narrow and hard people. They hate us. They truly hate us.
Now stop that. You are making a small problem into a big one.
Ambrose Kelly said. He moved his finger at Worley in warning. Then he picked up his old tin of tobacco. He emptied his pipe and filled it again. It was his way of ending the talk. Worley gave a small, shy laugh. He leaned back in the cane chair, which made a soft noise. The worry of the last few hours slowly left him. His body and mind began to relax. Rose's hopeful mood helped him feel calm. The soft smoke from the pipe moved gently in the air. It made him feel peaceful. Outside, the windows were closed and covered. Lightning flashed across the sky. Thunder rolled over the hills. The wind and rain shook the thin house. In the next room, water fell into a tin bowl. One of the doctor's servants had placed it there under a leak in the roof. The oil lamps bent and flickered in the moving air. Wind came in under the doors and around the window frames. Worley watched the flames with half-closed eyes. He listened to the rain with relief. He thought about what William Jenkins had said earlier that evening. They had spoken about the unpaid soldiers. They had talked about whether to pay them at once, or at least promise that the government of India would pay them soon. William had agreed this would probably be necessary. He had told Worley a secret. The Viceroy had already said he was willing to do it.
Everything will be all right, my boy. You will see, William said. There is very little that happens in Kabul that the chief does not know. He has already made his plans. He knows how to deal with this problem.
William believed strongly in the envoy. He thought his chief knew everything in Kabul. In many ways, he was right. Sir Louis was well informed. Every week, he sent a diary to Simla. In it, he wrote about events in the city. Anyone who read it would see that he understood the unrest in Kabul. Sir Louis and Lord Lytton both knew what was happening, but they did not seem very worried. Lord Lytton was so calm that he waited 10 days before he sent Sir Louis's report to the Secretary of State. He sent it without any comment. It seemed like he thought it was nothing important. Sir Louis also knew that the people of Kabul expected him to pay the money owed to the Afghan army. He learned this early and told the Viceroy at once. But he did nothing about it. Even when the Viceroy sent a telegram and offered money to help the Emir, Sir Louis did not act. The offer was not only kindness. Lord Lytton hoped that if the Emir accepted the money, the British government could later ask for changes in the way the country was run. Still, the offer was real. The money was there. It could have solved the problem of the angry Harati soldiers. It could have reduced the hatred and unrest in Kabul. Yet Sir Louis did not ask for it. Perhaps he did not want to pay soldiers who had recently fought against the British. But he never explained his reasons. Not even to William, who read and decoded all his private messages. This silence troubled William. To him, the Viceroy's offer seemed like a gift. It looked like a quick and simple way to solve a difficult problem. It could help the Emir and calm the city. William never thought that Sir Louis would refuse such a chance. August passed, and still Sir Louis said nothing. He did not accept the offer. He did not even talk about it. Each day, there were more signs of anger in the city. People were growing more upset. There were also rumors that soldiers inside the Bala Hissar were unhappy. William heard this from Walter Hamilton. It was only a rumor, but it worried him. Were the soldiers inside the Bala Hissar truly loyal? Or were they like the Heratis? Was the Emir playing a double game? The Emir had been very angry about the sentries who threw stones at a Hindu man. But he was not angry with the sentries. He was angry with Sir Louis for dismissing them. He was also angry with Lieutenant Hamilton, who carried out the order. William thought about this often. Did the Emir really plan to travel to the northern borders in autumn with Sir Louis? Would he leave Kabul behind with unpaid soldiers and clever ministers who made secret plans? Sir Louis spoke about the journey as if it was certain. He showed no doubt. William Jenkins admired his chief deeply. He was loyal and full of respect. But as summer ended, small doubts began to grow in his mind. At night, when he could not sleep, he wondered. Had Sir Louis's recent promotion changed him? Had it made him less careful? Was he now missing dangers that he would once have seen clearly? Wild horses could not make the envoy's loyal secretary speak such a thought aloud. But he felt more and more confused. He did not understand why his chief refused to see what was clear to many people in the mission. People outside the mission also saw the danger. Visitors like the Sardar Naqshband Khan had given clear warnings. Each day passed, and the tension in the city did not become less. Still, Sir Louis did not change his way. He spent his time thinking about changes in the government. He made plans for his next tour. He even spoke about shooting partridges on the Charman, the wild grassland in the valley. The Emir had warned him to be careful. Yet Sir Louis rode out every day with Afghan guards. He wanted the people of Kabul to see him. William could not understand this. He knew his chief well. Sir Louis did not respect foolish men. Sometimes he looked down on others too much. That was part of his nature. William remembered a dinner in Simla. Someone had spoken about Cavagnari. The man said he could imagine Cavagnari acting like a French officer at a famous battle. At that battle, the French officer had called out that the French guards never fired first. At the time, William had laughed and agreed. He had admired Pierre-Louis Napoleon even more. Now he remembered how that story had ended. The British soldiers had fired first. Many French guards had fallen at once. Their officers were killed or hurt. Without leaders, the rest of the men ran away. That man in Simla had been right, William thought. Louis Cavagnari could easily make the same kind of proud gesture. He was brave and very proud. He believed strongly in himself. He did not respect weaker men. Only last week there had been trouble in the city. It began with a quarrel about a woman. 4 sawars of the guides were involved. Some people attacked them. They were saved, but only with difficulty. After this, Sir Louis told young Hamilton to keep his men out of the city. He said they must wait until people were calmer. But a few days later another fight happened. This time it was his own orderly, an Afridi named Din. Din had served him for many years. He was not afraid of anyone. Some Afghan soldiers said bad things about his sahib. Din became angry and attacked them. He hurt several of them before others stopped the fight. A formal complaint was made to Sir Louis about the injured soldiers. Sir Louis said he was sorry, but his words were cold. Then he rewarded al-Din. He also made sure that people knew about the reward. That will not make him popular with the Afghans, William thought that evening. But does he care? Not at all. William sat in the envoy's office and worked on official letters. After the fight, there was much to do. He looked at the wall without really seeing it. He thought about the local women. Some of the men secretly brought them into the compound. They had been warned many times not to do this. One day it would surely cause serious trouble. But it was hard to know how to stop it. He began to write again. Then he saw that the ink on his pen was dry. He dipped it into the ink bottle and continued his work. In the mess house across the courtyard, Worley was also writing. The dak rider would leave at dawn for Ali Kell. He would carry the residency post bag. Anyone who wanted their letters to reach home had to give them to the head chaprasi that night.
Worley finished his last letter. Then he picked up the clean copy of his poem, The Village of Bemaru. He wanted to send it to his parents. He believed it was one of his best poems. He had spent half the afternoon improving it. Still, he read it again before sending it. Yes, it is not bad at all, he thought with quiet pride. Yet to die brave to the end, as they did, and keep their English name. Even now their old enemy says this openly. Ash would laugh at the word, "een." But Ash was not a poet. He did not understand how hard it was to make the lines sound right. Sometimes a poet had to use short forms like "een" or "wert." Regret would be strongest, if not for pride. Worley frowned at that line. He bit the end of his pen. He tried to think of a better way to say it. But no other words came to him. Anyway, even Ash must agree that the ending was quite good.
He read the poem aloud and felt happy with his own words.
How England's fame shone brighter as she fought and took back lost honor and rose at last from her bad times, supreme, for God and right were on her side.
He smiled and read the last lines again. He moved his pen like a conductor with a baton. He reached the word supreme and then suddenly stopped. He remembered that Ash would not like the last line. Ash had often spoken about England's actions in Afghanistan. He said they were wrong and unfair. He had told Worley this many times. Ash would never agree that God and right were on England's side. In his opinion, England had no right to go into Afghanistan. He believed England should not have attacked the country. He would say that God, or Allah, should be on the side of the Afghans. Ash would say many strong words about it.
Oh, forget Ash, Worley thought in annoyance.
He put the poem into the envelope with the letter. He closed it and wrote the address. Then he placed it in the tray for outgoing mail. After that, he went to dress for dinner. Sir Louis Cavagnari had also worked at his desk for most of the afternoon and evening. He wrote in his diary. He prepared letters and telegrams to send to Ali Kell. In recent days he had begun to feel more relaxed. One night, 150 Harati soldiers in the city had died from cholera. It was shocking news. But it also helped him in an unexpected way. The soldiers were very afraid after so many of their friends died. They agreed to take part of the money they were owed. They also accepted 40 days of leave to go home. They hurried to the Bala Hissar and gave back their weapons. They did not even wait for their official papers. They left the city quickly. As they marched away, they shouted angry words at the commander-in-chief, General Daud Shah. He had come to watch them leave. For Sir Louis, this situation was very good. These soldiers had caused many problems. He had worked hard to look calm and confident. He had acted as if their bad behavior did not worry him. In truth, it had worried him a great deal. He had never been afraid of the Harati soldiers. He thought they were just rough and noisy men. Still, he felt relief when many of them received their money and left the city. He had always believed the emir and his ministers would pay them in the end. He knew they had no other way to remove such a dangerous problem. Sir Louis understood that fear of cholera was also an important reason for their departure. Money alone was not the only cause. Not all the Herati regiments had gone. Some were still camped outside the city. Some of these men were even helping to guard the arsenal. This did not seem very wise. But the Emir had told Sir Louis that these men were carefully chosen. He said they were friendly toward him. Sir Louis believed this probably meant they had received some payment. There was still the Ardal regiment from Turkeston. There were also 3 orderly regiments. These soldiers had not been paid for many months. They also wanted their pay. But they did not behave badly like the Heratis. General Daud Shah told them to wait a little longer. He promised they would receive their money at the start of September. Because of this promise, Sir Louis felt more hopeful about the future. It was unlucky that Ramadan began in the middle of August that year. Ramadan is the holy month when Muslims fast. During this time, people cannot eat or drink from sunrise until sunset. In the heat and dust of August, this was very hard. Men who had no food or water all day often became angry easily. But August would end soon. That long and busy summer would also end. During that time, Major Cavagnari had become Sir Louis Cavagnari. He now had a high title and an important position. Only one more week remained before September began. Sir Louis looked forward to autumn. He heard that autumn was one of the best seasons in Kabul. Spring was more beautiful, when almond trees had white flowers. The whole valley looked white with blossoms. But autumn had its own beauty. The leaves of poplar and fruit trees turned yellow, orange, and red. Vines, walnut trees, and willow trees changed color. Snow slowly moved lower on the mountains. Many wild birds flew south over the Hindu Kush mountains. In the bazaars, people would sell apples and grapes. There would be corn, walnuts, and red chilies. Hunters would find small birds in the fields and on the hills. When the weather became cooler, people would feel calmer. The envoy smiled as he thought about writing this in his diary. He put down his pen and stood up. Then he walked to a window that faced south. He looked across the dark plain. Far away, he saw the white mountain peaks. A short time before, they were pink in the sunset light. Now they looked silver under a sky full of bright stars. The big storm from the week before was gone. After it, there were several hot and windy days. The wind dried the puddles and filled the valley with dust. Yesterday it rained again. This time the rain was light and gentle. It was the last rain of the monsoon season. Now the air felt clean and cool. The night was full of sound. After sunset, people could eat again. The city was alive as families shared the evening meal of Ramadan. The darkness was full of noise, like bees in a hive. Cavagnari listened and felt pleased. From the residency compound, he heard many happy sounds. He smelled wood smoke and cooked food. There was also the strong smell of horses. Someone was playing a flute in the king's garden behind the residency. From higher up the hill came soft music from drums and sitars. A woman was singing an old song about Kabul. Drink wine in this city of Kabul. Pass the cup around. Below his window, the wall of the citadel went down into the dark. Its shadow covered the road. From there he heard horses walking on the hard ground. He also heard footsteps and voices. A group of travelers was hurrying toward the Shahi gate. Only the dark open land and the high mountains were quiet and still. Cavagnari breathed in the cool night air. He heard steps on the stairs and spoke without turning.
Come in, William. I have finished the letters for the post. You can put the code book away. We will not need it tonight. There is no reason to send another telegram to Simla. There is nothing new to tell them. They will read everything in the next diary. What day do we send it?
On the morning of the 29th, sir.
Good. If something important happens before then, we can send a message. But I think the worst trouble is past. Most of those difficult men from Herat have gone home. Now take the letters. I must change for dinner.
Half a mile away, on the roof of Naqshband Khan's house, Ash also looked at the mountains. He thought the worst was over too. After heavy rain last week and more rain yesterday, fresh snow lay on the high hills. The air was cool tonight, and it felt like autumn. So the sickness in the city would soon end, or it had already begun to end. Like Sir Louis, Ash felt hope when the angry regiments left the city. If only the Emir would pay the rest of his soldiers what he owed them. Or if the sickness made them leave. Or if the British envoy asked the government of India to lend money to the Afghan treasury. Then the Emir could pay the troops. There was still a real chance that the mission could succeed. Perhaps the angry people of Kabul would become calmer. Maybe they would not trust the British, but they might at least accept them. With time, they might even feel some respect. Time was what Cavagnari and the Emir needed most. Ash still believed that only money could give them that time. Yet if the Emir found money to pay the Herat soldiers, Ash thought,
then he can find money for the others too. By now he must understand that he has no choice. He must get the money somehow, even if he has to take it from rich nobles, merchants, or moneylenders.
He spoke the last words aloud without knowing it. Anjali was sitting close beside him, her head on his shoulder. She moved and spoke softly.
But rich people do not give money gladly. If the Emir takes it by force, they will take it back from the poor. They always find a way. We know this. So how will this help the Emir? If he makes the soldiers calm, but angers the nobles and the rich, he will also make the poor hate him. Then the trouble will not end. It will grow.
That is true, my wise heart, he said quietly. It is a hard problem. Until it is solved, there will be no peace in Kabul. And there will be even less peace for those in the residency compound or in the palace of the Bala Hissar.
Anjali trembled when she heard that name. His arm held her more tightly. He did not speak again. He was thinking about Worley. He had not spoken to Worley since the afternoon they met in the garden of Baba's tomb. But from the window of the Munch's house he had seen him many times. He saw him walking inside the residency compound and doing his work. They must meet again soon. But now it would not be easy. Before, it had been simple. Then Cavagnari had made the Emir angry by asking him to remove the Afghan guards. After that, the 4 European members of the mission could not leave the compound alone. Afghan cavalry always rode behind them, as well as their own escort. Because of this, Worley could not go anywhere by himself. He could not even stop to speak with an Afridi he met by chance. Still, Ash's work in the Bala Hissar helped him. Recently he had learned something that the residency did not yet know. From the 1st of September, the British mission must collect food for their horses themselves. Before, the Emir gave them grass and dried fodder. Now he would stop doing this. In the future, the guide's own grass cutters must go out and find what they needed. For safety, mounted soldiers would go with them. So it would not seem strange if Worley rode out with the group. Afghan guards would also be there to watch him. But after the first few days, they might not watch so closely. Then Ash might be able to speak with Worley without making anyone suspicious. In this way, the two of them hoped to meet once or twice before the end of Ramadan. They prayed that, by then, the anger and trouble in the streets of Kabul would grow weaker and slowly stop. At least one man had no doubts about this. Sir Louis Cavagnari believed the trouble was already ending. On the 28th day of the month, he told William to send a telegram to Simla. The message said that everything was fine at the Kabul embassy. 2 days later, Sir Louis wrote a private letter to the Viceroy, who was his friend. He said he had no problems with the Emir or his ministers.
His power is not strong in all parts of Afghanistan, Sir Louis wrote. But I believe he will be a good ally. I think we can make him keep his promises.
The only other letter sent that day was a cheerful postcard from Worley to his cousin in India. He signed it with only his first letter. The card sounded happy and full of life. William had to seal the mailbag, so he saw the last words. They surprised him. Worley had written, "Write to your cousin in exile, goodbye, and now farewell till."
Well, that is a fine way to start autumn, Worley said angrily. You would think those fellows could have warned us earlier. It is not fair at all.
Oh, come on, William said. They know we have our own grass cutters. They do not have to give us food for our horses. Still, they have given it to us for free since we arrived. Now we are settled here. It is only right that we look after ourselves.
I suppose you are right, Worley said. But His Imperial Afghan Highness could have told us before. He could have said that the supplies would stop at the end of August. Instead, he waited until the 1st of September to tell us that we must find grass for our horses ourselves. We cannot do that at once. Not in this country. If we are not careful, we could get into trouble. We must know where we are allowed to go. Even more important, we must know where we must not go. We cannot decide that in 5 minutes.
You mean I must decide it, William said with a small smile. It will be my work, not yours. But we have enough grass for 2 more days, I think. The last load should last until the day after tomorrow. So I do not understand why you are worried. I will speak to the chief about where our grass cutters can go. They can start working again on the morning of the 3rd. You will need to send a guard with them, I suppose.
There is no suppose about it, Worley said. They will not move one step without a guard.
Is it really that bad?
You know it is, Worley said. For weeks now, the camp followers have been afraid to leave the compound alone. They only go out in groups. And they prefer to have 1 or 2 soldiers with them, especially Muslim soldiers. Even my Sikh and Hindu men do not go out much now. Did you not know that?
Of course I knew, William said. What do you think of me? I may be older than you, but I am not weak or blind. Still, I hoped things would be calmer after many of those noisy men from Herat took their pay and left.
Maybe it is a little better, Worley said. But it is too soon to feel the change. I would never send the grass cutters out alone. Someone must watch them and keep them safe. In fact, I may go with them at first, to make sure everything is fine. We do not want them to run back in fear with no grass, just because someone shouted at them and threw a stone.
Then he went away to talk about the questions that came after the sudden news. The news said that from now on the residency must feed its own horses. The decision surprised everyone. But except for the short notice, it was not unfair. William had said there was no good reason for the Afghan government to give food for the horses of the British mission. This was even more true because the guides had their own grass cutters. Those men could easily cut grass for the horses. Worley understood this. He was not angry about the rule itself. He was only upset because the news came so suddenly. To him, it felt rude. He thought the residency should have been told earlier. They could have said from the start that this help was only for a short time. They could have said it would end in August. Still, after some thought, he did not dislike the change. In fact, he began to like it more and more. Now he would have a reason to ride into parts of the valley and the lower hills that he had not yet seen. It would also give him more chances to meet Ash. He was walking back to the mess house after his morning check of the stables and the lines. On the way, William met him and told him about the new rule for the horse food. So Worley turned around to tell his cavalry officers. He crossed the residency courtyard again. He passed the guard at the gate and went into the narrow lane between the residency and the barracks. The door to the barracks was open. But he did not walk through the Jawan's courtyard. Instead, he turned right down the lane. Then he turned left and walked along the north wall of the barracks. After that, he crossed the dry, dusty ground toward the stables. The stables stood at the far end, under the shadow of the arsenal. As he walked, he looked up at the tall houses beyond the compound wall. The sun was bright, and he narrowed his eyes. The houses stood on higher ground. Their small windows had bars. They looked like watchful eyes looking down from high mud walls at the strangers below. No one who saw him look up would think he watched any one window for long. He did not seem interested in the houses. But in that short look, he saw something important. In one window, there was a blue and white pottery jar. Inside it was a small branch with leaves. As he walked on, he wondered if Ash already knew about the new rule. Would the guides send out their own grass cutters from now on? Where would they be allowed to go? And had Ash also seen this as a good chance for them to meet again? The last load of horse food from the Emir had been large. Jemedar Jawand Singh was the senior Indian officer of the cavalry. He believed the food would last for 2 or 3 more days. He said the grass cutters did not need to go out until the 3rd day.
But we must think about winter, Jawand Singh said. They say snow can lie 4 feet deep in the valley. We will need a large store of fodder. For that, we need more space.
Let us worry about today first, Jemedar Sahib, Wali said lightly. It is only the first day of autumn. Snow will not come until late November. But I will speak to the Burra Sahib tonight. I will tell him we need another storehouse. We will also need land to build it on.
Over there, Jawand Singh said. He moved his head toward a closed piece of empty land. The place was called the Kulai Firangi. It lay just beyond the compound. Only a low mud wall separated it from them. It would be good to get permission to build there, he continued. If we build on that land, we can close it. Now many lazy men and thieves use it to come near this compound. They enter whenever they want. Also, if we ever need to defend ourselves, that land would help us.
Wally turned quickly and looked at the empty ground. His eyes showed strong interest. He had always felt uneasy about how easily people could enter the compound.
That is a very good idea. Why did I not think of that before? Not walls. Storehouses. Strong, well-built sheds. Maybe a few more rooms for servants too. I wonder.
He thought about the problem for some time. At tea that day, he spoke about it with Rosie. She agreed with him. She said the compound would be much safer if there was only one way to enter. It would be better if the entrance was narrow and had a strong gate. Now there were many small streets and a wide open slope where even cattle could walk in.
And no one could accuse us of insulting our hosts, Wally said slowly. If we ask to build a shed to keep food for the winter. And maybe a few more rooms for servants. That would help with the crowding.
Not servants' quarters, Rosie said thoughtfully. A big dispensary. I really need one. Yes, it is not a bad plan. And if the chief agrees, dash.
Of course he will agree, Wally said. Why would he not? He cannot feel happy living in such an unsafe place. He did not want to upset the Emir by asking for strong walls around the shop. I understand that. But this idea is different. If anyone can convince the Emir, it is the chief. They get along very well. They talk together almost every day. In fact, they are talking together now. We need more storage space anyway. So everything should be easy. I will try to speak with the chief when he comes back from the palace. He is always in a good mood after he talks with the Emir.
But as William's favourite poet and fellow countryman had so truly said, the best laid schemes o' mice and men gang aft egg dot. Sir Louis came back from the palace much later than usual. He was in a very bad mood. Wally saw this at once. He decided it was better to stay quiet. This was a time for junior officers to be silent and not ask questions. When Sir Louis usually visited the palace, he stayed about an hour. He always came back happy. This was especially true when he spoke with the emir about their planned tour in the northern provinces. Both men had been excited about this tour. Tonight they were going to agree on the last details. The day of departure was already fixed. Many plans were already in motion. But now the emir had suddenly said he could not go. Yaqub Khan said it was impossible for him to leave the capital. There was serious trouble in the country. He asked how he could travel when even his own soldiers in Kabul could not always be trusted to act properly. Some provinces were openly fighting against him. His cousin, Abdurrahman, lived under Russian protection. He was planning to march on Kandahar and take the throne. His brother, Ibrahim Khan, was also working against him for the same reason. The emir said he had little money and weak control. If he left Kabul even for 1 week, he believed he might never return as ruler. He said he was sure his good friend Sir Louis would understand his problems. He believed Sir Louis would agree that they must cancel the tour for now. Many people might think Sir Louis would agree. He knew about all these problems. He had already written about them in official reports. But he did not agree. He felt very upset. He had imagined the tour as a grand journey. It would show the friendship between Britain and Afghanistan. It would also quietly remind people that Britain had won the recent war. He had spent much time planning it. Now the emir's sudden change of mind made him angry. He also feared he would look foolish. He had written to many officials about the tour. William had written to some of them for him. When they learned the tour would not happen, they might laugh at him. Because of this, he argued with the emir. He tried hard to change his mind. But nothing worked. Yaqub Khan would not change his decision at all. At last Sir Louis felt he might lose his temper. So he ended the meeting and returned to the residency. He was far from happy. Worley noticed everything. He understood this was not the right time to suggest new plans. He said nothing about building new storage sheds or a small clinic inside the compound. Instead, he only asked William if he had found a place to get fodder for the animals. William had good news. They could take all the grass they needed from the Charman. This was open land used for grazing. It covered a large part of the Kabul plain. Someone had suggested they begin near the village of Beni-Hissar. It was not far from the citadel.
I told them our grass cutters will go out on the morning of the 3rd, William said. That is the day after tomorrow. They asked because they want to send a guard with them. Of course, we will send our own guard too. But it is better if their men are there as well. We do not want villagers to say later that our men went into their fields and harmed their crops. If a group of Afghan cavalry are watching, that should not happen.
Worley agreed with him. He did not like Afghan soldiers following them. But he knew their presence was useful at times like this. The villagers would not dare to throw stones if soldiers were near. Still, Worley decided to go with the grass cutters himself. He wanted to be sure they stayed away from any farmland. He also wanted to look at the land around them. He planned to watch the Afghan guard carefully. He wanted to see how easy it would be to meet and speak with Ash during these trips. He thought it would become easy after some time. At first, everything was new and interesting. But later, going out to collect grass would become normal work.
There is no need for him to come on the first day, Worley decided. Our men will go out every other day. The Afghan soldiers will soon get bored. After that, it will be very easy.
The next day, Worley had another idea. He thought Ash could ride past Beni-Hissar on the morning of the 5th. Ash could look at the place and understand the situation. Worley had already seen that Ash was working at the Munch's house. So he walked to a fruit seller near the compound. The man had a small stall there. Worley bought 6 oranges. Later, he put 5 oranges in a straight line on his dressing room window. Then he carefully closed the shutters behind them. The window looked over the roof of the Sikh quarters in the barrack block. It also faced the stables and the far end of the compound. The bright oranges stood out against the white shutters. They could be seen from far away. There was no need to tell Ash what to do. If Ash did not already know where Hamilton Sahib was going, he could easily find out. If he could leave his work, he would come. If not, he would come next time. The next time would be the 7th. There was a good chance the Afghan guard would not be there that day. The 7th was a Friday, the Muslim day of prayer. With luck, the soldiers would be in a city mosque. Sir Louis was still in a bad mood at breakfast. Many people came to see him during the day. Some wanted jobs. Some complained about the Emir or his ministers. These visits kept him busy until late. After that, he went to shoot birds with a local landowner. Because of this, Worley had no chance to speak about the sheds. He was not very sorry about that. He still believed it was a good plan. But he felt Sir Louis might reject it in his present mood. Instead, he spoke to William about it. William was a civilian. He was also very busy at that time. He did not care much about military matters. To a soldier, these things were very important. William knew that the British mission was in a weak position. He understood that their living place was not safe. The Emir had given them this place, but it was not strong or well protected. Still, William believed they could not defend it by force. He thought military defense was impossible. Like Cavagnari, he believed they must trust other methods. They must use careful diplomacy. They must slowly build good relations. They must reduce fear and anger. They must try to create friendship. Above all, they must look brave and confident. These actions might save them. Strong walls of brick and plaster would not help much. They might only delay an attack for a short time. Because of this, William was not as excited about the sheds as Worley hoped. But he promised to speak to Sir Louis about it. He thought Sir Louis might agree. Even without danger, they would need more animal food for winter. In winter, Kabul would be covered in deep snow. There was still enough time before that season came. William's calm reaction made Worley feel a little sad. But he told himself that if Sir Louis agreed, and if the Emir gave permission, the sheds could be built quickly. Once they were ready, he would feel much better. He was responsible for his men. Their safety and health depended on him. And they were responsible for everyone in the residency compound. They protected all the people there, from the envoy to the lowest worker. Later, he walked back to the mess house after he spoke with Jemidar Jawand Singh about the food party. He looked up at the Munsh's house. He felt happy. The pottery jar with green leaves was not in the middle of the window now. It stood on the right side. That meant yes. If it was on the left side, it meant no. Worley walked back to the residency and whistled the minstrel boy. When he reached his rooms, he took away the 5 oranges from his dressing room window. He had put them there earlier that day. That evening the envoy went to shoot birds. He took his secretary with him. Lieutenant Hamilton and Surgeon Major Kelly did not go. They were not invited. Instead, they rode out with 2 sowars and some Afghan guards. They followed the Kabul River to the place where the old British camp once stood near Sherpa. The day was warm and the sky was clear. There was almost no wind. But a little wind lifted the dust and made the air light and grey. The sunset was very beautiful. Worley had never seen such a sunset before. He had only known Kabul in summer. He never understood why Ash thought the city was so lovely. He believed it was because Ash was in love. Ash had lived there with Julie. When people are in love, they often see places as more beautiful than they are. The snowy mountains were impressive. But to Worley, they were not as beautiful as Nanga Parbat. He remembered seeing that great mountain at dawn from a hill above Baramulla. He also thought Kashmir was more beautiful than the land around Kabul. Kashmir had lakes with lotus flowers. It had small rivers with willow trees. There were many flowers, trees, and old gardens. But now everything looked different. It was as if his eyes were open for the first time. Kabul no longer looked dry and empty. It looked wild and wonderful. The beauty was strong and surprising. It took his breath away. The sunset mixed with dust and smoke from cooking fires. The whole valley turned gold. The hills close by rose from this golden light. Behind them stood high mountains with sharp white tops. They stood one behind another in shining layers. The last light of the day made them glow. They shone brightly against the pale sky. The tall mountain peaks looked like towers of a great city. They could have been part of a city from a dream. They could even have been the walls of heaven.
And the city was pure gold, like clear glass, Wally said softly. And the walls were covered with many beautiful stones.
What did you say? Rosie asked, turning to him.
Wally's face became red.
Nothing, he said quickly. I mean, it looks like the holy city in the Bible. The part in Revelations. I mean the mountains. It talks about jasper and topaz and amethyst. And gates made of pearl.
Rosie looked back at the view. He was a more practical person than Wally.
It looks like a magic scene in a theater show, he said. Pretty, Rosie added. I never thought this place could look so beautiful. I always thought it was hard and empty.
Ash used to talk about a mountain called the Diakima, Wally said slowly. That means the Far Pavilions. I never understood before.
His voice became quiet.
Are you talking about Pondé Martin? Rosie asked with interest.
He was a friend of yours, wasn't he? Rosie asked.
He is, Wally said shortly.
He did not want to say Ash's name. Now he felt angry with himself for saying it. Rosie had never worked with Ash, but he knew other men who had. He could ask questions about where Ash was now. Wally did not want that.
People say he is a remarkable man, Rosie said. I met him only once. It was in 74. He came to Mardan with a bad cut on his head. I had to treat him. That was the year after I joined the guides. I remember it well. He did not speak much. But he was not well at that time. As soon as he was strong enough, they sent him to Rawalpindi. I heard he had been to Kabul. So maybe the mountain he told you about was one of those there. They are wonderful mountains, aren't they?
Wally nodded. He did not correct Rose's words about the Diakima. He said nothing more. He looked out at the wide view of the Hindu Kush. He saw every part very clearly. He noticed every small hill, every narrow path, and every high peak. It was as if he looked through a strong telescope. Or as if he saw it with the eyes of God. Suddenly he understood something. This was one of those moments a person remembers all his life. There was no special reason. But it would stay in his mind forever. Other moments that seemed more important would fade away. The light slowly grew weaker. The valley filled with shadow. The high snowy peaks shone bright red and gold. Wally thought about how beautiful the world was. He had never understood it before. The world was full of wonder. People might try to damage it. But every bush and even every stone still shone with life.
It is good to be alive, Wally thought.
A strong feeling of joy filled him. His heart felt light. For a moment he felt he would live forever. A quiet cough from one of the sawars broke his thoughts. Wally remembered that other people were there. It was Ramadan. The escort and the Afghan guard wanted to return quickly. They needed to say their evening prayers before sunset. After that, they could eat again.
Come on, Rosie. Let us race to the river, Wally said.
He turned his horse away from the old buildings. He made the horse run fast. Laughing, he rode back toward the Bala Hissar. The great building stood dark against the golden evening sky. Ash left the citadel a little later than usual. As the small group of guides rode in through the Shah Shahi gate, he passed them. Worley did not see him. The sun was still in the sky, but the Bala Hissar was already in shadow. Under the dark gate, the air was full of dust and smoke. Because of this, Ash walked by without anyone noticing him. He heard Kelly speak.
"That is a bottle of wine you owe me, young Walter," Kelly said. "And I will be glad to drink it. I am very thirsty."
And then they were out of sight. Ash was also very thirsty, because as Syed Akbar he had to keep the fast. The day had been long and tiring for everyone who worked for the Munshi. One of the regiments inside the Bala Hissar, the Ardal Regiment, had only recently come from Turkestan. They asked for 3 months of pay. To everyone's surprise, they were told they would receive the money the next morning. The Munshi was ordered to arrange this payment. Ash and the other writing men worked hard all day. They made long lists of names and ranks. They wrote down how much money each man must receive. They also calculated the total amount that must be taken from the treasury. If they had more time, the work would not have been so hard. But there was very little time. They also had to work while fasting. Most of the day they sat in a small, hot room with no fresh air. It was very tiring. There was no usual rest at midday. By the time the work ended, Ash felt weak and very thirsty. He took the blue and white jar from the window and went back to the Sardar's house and to Anjali. Even so, he felt great relief inside. Suddenly he had new hope and strong confidence about the future. The payment to the Ardal Regiment meant something important. It showed that the Emir and his ministers finally understood the danger. A hungry and angry army was more dangerous than no army at all. Even though they said they had no money, they decided to find it before another regiment rebelled. This was a big step in the right direction. To Ash, it was a very good sign for what would come next. He also felt happy about Worley. Worley's signal showed that they were thinking in the same way. This made Ash almost as glad as the news about the regiment. He was pleased they would meet again soon. Now that the danger of rebellion against the foreigners in the citadel was ending, they could speak again about pleasant things. The news about the pay moved through Kabul like a fresh wind. It pushed away the anger and dark mood that had filled the city for a long time. Ash could feel the change clearly. He stood in the shadow under the Shah Shahi gate and let Worley and Dr. Kelly ride past. He heard Worley laugh at something the doctor said. The boy's happiness touched him, and his own spirits rose. He forgot his tiredness and thirst. He walked with lighter steps along the mud road under the outer wall of the citadel. Then he went through the narrow streets of the city. For the first time in many months, the evening air felt calm and peaceful. The envoy and his secretary also returned in good spirits from shooting partridges. The sport made Sir Louis forget his bad mood. For a time, he also forgot that the Emir had suddenly cancelled the autumn tour. Sir Louis was a very good shot. The landowner who arranged the hunt told him there would be many more birds when the weather became cooler.
"If that is true," Sir Louis said at dinner that night, "we will have plenty of duck and teal and roast goose during the cold months."
Turning to Worley, he asked about the group of men who would go out to look for food the next morning. Worley said that Lieutenant Hamilton planned to go with them to make sure they did not go to the wrong places. Sir Louis was pleased with this plan. He also suggested that Surgeon Major Kelly should go too, to be extra careful. Rosie said he would be very happy to go. Worley had to agree, but he did not like the idea. If Rosie often went with him, it would be hard for him to meet Ash. Still, he decided to think about that later. Right now, he wanted to talk about a more important matter. They needed food for the animals for the winter. They would also need more sheds to store it. But Sir Louis had started speaking to Dr. Kelly about shooting ducks later in the year. Then they talked about hunting in County Down. They also spoke about people they both knew in Ballynahinch. After that, everyone joined the talk. When the meal ended, Sir Louis went to his rooms in the envoy's house to write in his diary. So Worley had no chance to speak about the sheds that night. Even if he had spoken, Sir Louis might not have liked the plan. He was in a very good mood that evening. Before dinner, A trusted agent had given him welcome news. The Ardell regiment would stand together the next day to receive all their unpaid money. This news made Sir Louis very happy, just as it had made Ash happy. It showed that the money could be found. Soon the rest of the army would also be paid. Then peace and order would return to Kabul. Sir Louis at once told William to send the usual telegram in the morning. It would say that everything was well at the Kabul residency. Because of this good news, he would not care much about a new and complicated plan to make the residency safer.
I will ask Ash about it and see what he thinks, Wally decided later that night as he got ready for bed. Ash will know if it is useful. If he thinks it is foolish and I am wrong, I will say nothing.
With that thought, he said his prayers and turned off the lamp. But he did not go to bed at once. The talk at dinner had made him think of home. He went to the window and leaned on the sill. Below him was the dark courtyard. Beyond it stood the flat roof of the envoy's house. Far away was the dark line of the hills. He thought of Inistioge. Past the high outer wall lay the valley. The Kabul River ran through it like a pale line. Behind the hills, grey under the stars, rose the great dark wall of the Hindu Kush mountains. But in his mind the river was not the Kabul River. It was the River Nor. He was in Inistioge again. He saw the fields and woods he loved. He saw the blue hills of Kilkenny. The building he saw was not Shah Shahi's tomb. It was the small church at Donady. The bright light far in the sky was not snow. It was white clouds floating high above the Blackstairs Mountains in Carlow.
I wonder, thought Lieutenant Walter Hamilton, B.C., 23 years old, why generals often take the name of one of their battles when they become lords. I will not do that. I will choose Inistioge. Field Marshal Lord Hamilton of Inistioge, V.C., K.G., G.C.B., G.C.S.I. I wonder if I will be allowed to go home to receive my medal from the Queen. Or will I have to wait for my turn to go home?
I wonder if I will ever get married. He did not think he would. Not unless he met a girl just like Ash's Julie. That did not seem likely to him. Ash should send her away from Kabul. Many people said there was too much cholera in the city. He must talk to Ash about it on Wednesday. It would be wonderful to see Ash again. And maybe, if he was lucky. A big yawn stopped his thoughts. He laughed at himself. Then he went to bed and felt very happy. The next morning, before the sun came up, Sir Louis Cavagnari left for his usual ride. He always woke up early. With him were his Afridi orderly, Amal Din, his Sais, 4 Sawars from the guides, and 6 soldiers from the Emir's cavalry. The dak rider had left even earlier. He carried a telegram that would be sent from Ali Kel to Simla. Soon after that, 25 grasscutters also left the citadel. They carried ropes and sickles. Kot Dafadar Fateh Mohammed went with them. Sawars Akbar Shah and Narain Singh of the guides went too. 4 Afghan soldiers followed with them. About 20 minutes later, Worley and Ambrose Kelly rode out. At that time, Ash had already arrived early because of the pay parade. He was putting a pottery jar on his windowsill. He watched them ride away. He wished he could go with them. The air outside would be cool and fresh. Inside, the air was already warm and heavy. It would be even hotter later in the open space near the palace. The Ardell regiment would soon gather there to receive their pay. The place caught the sun and had no shade. People threw rubbish there. There were no trees to give protection from the heat. Ash sighed. He felt jealous of Worley and the others. They were riding toward the sunrise. They passed wet fields near the river. They rode between poplar, chenar, and walnut trees. These trees hid Beni Hissar and the wide green land beyond. The sky had no clouds. It was pale in the early light. The land looked grey and sandy at the same time. There were no shadows yet. High above the hills, the sun touched the snow. The snow shone with a soft orange color. It was going to be a beautiful day. Worley would call it a day for singing hymns. Ash remembered the mornings in Rawalpindi. He smiled and began to hum All Things Bright and Beautiful. Then he suddenly stopped. A strange fear went through him. Syed Akbar, the quiet scribe, would never hum an English hymn. If someone heard him, they might become suspicious. For more than a year, he had been very careful. He was always careful not to say or do anything strange. He believed he had become Syed Akbar in every way. He thought there was no danger now. But he saw that he was wrong. He was not only Syed Akbar. With this thought came a strong wish to stop pretending. He wanted to be himself. But who was that? Was he Ashton? Was he Ashok? Or was he Akbar? Which two names could he leave behind? Or would he always be all three together? Like three brothers joined as one, he thought with a small, sad smile. If that was true, was there any place in the world where he and Julie could live in peace? Could they live without pretending? Now both of them had to act every day. They had to be careful all the time. One small mistake could show who they really were. That could put their lives in danger. Just now, he had almost made such a mistake. He had started to hum an English song. It frightened him to know that he might have done it even if someone had been in the room. Only luck had saved him. The thought shook him deeply. When he turned from the window to pick up the ledgers for the Munshi, his hands felt cold. They were not steady. By the time Wally and the others reached the edge of Benai Hissar, the sun was up. They stayed away from the village and the farm fields. Instead, they chose open land where no one farmed. There the grass cutters could work without troubling the local farmers.
By gum, what a day! Wally said softly. He looked at the bright morning with wonder.
There had been heavy dew in the night. Now every leaf and blade of grass shone in the sunlight. Drops of water sparkled like small diamonds. The Bala Hissar stood in the warm light. It looked like a golden palace on a hill.
Look at that, Rosie, Wally said. From here, it looks beautiful. Who would believe it is only a group of old mud houses and broken walls?
Do not forget the dirt and the bad smells, Rosie answered. And the dirty water too.
It's a surprise to me that we are not all sick from bad water, he said. But from here, it looks very nice. And I am very hungry. Breakfast is waiting. So I think we should leave these men and go back now. Unless you want to stay longer.
Good Lord, no, the other man answered. They will be fine now. And the chief wants breakfast early today. He said before 7. He must meet an important local man at 8.
Wally turned to the Coat Daffodar. He told him to send the grass cutters back before the sun became too hot. Then he saluted the escort and the Emir's men. After that, he rode away fast. He sang loudly as he went.
Get thee, watchman, to the ramparts. Gird thee, warrior with the sword.
Ash often said that Wally was always like this.
Slow down, you young madman, Rosie called as they rode quickly across the open field.
Their horses ran hard. Soon they reached a small bank that hid an irrigation ditch. The horses jumped over it easily and landed on the other side. Then they were back on farmland. Wally slowed his horse at last. They rode toward the citadel at a calm pace. At the Shah Shahi gate, they walked their horses. Under the arch, they stopped to salute the Afghan guards. They also spoke to a sepoy from the guides' infantry. His name was Mohammed Dust.
He said, I am going to the Kabul Bazaar. I must buy flour for the escort.
He was alone and did not look worried. This showed that the city felt safer now. Both officers understood this. Because of that, they felt hopeful. They believed life in Kabul would soon be much better than before.
Sir Louis had returned from his morning ride earlier. He had already washed and changed his clothes. Now he walked in the courtyard. He was usually quiet before breakfast. But today he talked a lot. He spoke about his plans for the cold season.
Wally felt brave and spoke about an important matter. He talked about fodder for the winter. The animals would need much food. They would also need more space to store it. He said the slope of empty land called Kularefirangi was a good place for some sheds. He did not speak about defense.
Sir Louis agreed that they must do something. He gave the matter to William.
William made a face at Worley and smiled. I am sure the guides can find space for a haystack or two near the stables, he said.
A short distance away stood another building. It looked over the open ground where the pay parade would happen. General Daud Shah, the commander-in-chief of the Afghan army, sat by an open window upstairs. From there, he could watch everything below. On the ground floor, a narrow veranda ran along the building. Ash sat there with several helpers. They watched the Munshi and some small officials. The men were busy with large books and papers. In front of them, the open ground slowly filled with soldiers. The mood felt like a holiday. The men of the Ardal regiment did not stand in straight lines. They walked in small groups. They talked and laughed. They did not act like soldiers on duty. They did not wear uniforms. The weapons they carried were simple. Some had a tulwar. Some had an Afghan knife. These were normal things for any man of the Emir to carry. General Daud Shah had already ordered that all guns and bullets must be given to the arsenal. He said this was for safety. Even the Herati regiment, which guarded the arsenal, followed this order. By now the sun was high. It was only 7 o'clock, but the air was already warm. Ash was thankful for the shade of the painted roof and the carved wooden arches above him. He was also glad that the veranda floor stood 6 feet above the ground. From there, he could look down at the crowd. He did not have to stand in the hot, dusty air among the many unwashed men below. It also gave them time to look at the faces of the men below. Ash suddenly felt worried when he saw one man he knew. The man was thin and old, with a sharp nose and hard eyes. He was not a soldier and did not live in the Bala Hissar. He was a holy man named Farka Buzurg Shah. Ash knew this man well. He hated all unbelievers and often spoke about holy war. He tried to turn people against the British. Ash wondered why he was there that morning. Did he want to turn the soldiers of the Ardal regiment against the government, as he had done with the men from Herat? Ash hoped the soldiers would not listen to him. He began to think about how long the pay parade would last. He hoped the Munshi would let him leave early after it ended. At that moment, a large man from the treasury stood up. He went to the top of the middle steps that led to the veranda. He raised his hand and asked for silence. When the noise stopped, he spoke loudly. He told the soldiers to stand in line and come forward one by one to get their pay. The men began to murmur with approval. But the official lifted both hands and shouted for quiet again. Then he said something else. He said they would get only 1 month of pay, not 3 months as promised. There was not enough money in the treasury. They would have to accept 1 month only. For a short time, there was silence. It felt long, but it was only a few seconds. Then everything changed. The soldiers pushed forward and began to shout. They screamed at the officials on the veranda. The officials shouted back.
Take what you were given while you can, they cried. There is no more money. The treasury is empty. There is not even 1 small coin left. If you do not believe us, come and see.
When the soldiers heard this, their anger grew very strong. The sound they made was like a wild animal. It was loud and full of rage. Ash felt his body grow tense. For a moment, he wanted to run to the residency and warn them. But the veranda was crowded. He could not leave easily without people noticing. Also, this was a problem between the Afghan government and its soldiers. It was not the business of the British mission. The noise was so loud that people in the city must already hear it. Soon it became even louder. A big man at the front of the crowd shouted, "Damicheria," it meant pay and food. Other soldiers began to shout the same words. Very soon, half the men were crying it together. Their voices beat like drums under the arches of the veranda. The whole building seemed to shake.
Damn Icharia! Damn Icharia!
Suddenly stones flew through the air. The angry and hungry soldiers picked them up from the ground. They threw them at the upper windows where their commander-in-chief was sitting. One of his generals and some officers stood near the steps. They moved into the crowd and tried to calm the men. They shouted for silence.
You are soldiers, one officer cried. Do not behave like children.
But no one listened. The noise was too great. Soon one officer fought his way back to the veranda. He pushed past the frightened officials and ran inside the house. He begged the commander-in-chief to come down and speak to the men.
Please come, he said. If you talk to them, they may grow quiet.
Daud Shah did not wait. In recent days, soldiers had treated him badly. A few days before, the men from Herat had shouted insults at him as they left. But he was a brave man. He did not hide from danger. He came down at once. He walked to the top of the steps and raised his arms for silence. The soldiers rushed forward together. In a moment, they pulled him down from the veranda. They fell on him and attacked him fiercely. He struggled to protect himself. Everyone on the veranda jumped to their feet. Ash stood up with them. He was too far to the side to see clearly. He could not move forward. Civilians stood all around him. There were clerks, servants, and small officials. Some pushed forward to see better. Others tried to run inside the rooms behind them. Ash did not know what to do. He could stay, or he could leave. He stood there, unsure. But the soldiers were very angry. If a normal man tried to run away and push through them, they would beat him badly. They were already beating Daud Shah, so it seemed wiser to stay where he was and wait. For the first time in many days, he felt glad that he had a pistol and a knife with him. At the same time, he felt sorry that he had not brought his revolver too. Earlier, he had decided not to carry it. He thought the city was calm again. Life in Kabul seemed peaceful. He believed he did not need a large weapon, so he left the revolver in his office. It was hidden in a locked box with the Munchi's papers. Now he knew that was a mistake. But no one had expected this trouble. Daud Shah had not expected it either. And it seemed he might lose his life because of that mistake. He survived only because of luck. The angry Ardalis beat him and kicked him again and again. He could hardly see or speak. Then one of them pushed a bayonet into him as he lay on the ground. This sudden act shocked the soldiers. They stepped back. They became quiet. They looked down at what they had done. They did not stop his men from coming to help him. To be fair, those men had tried to protect him before. Now they lifted him and carried him toward his house. Ash saw him as they passed. It was hard to believe he was still alive. His turban was gone. His clothes were torn. They were covered in blood. He wore only a few dirty pieces of cloth. But from his broken and bleeding lips came loud curses. He was still strong in spirit. After he caught his breath, he began to shout at the men who hurt him.
Filth! He cried. Garbage! Sons of sick pigs! Sons of shameless mothers! Sweepings of hell! Daud Shah shouted in pain as they carried him away.
Blood fell from his body. It left a bright red line on the white dust under the veranda. The Ardal regiment lost the man they had attacked. They saw no reason to harm the small group of servants on the veranda. Then they remembered the Emir. With loud cries and angry words, they turned and marched toward the palace. But the rulers of Afghanistan had prepared for such danger. The palace was strong. The gates were thick and hard to break. The walls were high and solid. There were small openings in the walls for guns. 2 regiments guarded the palace. They were the Qazilbashi Horse and the Artillery Regiment. Both were loyal to the Emir. The angry soldiers found the gates closed. The gun crews stood ready beside their guns. The mutineers could do nothing. They threw stones. They shouted insults at the Kazalbashis and at the men on the walls. They again demanded pay and food. After some minutes, their shouting became weaker. The noise slowly died down. During this quiet moment, a man on the wall shouted down at them in anger. Some people say he was a general in the Afghan army.
If you want more money, go to Kavagnari Sahib. He called. There is plenty of money there.
Perhaps he did not mean to cause trouble. Maybe he spoke in anger and meant it as a joke. But the Ardal regiment liked the idea at once.
Of course. Some of them cried. Kavagnari Sahib. Yes, that is right.
Why had they not thought of this before? Everyone knew that the English Raj was very rich. And was not Kavagnari Sahib the voice and representative of that Raj? Why was he here in Kabul? No one had invited him. No one wanted him. Was he here to bring justice for everyone? Was he here to help the Emir by paying the money owed to the soldiers? Kavagnari Sahib would correct what was wrong. He would make things fair.
To the residency, brothers, someone shouted.
The crowd turned together. They began to run back the way they had come. They cheered loudly as they moved. Ash was still standing on the veranda. He saw the crowd coming. He heard them shout, Kavagnari Sahib. At once, he understood where they were going. He did not stop to think. There was no time to think. He acted without planning. There were steps at both ends of the long veranda. But he did not run to the nearest steps. He pushed the man in front of him aside. Then he jumped down from the edge. A moment later, the crowd rushed forward in panic. They carried him with them. He was now at the front of a loud and excited wave of men. Only then did he understand why he had to reach the residency first, or at least near the front. He had to warn the mission. The crowd looked angry and dangerous. But their anger was not against the British yet. They were angry with their own leaders. They were angry with Daud Shah and the Emir. The leaders had promised them 3 months of pay. Now they tried to give them only 1 month. The soldiers felt cheated. They also believed that the British government was very rich. They believed it had more than enough money to pay them. They believed its envoy could bring them justice. As Ash ran with them, he felt their mood clearly. It was as if he was one of them. They were excited and hopeful, not yet violent. But he knew this could change at any moment. One small mistake could turn them into an angry mob. As he ran, he prayed silently. He prayed that Worley would not order the guides to shoot. They must not shoot. If the soldiers stayed calm and allowed Kavagnari to speak to their leaders, everything could still be fine. Kavagnari understood these people. He spoke their language very well. He understood that this was not the time to argue. His only hope was to promise them clearly that they would get their money. If the money was ready, he would pay them at once. If it was not ready, he would promise that his government would send it soon.
Dear God, please do not let them start shooting, Ash prayed. Let me reach them first. If I can get there first, I can tell the guards this is not an attack. I can tell them to stay calm and not do anything foolish.
He might have succeeded. Some of the guides knew him. They would have seen him and listened to him. But suddenly more men came from the left. The regiments at the arsenal heard the noise. They saw the angry Ardalis running toward the residency. They rushed to join them. The 2 large groups of excited men ran into each other. Ash was knocked down with many others. When he finally rolled away and stood up, he felt hurt and dizzy. Dust filled his mouth and eyes. The crowd had already moved past him. Now he was at the back. There was no hope of reaching the compound in time. In fact, he might not reach it at all. Nearly 1,000 men were in front of him. They pushed and moved in every direction. He could not force his way through them. But he had judged Worley too quickly. The young commander of the escort was not a great poet. He also had a very romantic view of life. Yet in a crisis, he stayed calm. That was his true strength as a soldier. The people inside the residency first knew something was wrong when they heard a loud roar of anger. The sound came when the men learned that the emir's government would not pay them. The houses between the streets made the noise softer. Still, most people inside the compound heard it. They stopped what they were doing. They stood still and listened. They did not hear the offer that Kavagnari Sahib would pay. Only one person said that. But they clearly heard the loud shouting before it. They also heard the cheers that followed. Most of all, they heard many voices shouting together, Dhamakaria. After some time, the noise grew louder. It also came closer. Before they saw the first soldiers running, they already knew where the crowd was going. Except for Worley, the guides were not in uniform yet. The infantry and the men who were not on guard duty were resting in the barracks. Worley himself was near the cavalry pickets beyond the stables. He was checking the horses. He was talking with the cavalrymen and the syces. A sepoy from the guides' infantry, Hassan Gull, ran past him. He did not see Worley. He ran toward the barracks. At the open archway stood the havildar of B Company. He was picking his teeth with a small piece of wood. He listened with little interest to the loud noise made by the wild men of the Ardal regiment.
They are coming here, Hassan Gull said, breathing hard. I was outside and saw them. Quick, close the gate.
It was the simple gate that Worley had made not long ago. It was weak. It would not stand long against a strong attack. But the havildar shut the door. Hassan Gull ran past the inner doorway of the arch and crossed the long yard. He closed and locked the far gate that faced the residency. Worley had also heard the loud noise from the failed pay parade. He was walking near the horses that were tied in a line. He stopped to touch his own horse, Mushki. At the same time, he talked with the sawars about cavalry work. He turned when he saw a sepoy running. He frowned. When he saw the barrack door closing, he understood the danger at once, just like Ash had.
You, Miru, go and tell the havildar to open that gate, he said. Open all 3 gates if the others are closed. Tell him that no one must fire. No one fires unless I give the order.
So Amiru ran off at once. Worley looked at the others.
No one fires, he said firmly. That is an order.
Then he hurried back to the residency through the barrack yard. Now the doors were open again. He went to tell Sir Louis what was happening. He could not finish his words. At that moment, a large group of Afghans rushed into the quiet compound. They shouted loudly. They jumped and pushed forward. They called for Kavagnari. They demanded money. They laughed and pushed the guides like wild men at a fair.
You heard the Sahib, Jemidar Jiwan Singh told his men. There will be no firing. And also,
one of them shouted, if there is no money here, we can take things from the stables. The others liked this idea. They ran to the stables at once. They grabbed saddles, bridles, swords, lances, blankets, buckets, and anything they could carry. In a few minutes, the stables were empty. Then the looters began to fight each other for the best things, like English saddles. A sewer came running to the residency. He was breathing hard. His clothes were torn and his turban was loose. He pushed through the crowd and reached his officer.
The Afghans have taken everything from the stables, he said. They are throwing stones at the horses. They are stealing them.
Mushki, Worley thought with fear in his heart. He imagined his dear horse hurt by stones or taken by a rough soldier.
Oh no, not Mushki, he said softly.
At that moment, he wanted to run to the stables himself. But he knew he could not stand and watch someone take his horse. He also knew that if the crowd saw one of the hated foreigners, they might become violent. The mood of the mob could change very fast. So he gave the tired sower a new order.
Go back and tell the guides to leave the cavalry lines, he said. They must return to the barracks. Tell the Jemadar Sahib that we do not need to fear for our horses, he added. Tomorrow the Emir will take them back from these thieves and return them to us. But we must get our men inside before someone starts a fight.
The sower saluted and ran back. He went into the wild fighting in the lines. The frightened horses cried out and jumped. They kicked at the Afghans. The men pulled the animals this way and that. They argued over each horse. Some even struck the horses for fun. Sawars and Saises tried hard to protect the animals. The message was given. Because the Afghans were busy stealing, almost all the guides were able to leave safely. Only one man was left behind. The rest reached the barracks angry and upset, but not hurt. Worley came out to them. He chose 24 infantry sepoys.
Take your rifles and go to the roof, he ordered. Stand behind the high wall there. Keep your rifles out of sight. Do not fire unless you receive an order. Not even when those bad men come here. They will come soon when they find nothing left to steal. Let them see no weapons here. Now go up. He looked at the others. The rest of you, bring your arms and come into the residency, he said. Quickly.
He had arrived just in time. The last of the 24 sepoys ran up the steep steps to the roof. The door in the wall of the residency courtyard closed behind the rest of the escort. At that moment, the wild crowd at the far end of the compound began to break apart. Some men had taken horses. Others had taken saddles or swords and other things they wanted. These lucky men hurried away with their goods. They were afraid their own comrades would take the stolen things from them. But many men had taken nothing. There were several hundred of them. They left the empty lines and searched the stables. Then they remembered why they had come. Together, they rushed across the compound. They moved through and around the barracks. Soon they stood in front of the residency. They shouted again for money. They also shouted for Cavagnari. More than a year ago, Worley had written to Ash about his new hero. He said he did not think Cavagnari knew what fear was. Many people say this about brave men. Often it is not true. But this time it was true. The envoy had already received a confused warning from the Emir. The Emir had heard that there were problems with the pay parade. He quickly sent a message to Sir Louis. He told him not to allow anyone into the mission compound that day. But the message arrived only a few minutes before the crowd. It was too late to do anything. There was also no good way to keep the men out. When the envoy first heard the noise in the compound, he felt angry. He thought it was a shame. The Afghan officials should not allow a crowd of undisciplined men to enter the British mission. He decided he would speak strongly to the Emir and to Daud Shah about this. When the looting stopped, the crowd turned toward the residency. They began to shout his name. They demanded money. They made rough threats. They threw stones at his windows. His anger changed to cold disgust. The servants hurried to close the shutters. Sir Louis went to his bedroom. William ran up from his office on the ground floor. He found Sir Louis putting on his political uniform. It was not the white uniform for hot weather. It was the dark blue coat worn in the cold months. It had gold buttons, medals, gold braid, and a narrow gold sword belt. Sir Louis seemed not to hear the noise below. His face looked cold and proud. William felt both respect and sudden fear. His fear was not only because of the shouting crowd outside or the stones hitting the shutters like heavy rain. He was not usually a man who imagined things. But as he watched Sir Louis put on his coat, a strange thought came to him. He thought of a nobleman in France long ago. Perhaps such a man looked the same when he heard an angry crowd outside his house. William cleared his throat. He spoke loudly so he could be heard over the noise.
Are you going to speak to them, sir? He asked carefully.
Of course, Sir Louis said. They will not leave until I speak to them. We cannot accept this foolish disturbance any longer.
But, sir, there's so many of them, William said.
What does that matter? Sir Louis asked in a cold voice.
I only mean that we do not know how much money they want, William said. I wondered if we have enough. Our own men were just paid.
What are you talking about? Sir Louis asked. He was busy fixing his sword so the gold cords hung neatly.
Money, sir. Rupees. That is what they want. Maybe there was not enough money for everyone this morning. Maybe that is why.
He was interrupted again. Money. Sir Louis lifted his head quickly. He looked hard at his secretary. Then he spoke in a cold voice.
My dear Jenkins, if you think I would even consider paying money because of threats, you are very wrong, he said. I will not let myself or the government I represent be forced by a crowd of wild men. Yes, that is the word. Forced. And those men outside are also wrong. My topi, Din.
His Afridi orderly stepped forward at once. He gave Sir Louis the white helmet with a gold spike on top. It was part of his official uniform. Sir Louis put it on his head. He fixed the gold strap under his chin. Then he moved toward the door. William ran forward.
Sir, if you go down there, he said quickly.
My dear boy, Sir Louis said, stopping at the door, I am not a foolish old man. I know that if I go down to them, only the men in front will see me. The others will still shout. They will not hear me. I will speak to them from the roof. No, William, you do not need to come. I will take my orderly. It is better if the rest of you stay out of sight.
He made a small sign with his finger to Din. The two tall men left the room. Sir Louis walked first. The Afridi followed one step behind with his hand on his sword. William heard their swords hit against the narrow stairs as they climbed to the roof. He felt pride and fear at the same time. He is wonderful, William thought. But we cannot refuse the soldiers. Even if it means giving them money because they threaten us. Why can he not see that? That man in Simla was right about him. He will do something brave but foolish. It is beautiful, but it is not war. It is death. The flat roofs of the two residency houses had no high wall around them. Only behind them was there a tall wall that blocked the view from the buildings at the back. On the other three sides, there was only a very low edge of brick. Sir Louis walked to the front edge where everyone below could see him. He raised his hand and asked for silence. He did not try to shout over the noise. He stood tall and waited. He looked proud and calm. He was a tall man with a black beard. The gold spike on his helmet made him look even taller. Medals shone on his coat. The wide gold stripe on his trousers shone in the bright morning sun. Under the white helmet, his eyes were cold and steady as he looked down at the shouting crowd. When the crowd first saw him, they gave a loud cry. It was so loud that it could frighten any man. But Sir Louis did not move. He stood like a rock. Slowly, the men in the crowd began to stop shouting. One by one they grew quiet. At last there was silence. Sir Louis lowered his hand. It had not shaken.
What have you come here for? He called in a strong voice. What do you want from me?
Many voices answered at once. Again he lifted his hand and waited. When they were quiet, he spoke again.
Choose one man to speak for you, he said. You there, with the scar on your cheek. His finger pointed straight at one of the leaders. Come forward and speak for the others. What does this noise mean? Why have you come to the house of a guest of your Emir? I am here under his protection.
The Emir, the man with the scar said with anger.
He spat on the ground. He said that his regiment had not received their full pay. At the pay parade they had been cheated. They had asked their own leaders for help, but nothing changed. So they came to Kavagnari Sahib for justice. They wanted him to give them the money they should have received.
Your rule is rich, the man said. For you this money is not much. But we have been hungry for a long time. We only ask for what is ours. No more and no less. Give us justice, Sahib.
Even though the soldiers had behaved badly and taken things, it was clear that they truly believed the British envoy could help them. They thought he could give them the money their own leaders would not give. But the face of Sir Louis did not change. He still looked firm and serious. He spoke in their own language, clearly and well.
I am sorry for your trouble, said Sir Louis Cavagnari. But what you ask cannot be done.
He kept saying this while the crowd shouted and screamed in anger. More and more voices made threats. During short quiet moments, he repeated that they must speak to the Emir or their commander-in-chief. He said he understood their feelings, but he could not help them. Only when al-Din, who stood behind him, spoke in a low tight voice, did he move.
al-Din warned him that some angry men below were picking up stones.
Then he turned and left the roof. He knew he could not stay. If he waited, they could hit him with stones. Or they might think they had forced him to run away.
Barbarians, said Sir Louis calmly. He was now safe in his bedroom. He took off his uniform and put on light, comfortable clothes. William, I think I must send a message to the Emir. It is time he sends someone responsible to control this crowd. I do not know what Daud Shah is doing. Their problem is simple. They have no discipline.
He walked into his office next door. He was about to sit at his desk and write. Then a loud voice shouted from the roof of the barracks across the narrow space. 24 men of the Guides' infantry stood there with their weapons. The voice did not come from the street below. It came from those soldiers. The man shouted that fighting had started near the stables. He said the rebels had killed a Sais. They were attacking Soa Mai Singh. Mai Singh had fallen. He was hurt. The crowd in front of the residency heard this and shouted with joy. Some men ran back toward the stables. Others began to hit the door of the residency. Worley waited behind that door with the guides in the courtyard. He moved among his men. He told them again and again not to fire until he gave the order. He told them to stay calm. The thin wooden door began to break. The old iron hinges bent and cracked. The guides pushed their shoulders against the door. They tried to hold back the weight of the crowd outside. But they could not win. The last hinge broke. The door fell inward. The crowd rushed into the courtyard. At the same time, a shot rang out from somewhere outside. The sharp sound cut through the noise. Everything became silent at once.
Worley thought, Giselle.
He knew the sound of that long old gun. It was different from a modern rifle. The silence lasted only a few seconds. Then the noise returned. The crowd pushed forward again into the courtyard.
They shouted, "Kill the Kafirs! Kill them! Kill!"
Still Worley did not give the order to fire. Even if he had shouted the order, no one might have heard him in that wild noise. Then, in the middle of the fight, a carbine fired. Another shot followed. Then another. At once the attackers turned and ran. They stumbled over fallen men and pieces of the broken door. Now they shouted for guns. They wanted muskets and rifles to kill the foreigners.
"Bring guns! Bring them quickly," they screamed as they ran out of the residency.
Some ran toward the arsenal. Others ran back to their camps outside the city. Soon the bright morning was quiet again. In that quiet, the men of the British mission stood alone. They took deep breaths. They counted the dead. 9 rebels were dead. 1 Sais from their own side was dead. Soa Mai Singh was still alive when they found him near the stables. But he died as they carried him inside the residency. Before he fell, he had killed 3 enemies with his sword. He had gone to help the unarmed Sais. He fought bravely, though there were too many attackers. Of the other 6 dead rebels, 4 were shot. 2 died in close fighting, sword against sword. 7 of the escort were wounded. The guides looked at each other. They knew this was only the beginning. The enemy would return soon. Next time they would bring more than swords.
15 minutes, Wally thought. If that. At most 15 minutes. Then he spoke aloud. Close the gates and give out the ammunition. Block the ends of the lane. No, not with straw. It will burn too easily. Use yakdans and feed bins. Use anything you can find. Take the bars from the stables. We must also cut holes in the parapets.
They worked in great fear. Officers, servants, syces, soldiers, and local people worked side by side. They worked to save their lives. They pulled heavy wagons and empty boxes that once held bullets. They carried flour barrels, firewood, saddlebags, tents, and ground sheets. They brought anything they could use. They blocked the entrance to the compound and closed the narrow lane. Behind the burned stables, they stacked food for horses to make a weak wall. They made small holes in the walls of the residency and in the low wall around the barrack roof so they could fire through them. They carried the bodies of the dead enemy soldiers to a storehouse at the end of the compound. They placed their own 2 dead men on beds in al-Din's empty room. Cavagnari sent a fast message to the emir. He wrote that the emir's soldiers had attacked the residency without reason. He asked for the protection that the emir had promised to his guests. Then he waited for the messenger to return from the palace. While he waited, he helped build a low wall on the roofs of the 2 residency houses. They used loose earth, furniture, and carpets to make this weak protection. But the messenger did not come back. The man reached the palace. There, he was put into a small side room and told to wait. Instead of him, a palace servant brought back a written reply.
As God wishes, I am making preparations, wrote Emir Yaqub Khan.
But he did not send any guards. He did not even send a few of his loyal Qazilbashis. Other people were also getting ready. Ambrose Kelly had only 1 hospital assistant to help him. With him were some bearers, servants, cooks and kitchen workers. They prepared rooms on the lower floor of the mess house for the wounded. They also made a small room ready for operations. At the same time, William Jenkins and 6 sepoys ran back and forth. They emptied the ammunition tent in the courtyard. There was also another tent with baggage. Both tents had been placed there because it seemed safer. They carried the supplies to the barracks. They also moved some to a small room on the ground floor of the envoy's house. There it was safer from bullets. Many houses stood close around the residency and the mission compound. From their roofs and windows, people could shoot inside. In one of the nearest houses, another officer from the guides was watching them. He looked down as they worked hard. Ash understood that it was useless to try to enter the compound with hundreds of angry and undisciplined soldiers. It was already too late to give warning or advice. When no shots came from inside, he knew that no warning was needed. Wally must have told the guides not to fire. He was not losing control. He would not start a battle by acting too quickly. The young officer clearly controlled his men well. With a little luck, the situation would stay calm until Cavagnari could speak to the Afghan soldiers. If the envoy spoke to them, their fear would grow smaller. He only needed to promise that he would solve their problems. He could tell them they would receive the pay they were waiting for. If the emir did not pay them, the British government would. Among the tribes, his name was powerful. They trusted him. They would believe Cavagnari Sahib when they would believe no one else. Everything might still end well. Ash turned and went back to his office in the Munch's house. From his window, he watched the stables being robbed. He saw men steal the horses from the cavalry lines. Then he saw the crowd rush toward the residency. He also saw a tall man in a long coat and white helmet walk onto the roof of the envoy's house. The man walked calmly to the edge of the roof. He tried to quiet the loud crowd below. Ash thought, like William, my God, he is amazing. Ash had never liked Louis Cavagnari very much. He had grown to hate his political plans, but now he felt deep respect. He saw a man who could walk out alone and without weapons. Only one Afghan orderly stood near him, yet he faced a large, angry crowd that threw stones. He showed no fear. I could not have done that, Ash thought. Wally is right. He is a great man. He will save them. He will lead them through this trouble. It will be all right. It will be all right. The sound in that part of the Bala Hissar was strange. People in the residency did not fully understand this. Ash had once told Wally about it. The place was like an old Greek theatre. In Greece, stone seats went up in a half circle above the stage. The shape helped the sound travel. Even people at the top could hear every word. Here there were no stone seats. There were strong house walls on rising ground. These walls made the same effect. Not every word from the compound could be heard. But loud orders, raised voices, laughter, and parts of talk were clear. Anyone in the nearby houses could hear them if they stood at a window. Ash was standing at a window and listening. The wind was blowing from the south that day. This made the sound even clearer. Ash heard every word the leader of the mutineers shouted to Sir Louis. He also heard every word of Sir Louis's answer. For half a minute, Ash could not believe what he had heard. There must be a mistake. Maybe he heard it wrong. Cavagnari could not say such a thing. But then a loud cry of anger rose from the crowd. The envoy had finished speaking. The mob began to shout, "Kill the Kafirs! Kill! Kill!" Now Ash knew he had heard correctly. Cavagnari had lost his senses. No one could guess what the crowd would do next. Ash saw the envoy turn and leave the roof. But he could not see the whole courtyard. The west wall of the tall mess house blocked part of his view. Worley, Jenkins, and Kelly lived in that building. Ash could only see the far side near the envoy's house. He saw the heads of the escort waiting there. They wore turbans. They still had simple clothes on. They had not changed into uniform when the attack began. From far away, they looked like servants. But Ash could see Worley easily. Worley was not wearing a hat. Ash watched him move among the guides. From his hands and arms, Ash understood that Worley was telling them to stay calm. He did not want them to shoot. Suddenly Ash heard wild shouts from the sepoys on the barrack roof. They were shouting and pointing. Ash looked where they pointed. He saw one man near the stables. The man stood over the body of a stable servant. He was holding a cavalry sword. He was likely a sewer. Many Afghans were around him. They attacked him from every side. They used knives and swords. The man turned quickly and fought back with his sword. He fought hard, like an animal with no way to escape. 2 attackers were already on the ground. Others were hurt. But the man was also badly hurt. His clothes were cut in many places. There was blood on them. It was clear he could not fight for long. Then 3 men attacked him at the same time. While he fought them, another man came from behind. That man pushed a knife into his back. The sewer fell down. The attackers rushed in and struck him again and again. The sepoys on the roof cried out in anger. Ash saw one sepoy turn and run along the roof. He stopped and shouted the news toward the residency. Below, the mob in the lane shouted with joy. They ran to the door that led into the courtyard. They threw themselves against it again and again. They used their bodies like a heavy hammer. Ash did not see who fired the first shot. He understood it was an old gun, not a rifle. Perhaps one of the men from the arsenal had fired it. Maybe he wanted to stop others from helping the wounded Sikh. After the shot, There was a short silence. Then a terrible shout rose up. The crowd screamed, "Kill! Kill!" He told him that there was no longer any hope to calm the crowd with peaceful words. The mood of the crowd had changed. They were ready for violence. If they broke into the residency, they would take everything inside. They had already taken many things from the stables. But this time it would be worse. There would be no pushing or rough play. The time for that was over. They now held swords and knives. They wanted to kill. The noise outside was very loud. It was surprising that Ash heard the small sound of his office door opening. But he had lived with danger for many years. He always noticed small sounds. He turned quickly. In the doorway stood ex-Risalda Major Naqshband Khan. The Sirdar had never come to the Munsh's house before. But Ash was not shocked because he came. He was shocked because the Sirdar looked terrible. His clothes were torn and dirty. He had no shoes. He was breathing fast, like a man who had been running.
"What is it?" Ash asked sharply. "What are you doing here?"
The Sirdar stepped inside and closed the door. He stood with his back against it.
"I heard that the Ardal regiment had turned against their officers," he said quickly. "They attacked General Daud Shah. They are around the palace now. They hope to get money from the Emir. But the Emir has no money. So I ran to warn Kavagnari Sahib and the young Sahib who leads the guides. I wanted to tell them not to let any Ardalis enter the compound today. But I was too late. I followed the mutineers and tried to speak to them. They called me a traitor and a spy. They said I loved the foreigners. They attacked me. I was lucky to escape. I came here to warn you. Do not leave this room until this trouble is over. Many people know you live in my house. Half of Kabul knows I receive money from the guides. The guides are being attacked now. I cannot go back to my own house. The people in the street could kill me. I will hide with a friend here in the Bala Hisar. He lives close by. I will come back when it is safe. That may not be until after dark. You must stay here too. Do not go outside until then." "Allah, what is that?"
It was the sound of a gun. He ran to the window. Ash joined him. They stood together and looked down. In the courtyard of the residency, the guides were fighting. The crowd was very large. The guides were slowly moving back. The mob shouted loudly. They attacked with swords and knives. The guides used their sabers to defend themselves. The shot from the gun had changed things. It had likely hurt or killed some of the attackers. The loud sound also made the crowd afraid. Swords could not stop bullets. 3 more shots followed. The courtyard became empty very quickly. The attackers ran away. But Ash and the Sirdar knew this was not the end. The men were running to get guns. They would return soon.
"May Allah have mercy on them," the Sirdar whispered. "This is the end."
Then he looked at Ash.
"Where are you going?" he asked.
"To the palace," Ash said. "The Emir must be told."
The Sirdar grabbed his arm and pulled him back.
"Yes, the Emir must know," he said. "But you cannot go. They will attack you as they attacked me. They will kill you. Also, Kavagnari Sahib will send a message. Maybe he already has. There is nothing you can do."
"I can go down and fight with them," Ash said. "They know me. They will follow my orders. They are my men. It is my corps. If the Emir does not send help, they have no hope. They will die like animals caught in a trap."
"And you will die with them," Naqshband Khan said firmly as he held him.
"Better that than stay here and watch them die. Take your hands off me, Sirdar Sahib. Let me go."
"And what about your wife?" the Sirdar asked angrily. "Do you not think about her? What will happen to her if you die?"
Julie, thought Ash in shock. He became very still. He had forgotten her. In the fear and confusion of the last 30 minutes, he had not thought about her at all. His mind was full of Worley and the guides and the great danger around them. He did not think about anyone else. Not even Anjali.
She has no family here, and this is not her country, the Sirdar said firmly. If you die and she becomes a widow, she may want to return to her own people. That will not be easy. It may be even harder for her to stay here among strangers. Have you made plans for her future? Have you thought about that?
Ash pulled his arm free and turned away from the door.
No, I have thought too much about my friends and my regiment, he said harshly. I have not thought enough about her. But I am a soldier. She is the wife of a soldier and the granddaughter of one. She would not want me to choose love over duty. I am sure of that. Her father was a Rajput. If I do not return, tell her this. Tell her I said it. And tell her that you, Gulbaz, and the guides will protect her and keep her safe.
I will do that, the Sirdar said.
As he spoke, he moved quietly toward the door. Before Ash could turn, the Sirdar opened it quickly, stepped outside, and shut it hard behind him. The heavy iron key was already in the lock on the outside. Ash heard it turn just as he rushed forward. He was trapped. He knew it at once. The door was too strong to break. The window bars were iron and would not move. Still, he pulled hard at the latch and shouted to Naqshband Khan to open the door. No one answered. He only heard the sound of the key being taken out. Then the Sirdar spoke softly through the keyhole.
It is better this way, Sahib. I am going now to Wali Muhammad's house. I will be safe there. It is very close, so I will arrive before those evil men return. When everything is quiet again, I will come back and let you out.
And what about the guides? Ash asked angrily. How many of them will still be alive by then?
That is in God's hands, the Sirdar answered softly. There is no end to God's mercy.
Ash stopped hitting the door and began to beg for help. No one answered him. Soon he understood that Naqshband Khan had left and taken the key. The room was long and narrow. The door was at one end and a window was at the other. This building was not like the lighthouses of the residency. It was much older. Long ago, it had been part of the inner defense walls. The outer walls were very strong. The small square windows had stone frames. Iron bars were fixed inside the stone before the frames were built into the wall. If Ash had a metal file, he could maybe cut 2 bars after many hours of hard work. 1 bar would not be enough, but there was no such tool in the office. He looked closely at the lock. He saw that only a large amount of gunpowder could break it. The lock was very old and very strong. It was like the locks in old prisons in Europe. When the key turned, a thick iron bar slid deep into a hole in the stone door frame. There was no use shooting at it with his pistol. The lock was too strong and too simple. A bullet would only damage it. Then, when Naqshband Khan returned, even he might not be able to open the door. Now there was no hope of going to the palace for help. There was no hope of joining Worley and the guides to defend the residency. He also could not return to Julie and the house in the city. He was completely trapped. At the same time, the members of the British mission were trying to prepare for an attack. They knew it could begin at any moment. They would have to fight alone unless the Emir sent soldiers to stop the mutineers. He could also close the gates of the Bala Hissar. That would stop the Haratis and other men who had gone to their camps to get their rifles. But the Emir did nothing. Yaqub Khan was a weak man. He did not have the strength and courage of his grandfather, the great Dost Mohammed. He also did not have many of the good qualities of his father, Sher Ali. Sher Ali might have been a very good ruler, but powerful enemies had pushed him and given him no peace. Yaqub Khan had many soldiers and weapons. His arsenal was full of rifles, bullets, and gunpowder. Inside the Bala Hissar, he had almost 2,000 loyal troops. These were the Qazilbashis, the artillery, and the guards of the treasury. If he gave the order, they could close the citadel gates. They could stop the troops coming from the camps. They could also move against the men of the Ardal regiment. These men were breaking into the arsenal. They were taking rifles and bullets for themselves. They were also giving weapons to rough men from the bazaar and to anyone who hated foreigners. Only 100 Qazilbashis could have stopped the crowd. Or 2 guns with their crews could have done it. If they had quickly blocked the road to the mission, the mob might not have attacked. They would almost certainly have turned back. But Yaqub Khan cared more about his own safety. He did not think first about the guests he had promised to protect. He only cried and held his hands in fear. He felt sorry for himself.
My fate is bad, the Emir cried to the mullahs and sayyids of Kabul. They had hurried to the palace to tell him to act at once and save his guests.
Your tears will not help them, the head mullah said firmly. You must send soldiers to guard the roads to their compound. You must turn back the mutineers. If you do not, they will all be killed.
That will not be my fault, the Emir said. I never wanted this. God knows it will not be my fault. I can do nothing. Nothing.
You can close the gates, the head mullah said.
What is the use? The Emir answered. So many bad men are already inside the citadel.
Then move these guns, the head mullah said. Place them where they can fire on the troops when they return from their camps. Stop them from coming back inside.
How can I do that? The Emir cried. If I do, the whole city will rise against me. The wild men will break in and destroy us. No, no. There is nothing I can do. My fate is bad. I cannot fight against it.
Then it is better that you die than bring shame to Islam, the mullah said harshly.
But the Emir was crying and did not care about shame. No one could make him act. They spoke about honor. They reminded him that the British were his guests and he must protect them. He did nothing. The wild fighting during the Pay Parade had frightened him badly. Daud Shah had been attacked, and the Emir was full of fear. He was afraid to give any order. He feared the soldiers would not obey him. If they refused, he would look weak. He could not face that. The mullahs, ministers, and nobles watched him with cold eyes. He pulled his hair and tore his clothes. Then he began to cry again. He turned away and walked unsteadily to his private rooms in the palace. There he shut himself inside. Weak or not, he was still the Emir. In name, he was the ruler of Afghanistan and head of the government. No one else dared to give orders. They avoided looking at each other and followed him into the palace. Soon a messenger from the British envoy arrived with a letter. The letter asked for help and reminded the Emir of his promise of protection. A senior minister carried it to him. The answer that came back was short.
As God wills, I am making preparations.
But this was not true. He was not preparing to help them. He was only thinking about saving himself. Sir Louis stared at the reply in shock.
Making preparations? Is that all he can say? He said softly.
His hand closed tightly around the paper and crushed it. He lifted his head and looked out at the distant snowy mountains. Only a few days before, he had written that the Emir would be a good ally. Now he saw the truth. The Emir was weak and afraid. He could not be trusted. Sir Louis understood at last how dangerous their position was. The mission had lasted only 6 weeks. Just 42 days. At first, their plans had seemed possible. They wanted Britain to have a strong place in Afghanistan. It was the first step to spreading British power beyond the Hindu Kush. But now he was not so sure. Perhaps Pelham-Martyn, known as Akbar, had been right. He had been a friend of Wigram Bhatti. He had spoken strongly against this policy. He had said the Afghans were proud and brave. They would never accept rule by a foreign country for long. Maybe a year or 2, but no more. He had given examples from history to prove it.
But we will be avenged, Sir Louis thought. Lytton will send an army. They will take Kabul and remove the emir. But how long can they stay? How many men will die before they must leave again? I must write to the emir again, he thought. I must make him understand. If we fall, he will fall too. It is in his interest to save us. I must write now.
But there was no time. The rebels had broken into the arsenal. They were running back with rifles and belts of bullets. Many rushed toward the compound and fired as they ran. Others climbed onto nearby rooftops. From there they could shoot down into the mission. A musket ball flew across the compound. At that moment, Sir Louis stopped being a diplomat. He became a soldier again. He threw away the crushed paper. He picked up a rifle and ran to the top of the mess house. He had helped build a small wall there for protection. He lay flat on the hot roof. Then he aimed carefully at a group of men shooting at the residency. The roof of the mess house was the highest place in the compound. From there he could see the great arsenal on the rising ground beyond the cavalry lines. It was less than 200 yards away. In the doorway stood a man who was handing out muskets. Sir Louis fired his gun. He saw a man lift his hands and fall down. He loaded the gun again very fast and fired once more. Bullets hit the roof around him. Men on the nearby house roofs were shooting back at the barracks and the residency. Below, some town women ran across the yard. They had been hiding in the servants' rooms. They should not have been there. They screamed loudly as they ran. A sepoy and a servant pushed them toward the hammam. The hammam was the bathhouse. Part of it was under the ground. Many servants were already hiding there. Sir Louis heard the noise, but he did not look down. If the yard had been on higher ground, it would have been a very good place to defend. There were many small courts inside it. Low mud walls separated them. The men could have made holes in the walls and shot through them. They could have stopped many attackers. They could have held the place for a long time while they had bullets. But the yard lay lower than the houses around it. It was like the center of a bull ring. Worley had said this when they first came. The walls could stop an attack from the front, but they could not protect against men shooting from above. Now enemies stood on the roofs in front of the residency. They stood along one whole side of it. They were in high windows. They were on the walls of the arsenal. They were even on roofs in the upper Bala Hissar. There were so many of them that they looked like flies on sweets. They fired again and again. They shouted with joy when a shot hit someone. Sir Louis paid no attention to them. He lay on the roof as if he were at a shooting range. He fired and loaded calmly and carefully. He aimed at the men coming down from the arsenal. He chose the men in front. When they fell, the men behind them stumbled over their bodies. He was an excellent shot. His first 9 bullets killed 9 enemies. Then a bullet hit the low brick edge of the roof near his head. It bounced and struck his forehead. His head dropped. His tall body moved once and lay still. The rifle slipped from his hands and fell into the lane below. The enemies on the nearby roofs shouted loudly with joy.
Ash was watching from his window. He took a sharp breath. Oh God, they have killed him, he thought. Then he thought, no, they have not.
The wounded man began to move. Slowly and with pain, he pushed himself up. First he went onto his knees. Then, with great effort, he stood up. Blood ran down from a deep cut on his forehead. It covered one side of his face. It stained his shoulder red. He stood there and moved from side to side. Many guns fired at once. Dust jumped up around him from the roof. But no bullet touched him. After a short time, he turned. He walked slowly to the stairs. He felt his way down the steps and disappeared from sight. The mess house was full of servants. They had run from their rooms to hide in the residency. Guides were shooting through small holes in the walls. They were also firing through wooden shutters. They did not turn when the wounded envoy reached the stairs. He walked alone into the nearest bedroom. It was Worley's room. Inside, a young servant was hiding and shaking with fear.
Go and bring the Dr. Sahib at once, Sir Louis told him.
The young man ran away. A few minutes later Rosie came quickly. From what the servant had said, he thought his chief was dying.
Only a small cut, Sir Louis said with impatience. But it makes my head turn badly. Tie it up, my friend. Send someone to get William. We must send another letter to the Emir. He is our only hope. Oh, William, you are here. I am fine. It is only a flesh wound. Get a pen and paper. Write while Kelly fixes my head. Hurry. Are you ready?
He began to speak the letter. William took pen and paper from the desk in the next room. He wrote quickly. Rosie cleaned the blood and tied a bandage around Sir Louis's head. He took off the bloody shirt and put on one of Worley's shirts.
Who will take the letter, sir? William asked as he closed it and sealed it.
It will not be easy to send anyone out now, someone said. We are surrounded.
Ghulam Nobby will take it, said Sir Louis. Send him to me and I will speak to him. We must send him out through the back door of the courtyard. We can only pray that no one is waiting there.
Ghulam Nobby was from Kabul. He was once a soldier in the Guides. His brother was an important officer in the Guides cavalry in Mardan. When the British mission came, he began to work for them as a messenger. He agreed at once to take Sir Louis Cavagnari's letter to the palace. William went with him to the courtyard. He stood near him and held a revolver. Men pulled back the bolts on a small door in the back wall. The door was near the tent where they kept the baggage. The wall was thin and made of mud brick. Behind it was a narrow street. The street was part of many small roads and houses. Many people stood on the roofs. They were excited and angry. Some had old guns. They were shooting at the foreigners for religious reasons. Because of this, the street below was almost empty. Ghulam Nobby slipped out through the small door. He crossed to the other side of the street. There, men on the roofs would find it hard to shoot him. Then he began to run towards the palace in the upper Bala Hissar. But before he reached the corner, people saw him. Shouts rose behind him. Shots came from above. Men ran after him. The door had only just been closed and locked when heavy blows fell on it. In a few minutes a crowd gathered outside. They hit the door with sticks and gun butts. This door was stronger than the main gate. But no one knew how long it would last.
We must block it, William said, breathing hard.
They pushed heavy things against it. They used tables and metal boxes filled with winter clothes. They moved a sofa and a large wooden cupboard. They used everything they could find. Meanwhile, Ghulam Nobby ran through the small streets. He lost the men who chased him. He reached the palace safely through the king's garden. He was allowed to give Sir Louis's letter, but he was not allowed to bring back an answer. Like the first messenger, he was told to wait. He sat in a small room near the emir's chamber. There he waited all day while the emir thought about his reply. On the plain near Beni Hissar, grasscutters and their guards heard gunfire. Cote Dafadar Fateh Mohammed knew where the shots came from. He knew that many soldiers and city people hated the foreigners in the Bala Hissar. He felt sure that the British mission was in danger. He quickly called the grasscutters together. He gave most of them to 4 Afghan horsemen. He told them to take the men at once to Ibrahim Khan. Ibrahim Khan was the commander of an Afghan cavalry regiment near Beni Hissar. He had once served with the Bengal cavalry. Fateh Mohammed kept 2 grasscutters with him. 2 Sawars, Akbar Shah and Narain Singh, stayed as well. The 5 men rode back to the citadel as fast as they could. Soon they saw the south wall of the city. They also saw the roofs of the residency. At that moment they lost hope. The roofs, where no one was allowed to stand before, were now full of men. That sight told them everything. They understood that their own compound was under attack. They rode hard towards the Shah Shahi gate. They hoped to force their way through, but they were too late. A large crowd was already there. Half the city had heard the shooting. They had seen angry regiments running to get their weapons. The crowd understood what was happening. They moved quickly and gathered in great numbers. Snatching any weapon they could find, the men ran to attack the strangers they hated. The first group was already on the road. They were running to the same gate. A Farker led them. He waved a green flag and shouted loudly for them to move faster. Behind them came many more people. They were the worst men of the old city. They rushed out of dirty houses and narrow streets. They hoped to steal goods. They also wanted to kill. They hurried forward to join the fight. The Cote Daffodar pulled hard on his horse. He understood the danger at once. If they tried to reach the gate first, they would die. If they tried to fight through the angry crowd, they would also die. If they went back into the city, they would not survive. There was only one hope. They must ride to the fort of Yehiha Khan, the emir's father-in-law. He gave a short order. Then he turned his horse sharply and rode across the open land. His 4 companions followed him. They could already see the fort ahead. But 4 Afghan soldiers soon caught up with them. These men had left the grasscutters with Ibrahim Khan. Now they wanted to kill the Sikh soldier, Narain Singh. They believed his 4 Muslim friends would help them. They were wrong. The 2 grasscutters had only sickles. These tools could still hurt a man in a fight. The 3 guides carried cavalry carbines. They could pull these guns from the saddle very quickly and fire with one hand.
"Come and take him," said the Cote Daffodar.
He pointed his gun straight at the chest of the man who spoke for the Afghans. His finger rested on the trigger. The Afghans looked at the 3 guns. They also saw the 2 sharp sickles. They stepped back. They cursed angrily, but they did not want to fight. They had thought the Muslim soldiers would move aside. Even if they did not help kill the Sikh, they expected no trouble. For against one would be easy. A man with 1 gun can shoot only once. Before he could load it again, they could reach him. But now it was 4 against 5. If they rushed forward, maybe only one of them would reach the enemy. That one man would have a curved sword. He would face 3 sabers and 2 sickles. He would not win. After more angry words, they turned away. They rode toward the citadel. They joined the excited crowd that was attacking the residency. The Cote Daffodar and his friends rode on to the fort. There they were lucky. Many soldiers in the fort were Qazilbashis. They were from the same tribe as the Cote Daffodar and Akbar Shah. These men took the 5 riders safely into the Murad Khana. This was their own walled part of the city. From his window, Ash saw 5 small figures in the distance. They rode fast and left a white cloud of dust behind them. He guessed who they were. But he did not know why they had turned away. Then he saw the first wild men from the city running in from beyond the stables on his right. Only then did he understand. The bars on his window were too close together. He could not lean out. He could not see the arsenal. He also could not see the Kula-e-Firangi. The Kula-e-Firangi was an empty space. Wally had wanted to build sheds there for animal food and rooms for servants. He wanted to stop enemies from using it to enter the compound. In a fight, it could give the enemy a strong position. Wally was standing on the roof of the barracks. He was speaking to the sepoys. Then men from the city came to help the rebels. Wally saw some of the mutineers run forward. They moved under cover of fire from the arsenal. They were heading for the Kula-e-Firangi. If they took that place, they would control most of the compound. 2/3 of it would become impossible to hold. They had to be pushed out. There was only one way. Wally ran to the steps inside the thick outer wall. He rushed down them. Then he crossed the lane and ran into the residency courtyard. From there he went up to the envoy's office. Inside, he found Cavagnari and William. The envoy had a bandage around his head. He was shooting through a narrow opening in the shutter. He had broken a piece of wood to make the hole. William stood beside him. He loaded the rifles quickly. He took the empty gun and gave him a loaded one each time. They worked calmly and carefully, as if they were hunting birds. William was on his knees by a window that looked over the courtyard. He was shooting at men on the roof of a house near the barracks. The floor around him was covered with empty shells. The room smelled strong from gunpowder.
Sir, Wally said, breathing hard. The enemy is trying to take the colour yard on the left. If they get inside, we are finished. I think we can push them out if we charge. But we must move fast. If William.
Cavagnari threw down his rifle and hurried across the room.
Come on, William.
He grabbed his sword and revolver. Then he ran down the stairs. He shouted to Rosie, who was helping a wounded man.
Kelly, come on. Leave him for now. We must drive those men out. Do not take a rifle. Take your revolver. And bring a sword.
Wally ran ahead. He called Jemadar Mehtab Singh and 25 men. He told them quickly what was happening. The Sawars put down their carbines and took out their sabres. The sepoys fixed bayonets on their guns. 2 men ran to open the big doors at the end of the courtyard.
Now we will show them how the guides fight, Wally said happily. Arji, Bayan, Parmaki, guides KJV.
Ash watched them cross the lane and run into the barracks. The canvas covers hid them for a moment. Then they rushed out through the archway into the open ground. The 4 Englishmen ran in front. Wally led them. Behind them came the guides. The sepoys ran with bayonets ready. The Sawars followed with sabres and pistols. They ran across the open yard while bullets flew around them. Sunlight shone on their blades. There was loud shouting and gunfire. Through all the noise, Ash heard Wally singing loudly.
And hearts are brave again and arms are strong, Alleluia. Alleluia.
A day for singing hymns, Ash thought. Oh God, a day for singing hymns. 2 guides fell before they reached the cavalry lines. 1 man fell forward on his face while running. He quickly rolled aside so others would not step on him. Then he limped toward the stables for safety. The 2nd man slowed down. He went down on his knees and fell to one side. He did not move again. The others ran around his body and kept going. Soon they were out of Ash's sight. The shooting suddenly stopped. Ash understood why. Both sides were afraid of hitting their own men. Ash did not see them reach the Kula yard. But Naqshband Khan saw it clearly. He was in a house that looked over the open ground near the Kula. From an upstairs window, he watched the attack. He saw the guides jump over the low mud wall. Then they ran up the slope and pushed the enemy back.
Later, the Sirdar said, the Afghans ran like sheep before wolves.
After some time, Ash saw the guides coming back. Now they were walking. They carried 3 wounded men with them. Still, they moved with confidence. They looked like soldiers who had done their duty well. But they knew the victory would not last long. The sower who fell first had pulled himself back to the barracks. His leg was badly broken. The 2nd man was dead. 2 of his friends stopped to take his weapon. They carried his body into a nearby storehouse. Then they went back to the barracks. Under the archway, Wally stood with his blood-stained saber. He waited until all his men were safely inside. Then the doors were closed. They returned to the residency. The shooting began again, louder than before. Kelly hurried back to help the wounded. Cavagnari walked into the dining room and asked for water. When the glass came, he remembered something. The Muslim soldiers were fasting for Ramadan. He put the glass down without drinking. Jenkins, the civilian, did not fast. He drank the water quickly. Then he wiped his mouth with his hand.
What were our losses, Worley? He asked in a rough voice.
1 dead and 4 wounded, Worley answered. 2 of them are not badly hurt. Paris Ram's leg is broken. But he says that if the doctor puts a splint on it and helps him sit by a window, he can still shoot.
That is good spirit, William said. We were lucky when you think about it. We must have done a lot of damage. We killed at least 12 men. Many more were wounded when they tried to escape through the gate or over the far wall. It was easy to hit them. This should stop them for a short time.
Maybe for 15 minutes, Worley said.
15? Good Lord. Can you not leave some sepoys there to hold it?
500 rifles and muskets can fire at that place from 3 sides, Worley replied. There is no cover there at all.
Worley smiled and hurried away. William looked at him with anger. He pulled himself up from the chair. He held the back of it for support. William looked worried. He turned away. William followed him upstairs. 2 men had been shooting at the enemy near the arsenal. Now they moved up to the roof. There they joined a group who were firing at the houses to the north. On the roof of the mess house, another larger group fired at buildings behind the residency. Worley ran up to see the situation. From there, he saw he had been too hopeful before. The enemy were already moving back into the Kula Firangi. There was no choice. They had to attack again and drive them out. Worley ran down the stairs. He gathered more guides. Rosie was helping Paris Ram with his badly broken leg. Worley pulled him away. Then he ran across the courtyard and up the envoy's stairs to find William and Cavagnari. But when he saw Cavagnari's face, he changed his mind. Worley still respected his chief. But he was a soldier first. He would not risk his men without need. He needed William. But he would not let Cavagnari come. Ash and Naqshband Khan watched the second attack with many enemy soldiers. They saw that only 3 of the 4 sahibs were there. They made their own guess. The enemy believed 1 sahib had died. This gave them hope. Ash and the Sirdar saw the bandage on Cavagnari's head. They knew he was wounded. They were worried. If he died, it could hurt the spirit of the men inside. Again, the shooting became lighter. Again, the open ground was cleared. But this time 2 men were killed. 4 more were hurt. 2 of them were badly hurt.
No, I am afraid not. Then please tell me what we can do. We cannot let them stay there. When they try to stay, we will attack again and push them out, he said. If they return, we will push them out again. And if we must, we will do it again and again. It is our only chance. Maybe if we make it hard for them, they will stop before we do. You would think he enjoys this, William said. Do you think he does not understand the danger? Are you sure you are well, sir? Should you lie down? No, I am sorry, sir, Worley said firmly. Anyone can see you are not well. I cannot take that risk. If you fall, we must stop and carry you. That could cost lives. And it would hurt the men's courage if they saw you fall. Come on, William. We do not have much time.
He understands, Cavagnari said in a serious voice. Maybe he understands better than any of us. England will lose a very good soldier in that boy. Listen to him now. He is joking with the men outside. Din told me that the guides would do anything Hamilton Sahib asks. They know he would never ask them to do something he would not do himself. He is a good boy and a natural leader. It is sad. Well, I must go back to my place. Cavagnari laughed shortly. My dear boy, at a time like this, he said, if a soldier with a broken leg is ready to sit by a window and shoot at the enemy, with help to hold him up, then I can do the same. I only have a small wound on my head.
I am sorry, he said to the wounded man. I will not keep the doctor long.
We cannot keep doing this, Worley, Rosie said. He wiped sweat from his eyes. He told the stretcher bearers to carry the wounded men to the rooms he was using as hospital wards.
The doctor hurried away. Worley gave his sword to his servant Per Buksh. Then he took the havildar with him and went to the barracks. He wanted to see how the sepoys were doing. They were firing from behind the walls. He also wanted to see if they could make the building stronger. If the emir did not send help, a big attack would come soon. There was still no answer to the first letter. Ghulam Nabi had taken that letter out. Now Sir Louis wrote another one. He gave it to a Muslim servant. The man said he would try to go through Kula Firangi. From there he would pass through the king's garden.
Stay on the south side of the barracks, Sir Louis said. Hide where you can between the barracks and the stables. The Jawans will fire fast to distract the enemy. They will help you reach the wall. God be with you.
William sent a soldier to find Worley. He wanted to tell him about the plan. He also asked for covering fire. Soon the messenger ran out. Many guns fired to cover him. He crossed the open ground between the barracks and the wall of Kula Firangi. Then he climbed over the wall. After that, no one saw him again. Maybe he was killed between the wall and the palace. Maybe his fate was waiting for him there. Or maybe he had friends or family in Kabul. Perhaps he chose to hide with them instead of doing this very dangerous task. No one knows. The message never reached the palace. The man disappeared as if he had never been there. Inside the barracks, Worley and Havildar Hassan worked hard. Several sepoys helped them. Some saises and residency servants also joined. They blocked the stairways that had no doors. These stairs led up through the thick walls on both sides of the archway. At the top were long roof areas around the covered courtyard. When they finished, only one staircase was open. It was at the far end near the door to the residency lane. If the enemy attacked from the front, the men on the roof would be safer. They would not fear an attack from below. This would help if Worley's weak outer door was broken. Their situation was already very dangerous. Rosie had been wrong to think that Worley did not know how many men they had lost. He knew every loss. In his mind, he counted each man who was dead or hurt. He moved his small force carefully. He tried to use every man wisely. He did not risk any life without reason. He also tried to keep the men brave and hopeful. His own spirit was still strong. He had seen a blue and white jar that he knew well. That told him Ash was nearby. He trusted Ash. Ash would not sit and do nothing. Ash would find a way to tell the emir about their danger. Even if the ministers tried to hide the truth, Ash would succeed. He would make sure the emir knew. Help would come. They only had to survive long enough. They must not let the enemy take the compound.
Shobash, Hamzullah. Now it is strong. This should stop them for a while, Worley said. Now if we can.
He stopped speaking. He listened carefully. There was a new sound. For some time he had heard a deep noise far away. It was behind the fighting beyond the northwest side of the compound. Now the sound was closer. It grew louder every moment. This time it was not Damikaria. It was Yharia. It was the war cry of the Sunni Muslims. The sound rolled toward them. It grew fast and strong. It was loud and wild. Even the thick walls of the barracks seemed to shake.
It is the troops from the cantonments, Worley said. Close the doors and go back into the residency, all of you, he said. Tell Jemadar Jiwan Singh to choose his men and be ready to go out again. We may need to push them back from that open ground.
He turned and ran to the stairs at the end of the yard. He climbed fast and moved along the roof above the Muslim rooms. Then he crossed to the lower roof above the gate. From there he looked over the wall with small holes for guns. The sepoys knelt behind it and fired. Beyond them, the high ground near the arsenal was full of people. The crowd moved like one body. More and more men pushed from behind. They rushed toward the weak barricades that stood between the mission and the narrow streets. The rebel soldiers who had gone back to get weapons had returned. They were not alone. Other Harati regiments came with them. Thousands of angry city men followed too. Ash watched as they reached the barricades. They knocked them down and ran over the cavalry lines. They took the empty stables. In front of them ran a thin old man. He waved a green flag. He shouted for the people to kill the infidels and show no mercy. Worley did not know the man, but Ash knew him at once. He was the Farker from the pay parade that morning. His name was Buzurg Shah. Ash had seen him before in the city. He often called for a holy war.
Destroy them. Farker Buzurg Shah screamed. Kill the unbelievers. Show no mercy. For the faith. For the faith. Kill. Kill.
YH area. YH area, his followers shouted.
They spread across the compound. They began to fire at the sepoys behind the wall. Worley saw one of his men fall back with a shot to the head. Another man dropped to the side, hit in the shoulder. Worley did not wait. Now it was not about clearing the open ground. They had to drive the crowd out of the compound. 3 minutes later, Ash saw Worley lead another attack. He ran out through the archway of the barracks. William ran beside him. Kelly was not with them. Cavagnari was not there either. Worley still refused to let him come. Rosie stayed behind. He was busy helping the wounded and could not fight again. This fight was harder than the first two. The men on the roofs inside and outside the compound could not fire freely. They were afraid of hitting their own side. The guides were now outnumbered 50-1. Even more men waited behind. There was little space for them to move. 3 full regiments of rebel soldiers stood against them. Many angry men from Kabul joined the fight. But the large crowd caused problems for the Afghans. They pushed and blocked each other. In the noise and fear, some men struck their own side by mistake. Only Worley was easy to see. The others wore no uniform. The guides knew each other well. They did not make such mistakes. Their sepoys carried rifles with bayonets fixed at the end. The 2 English officers and the 2 Indian officers had revolvers and swords. Soon the fighting became close and fierce. The men of the escort saved their shots. They knew they could not reload. They fired only at the last moment. Every shot was important. The Afghan fighters had already fired their guns in the first rush. Many had shot into the air. Now they could only fight with blades and muskets against rifles and revolvers. The guides used this mistake well. They pushed forward hard with bayonets and swords. The Afghans began to step back. Those at the front could not run away. The men behind them kept pushing forward. They could not see what was happening. Bodies lay on the ground. The fighters stumbled over the dead and wounded as the battle moved back and forth. At last the men in front turned in anger. They began to fight the men behind them. Suddenly fear spread through the crowd. It moved fast, like fire in dry grass. The mob broke apart. Men pushed and pulled at each other as they tried to escape. Retreat turned into wild escape, and in a few seconds the yard was empty. Only the dead and the wounded men were left behind. The small group of guides had fired 37 shots in that short fight. For heavy bullets from their rifles went through one enemy and killed another man standing behind him. The other shots each killed one man. They also used their bayonets on about 12 men and cut down 8 more with their swords. The scene was hard to see. Many bodies lay on the dry ground, which was covered with blood. Some wounded men tried to move. They pulled themselves slowly across the ground. They wanted to reach the shade and escape the strong sun. The guides had caused great loss to the enemy. They had almost made the numbers equal. But they paid a heavy price for this short success. They did not have many men left. Out of 20 men who went out in that attack, only 14 returned. 6 of them could hardly walk. None of them was without some injury, even if many wounds were small. The sepoys on the roof of the barracks fired their rifles to protect them as they came back. Other men waited under the archway. They closed the doors behind the fighters and then followed them inside the residency. This time the men did not smile. They walked slowly and looked very tired. There was no joy on their faces. They knew they could not keep what they had won. They would have to fight for it again and again. Each time they would have fewer men and fewer supplies. If they failed, the enemy would take everything. That would mean disaster. They had been gone only a short time. But during that time, 5 men on the 2 residency roofs were killed. 6 more were wounded. The low walls on the roofs did not protect them well. Enemy shooters stood on higher houses nearby. Bullets seemed to fall from the sky without stopping. The men carried the wounded downstairs. Kelly and the hospital assistant, Rahman Boksh, were working without rest. They had taken off their coats. Their clothes were covered with blood. They cleaned wounds, cut away damaged flesh, and stitched the skin. They tied bandages and stopped heavy bleeding. They gave medicine to stop pain or make the men sleep. The rooms were full and crowded. Wounded men sat, lay, or stood against the walls. Their faces were dirty with powder and drawn with pain and tiredness. But they did not complain. The dead were not treated the same way. There was no time to carry the bodies away. Instead, the men used them to make the roof walls higher and stronger. The guides were practical men. In such danger, they believed their friends could still help even after death. The end did not seem far away. On the 2 roofs, fewer than 10 living men remained, not counting the dead. The enemy still had many men and plenty of bullets.
Has there been an answer from the Emir yet, sir?
William asked. He took off his dirty coat and walked into the office with a limp. His chief looked pale from pain, but he was still shooting through the broken shutter in a calm and steady way.
No, the chief said. We must send another message. Are you hurt?
Only a cut on my shin, sir, William answered. It is nothing serious.
He sat down. Then he tore his handkerchief into long strips and tied them together. But I am afraid we lost 6 men, and several others are badly hurt.
Is young Hamilton all right? Sir Louis asked sharply.
Yes, only a few small cuts. He is a brave young man. He fought very hard and sang the whole time. He sang hymns. The men seem to like it. I wonder if they know what he is singing about. They may think it is a war song. In a way, I suppose it is. The Son of God goes forth to war and songs like that.
Was that what he was singing? Cavagnari asked as he aimed carefully. He pulled the trigger and smiled with satisfaction. Got him.
No, William said as he wrapped a cloth around a small cut on his left hand. It was a song about fighting for the god of battle and defeating the enemy. He used his teeth to pull the knot tight. Then he put on his coat again. Do you want me to write another letter, sir?
Yes. Make it short. Tell that man that if he lets us die, he will regret it, because the Sirka will send an army and take his country. No, do not write that. Just ask him, in the name of honor and kindness, to help us before we are all killed. Tell him our situation is very serious.
William sat down and began to write another letter to the Emir. At the same time, Cavagnari sent a servant to ask if anyone who knew the Bala Hissar well would try to carry a letter to the palace. It could not be a soldier, because they needed every soldier. The risk was very great. The back door was blocked. Enemy shooters were on every roof nearby. A large crowd filled the roads around the compound. It seemed almost impossible for anyone to get through. William had just finished the letter when the servant returned. With him was an older Hindu office clerk. He spoke softly and had family in Kabul. He knew the Bala Hissar well. He did not fear death and had offered to try. William went down to the courtyard with him. Worley sent 1 man to the barracks and 2 men to the roofs of the residency. They told the soldiers there to fire at the enemy and draw their attention while the messenger tried to run. The Hindu clerk was helped over the barrier at the south end of the lane between the residency and the barracks. He turned right and moved quickly along the back wall of the Muslim houses. There were no windows in that wall, so it gave him some cover from the shooters on the northern roofs. But after he passed the barracks, he had to cross open ground. Some of the enemy had already come back into the compound. They hid near the cavalry lines and behind low mud walls. About 20 men, led by the Farka, ran out to stop him before he could reach the Kula Firangi. Others moved to block his way back. The clerk lifted the letter and called out that he had no weapon. He said he carried a message for their emir. But they rushed at him and attacked him. They struck him again and again. He fell to the ground and died there, in clear view of the garrison. His death did not go unanswered. The sepoys on the barracks roof stood up and fired many shots at the attackers. Worley watched from the roof of the mess house. He sent Jemidar Jawand Singh and 20 guides to push the enemy out of the compound. It was the 4th attack the guides had made that morning. Again they forced the Afghans back. They fought with great anger after seeing their dead messenger. The body of the clerk still lay there. In one hand he still held a piece of paper covered in blood. The letter asked for help from the emir, who did nothing. Worley had seen many terrible things in the past year. He thought he was used to such sights. But what happened to the Hindu clerk made him feel sick. The man had been unarmed and carried a letter to the ruler of Afghanistan. He should have been protected. Worley ran down from the roof because he wanted to lead the charge himself. But when he reached the courtyard, he heard bad news. The enemy at the back had tried to break the small door in the rear wall of the residency courtyard. They failed. Now they were digging under the wall. They had already broken through in 2 places. This danger was too serious to ignore. Worley sent the Jemidar to lead the attack instead. Then he turned to face this new threat. It was already hard to defend the front and the right side. Enemy shooters were firing from the roofs around them. If the enemy broke through from the rear and entered at ground level, everything could change. The garrison might have to leave the residency. They would have to take their wounded and retreat to the barracks. That would be their only position left. It was a very bad position. If the residency fell, the barracks could not stand for long. The enemy would move closer and shoot at it from only a few yards away. If the men stayed inside, they could not see across the compound. They would not know what the Afghans were doing. The back wall was very thin and weak. It was easy to break. Men in the narrow street behind it were hitting it with tools. They were safe there because no one could shoot at them easily. The only way to fire at them was from the roofs of the residency houses. To do this, a soldier had to stand on the high edge of the envoy's house or the far edge of the mess house. He had to aim straight down into the street. The first 3 Jawans who tried this were shot at once. Enemy shooters were hiding behind low walls on the roofs across the street. After that, no one tried again. The men breaking the wall had worked for some time before anyone understood the danger. There was constant gunfire. A loud, angry crowd was shouting outside. Because of this noise, the men inside the residency did not hear the sound of tools on the wall. The danger became clear when some servants were hiding in a room on the ground floor of the envoy's house. They saw a hole appear near the bottom of the wall. One servant ran upstairs to warn the envoy. He begged him to leave his office and go to the other house.
Huzur, if these devils break through below, you will be trapped, he said in fear. Then what will happen to us? You are our father and our mother. If we lose you, we are lost. We are all lost.
The man cried and hit his head on the floor.
Foolishness. Cavagnari said angrily. Stand up. Crying will not save you. Work may save you. Come on, William. You others too. They need help down there.
He went to the stairs. William followed him. 2 Jawans who had been shooting through holes in the shutters came after them. The frightened servant came last. Worley looked at his chief's grey face and tired eyes. He saw that Sir Louis was hurt and not thinking clearly. He knew this time he must help him. He spoke to him quietly and tried to change his mind. He said Sir Louis would do more good on the top floor of the mess house. From there, he could shoot through a loophole at the crowd near the arsenal. This would stop them from entering the compound again. Cavagnari agreed. He was starting to feel the pain in his head more strongly. He did not understand that Lieutenant Hamilton had another reason. Worley believed the top floor was much safer than the crowded courtyard. He wanted to keep his wounded chief away from danger. Very soon, this fear proved right. As soon as Worley led Sir Louis out of the courtyard, a musket ball flew into it from very close. The shot came low, near knee height. 2 men were hurt. The others were confused. It seemed as if the shot had come from inside the tent that had held the ammunition. Then a second shot came. After that, a third. The soldiers understood that the enemy had broken through the wall behind the empty tent. They were shooting blindly from the street behind the residency. The courtyard emptied very quickly. William ordered Norik Mer Dil and Sepoys Hassan Gull and Udin Singh to close the hole. They could not reach it until the tent was taken down. The 3 Jawans pulled the tent apart. They pushed the heavy canvas into the hole with tent poles. Then they added more things to block it. They used a large tin box that held their commanding officer's winter clothes and sheepskin coat. They also used a heavy wooden and leather screen from the dining room. While they worked, the Noik was shot in the arm. When the job was finished, Hassan Gull took him into the mess house to find the doctor. Mer Dil's arm hung useless at his side. Blood ran from under the cloth he had tied above the wound to stop the bleeding. Inside, the ground floor rooms were full of dead and wounded men. Some were very weak and near death. But the Doctor Sahib was not there.
His tired assistant, Rahman Baksh, was helping another soldier. He was pressing a towel against a deep wound in the man's thigh. He looked up for a moment. The Sahib has gone upstairs, he said. Take the Noik up there. There is no space here for more wounded men.
The 2 Jawans climbed the stairs. They looked through an open door. Inside, the doctor was bending over Sir Louis. Sir Louis lay on a bed with his knees pulled up. One hand held his head. The sight did not frighten them. Everyone knew that the Burra Sahib had been hurt in the head at the start of the siege. They thought he felt weak because of that wound. They did not want to call the doctor away from such an important man. So they went back downstairs and waited for him to come down later. But Sir Louis had not fallen because of his head wound. He had been shot again. This time the bullet hit his stomach. It came through a wooden shutter and into the room where he was standing. The bullet came from an English rifle. That rifle had once been a gift from Lord Mayo to Yaqub Khan's father, Sher Ali. Sir Louis reached the bed before he fell. A sewer who was shooting from a small hole near the window ran to call Surgeon Major Kelly. There was little Rosie could do. He gave Sir Louis water because he was very thirsty. He also gave him something to ease the pain. He hoped the end would come quickly. Rosie could not stay beside him. Many others needed help. Some of them could still fight if their wounds were treated. They did not tell the others that Cavagnari Sahib was dying. Such news would break their courage. The men were already under great pressure. Outside, people in the street and on the roofs shouted loudly. They called to other Muslims and asked them to join the attack. They told them to kill the 4 Sahibs and take the treasure in the residency.
Kill the unbelievers and join us, loud voices shouted. We have no fight with you. You are our brothers. We do not want to hurt you. Only give us the Englishman and you will be free. Join us.
Rosie listened to these words again and again.
Thank God for young Worley, he thought. If he was not here, some of our men might give in to save their own lives.
But Worley knew how to answer those calls. He kept the men brave. He spoke to his own soldiers and also to the many servants and clerks who had come for safety. He seemed to be everywhere at once. One moment he was on the roof of one house. Then he was at the barracks or in the courtyard. After that he was in the rooms with the wounded. He praised them and gave them hope. He spoke kindly to those who were afraid. He made jokes. He even sang as he ran up the stairs to help the small group of guides on the roof. Then he hurried to the barracks to support the men who fired at the attackers from behind the low walls. Rosie looked at the dying envoy on the bed.
When he dies, all the duty of defending this trap will fall on young Worley, he thought. In truth, it is already on him. But no one is better for it.
Rosie turned and left the room. He closed the door and told a servant to sit outside.
Do not let anyone enter, he said. The Burra Sahib's head hurts. He must rest.
The room inside was cooler. But when Rosie stepped outside, the heat and bad smell struck him hard. The sun was now high in the sky. There was almost no shade in the small courtyard. The cool air of early morning was gone. Now the air was hot and heavy. It smelled of smoke and burned powder. From the rooms on the ground floor of both houses came a strong smell of blood and medicine. There were other bad smells too. Rosie knew the smell would become worse as the day went on.
We will soon have no more medicine, he thought. No more bandages. No more men.
He looked back at the closed door behind him. He raised his hand in a quiet salute. Then he turned and went down the stairs again. Below, the rooms were very hot. The bad smell was strong. Many wounded men lay there without complaint. Flies moved everywhere and troubled them. Many of the rebels had gone back to the compound. They hid in the stables and behind mud walls. They made small holes in the walls so they could shoot at the barracks and the residency. Worley did not have enough men to attack them again. The enemy was in the compound. More and more of them were also on the roofs around the buildings. Shots came from every side. The fire was so heavy that Worley was surprised anyone inside was still alive. But some were still alive. Yet their number became smaller every hour. The enemy had lost even more men. But this did not comfort him. He knew they had many more soldiers ready to fight. However many the guides killed, more men would come. But inside the residency there were no new men to take the place of the dead and wounded. There was still no message from the palace. There was still no sign of help. Worley was planning how to stop the enemy workers digging near the courtyard wall. Just then a sewer ran down from the roof of the mess house. He was out of breath.
The crowd in the street has brought ladders, he said. They are pushing them across from the houses on the other side. They are making bridges. The men are climbing across like monkeys. Some are already on the roof. What should we do? We cannot stop so many.
Tell them to go down the stairs, Worley said quickly. But go slowly. Let the Afghans follow them.
The sewer ran back up at once. Worley sent the same message to the guides on the roof of the envoy's house. Then he called to Jemadar Mehtab Singh.
Bring every Jawan you can spare, he said.
Together they ran toward the roof. The guides had pushed away the first 2 ladders. The ladders fell down onto the crowd below. But there were many more ladders. At least 6. The first Afghans who reached the roof were shot at close distance. They fell at once. But many more climbed up behind them. There were too many to stop. The small group of guides moved back to the stairs. Step by step, they went down. Worley met them at the top of the stairs. More men stood behind him. He held a loaded revolver. but he did not shoot. He waved the men to keep going down. He gave short orders. His voice was hard to hear over the loud cries of the Afghans. The Afghans saw the guides moving back. They thought the defenders were running away. They rushed after them. They ran down the stairs quickly. They pushed each other in their hurry. They held their swords high. Still the guides went down slowly. They stumbled as if afraid. They looked back over their shoulders as they moved. Now, Worley shouted.
Maro, he cried.
He jumped onto a cane stool outside his bedroom door. The guides turned in the narrow hallway. They rushed at the first Afghan soldiers. Worley fired over the heads of his own men. He aimed at the Afghans behind them. Those men were pushed from behind and could not move back. It was hard to miss at such a short distance. Worley was a very good shot. In a few seconds, 6 Afghans on the steep stairs fell down. They were hit by his bullets. More men fell over them and rolled down the stairs. They fell like sheep on a hill. The guides cut them down with swords and bayonets. Ambrose Kelly heard the noise of fighting. He understood that the enemy was inside the mess house. He threw down his scalpel and took a revolver. Then he ran upstairs. But a crowd of fighting men pushed him back. They stabbed and struck each other. There was no space to use swords well. Some men hit others with their guns. There was no time to load the guns again. There was also no space for Rosie to use a revolver. Worley stood higher than the others on the stool. He saw Kelly in the struggle. He knew he could not shoot into that wild fight. He jumped down quickly. He grabbed the revolver from Kelly's hand. Then he climbed back onto the stool. From there, he fired again with great skill. The loud shots and the terrible fight on the stairs made the enemy afraid. The men at the back understood that something had gone wrong. They stopped at the top of the stairs. Some of them fired down in fear. Others ran back and did not try to enter from above again. None of the men who had rushed down the stairs came back.
Come on, Rosie, Worley shouted, breathing hard. They are running away. This is our chance. We must clear them off the roof.
He threw back the empty revolver and quickly loaded his own gun. He turned to Hassan Gull. The sepoy leaned against the wall and tried to catch his breath. Worley told him to call the others. They would run up the stairs and take back the roof.
We cannot do it, Sahib, he said in a weak voice. There are too few of us. Jemadan Mehtab Singh is dead. Havildar Karak Singh is also dead. They were killed on the stairs. Of the men on the roof, only 2 are still alive. I do not know how many are in the other house. But here, only 7 of us remain.
7. Only 7 men to hold 3 floors of the tall mud building. The walls were full of bullet holes. Inside were many wounded men.
Then we must block the staircase, Worley said.
With what? Rosie asked in a tired voice. We have already used almost everything to build barricades, even the doors.
There is this one. Worley turned toward a door.
No, he said sharply. Leave it, Wally. Let him rest.
Who? Who is in there? Oh, the chief. He will not mind. He is only...
Worley stopped suddenly. He looked at Rosie with fear in his eyes.
Is it serious? But it was only a wound to the head. It cannot be.
He was shot in the stomach not long ago. Rosie said quietly, there was nothing I could do. I gave him opium to ease the pain. Now he can only die quietly.
Quietly? Worley said with anger. What kind of quiet death can he have in this place?
He stopped speaking. His face changed. He pulled his arm free. Then he opened the door and went into the dark room. Only a little light came through the broken shutters. There were rough holes in the walls where men had fired their guns. Names were written on the walls by Russian soldiers who had stayed there long ago. The closed door kept out some of the heat from the courtyard. But it could not keep out the flies. They flew around in loud groups. The sound of battle still came from outside. The room smelled of blood and gunpowder. The man on the bed lay in the same place as before. He was still alive. He did not move his head. Rosie came in behind Wally and closed the door. The man's eyes moved slowly toward them. Rosie thought, he will not know us. He is too close to death. And the opium has made him weak. The dying man looked ahead with empty eyes. His eyes moved a little, but it looked like a simple body reaction. Then, suddenly, his mind became clear again. With great effort, Louis Cavagnari forced himself to stay awake. The darkness was closing around him, but he fought against it. He used the last of his strength and spoke in a rough, weak voice.
Hello, Walter. Are we?
He could not finish the question because he had no breath. But Wally understood what he wanted to ask.
We are fine, sir, Wally said. I came to tell you that the Emir has sent 2 Qazilbashi regiments to help us. The angry crowd is running away now. Soon this place will be clear. You do not need to worry. You can rest now. We have won.
Good boy, Sir Louis said in a strong, clear voice.
Some color came back to his pale face. He tried to smile. But sudden pain changed the smile into a hard look. He struggled to breathe again. Wally bent closer to hear him.
The Emir, Sir Louis whispered. I am glad. I was not wrong about him.
After all, we will be all right now. Tell William to send thanks. Send a telegram to the Viceroy. Tell my wife.
The bent man moved suddenly and then became still. After a short time, Wally stood up slowly. He heard the loud buzzing of flies again. He also heard the endless loud noise of the crowd. These sounds mixed with the sharp shots of guns. Bullets hit the walls outside with hard knocks.
He was a great man, Rosie said quietly. He was a wonderful man. That is why we could not let him die thinking that he... No, said Rosie. Be calm, Wally. The Lord will forgive your lie.
Yes. But he knows now that it was a lie.
Where he is now, it does not matter.
No, that is true. I wish.
A bullet hit one of the wooden shutters. Wood pieces flew across the floor. Wally turned and walked out of the room quickly. He did not see where he was going because his eyes were full of tears. Rosie stopped for a moment. She covered the still face. Then she followed him more slowly. She found him working to block the way to the roof. He used the only things he had. There were dead Afghan soldiers on the stairs. There were also broken swords and guns.
We can at least use them for something, Wally said in a hard voice.
He lifted the bodies and put them on top of each other. He pushed them tight into place. He used long guns as bars to hold them still. He also fixed sharp blades between them to make it hard for anyone to pass.
It will not stop them for long, he said. But it is the best we can do. We have nothing else. I must find William and see how many of our men are in the other house. Now listen, Kairula. He turned to one of the Sawars. You and one more man stay here. Do not let the enemy move these bodies. But do not waste bullets. 1 or 2 shots are enough.
Then he left and went down the stairs. He ran across the open courtyard. Shots were still coming from many sides. He went to tell William that Sir Louis was dead.
He was always lucky, William said quietly.
His face was covered with sweat, blood, dust, and black powder. All their faces looked the same. But his eyes were calm. He had been fighting for many hours. Still, he looked like a peaceful man, not a soldier.
How much longer can we hold this place, Wally? He asked. They keep digging through the walls like animals. When we close one hole, they make another. Now we know their plan. When we see dust fall, we move away. Then we fire into the hole as soon as it is big enough. They do not like that. But we need many men to watch the walls in the courtyard and inside both houses. I do not know how many men you have. Here, we have less than 12 left. And maybe the same number in the courtyard.
14, Wally said. I just counted. Abdullah says there are 15 to 20 in the barracks. And 7 in the mess house.
7? William said with shock. I thought. What happened?
They brought ladders, Wally answered. Did you not see? The men behind us used ladders and climbed to the roof. They pushed our men off. They got into the house. We had a hard fight, but we drove them out. For now.
I did not know, William said slowly. If they are on the roof, we are surrounded.
I am afraid that is true, Wally said. Now we must stop the men on the mess house roof. We will put 2 men with shotguns by the inside windows of the chief's office. If anyone on the roof lifts his head, they will fire at once. The enemy may have taken the roof, but they cannot use it if they must lie flat in the far corner. You stay here and deal with the men digging through the wall. I will.
He stopped speaking. He lifted his head and smelled the air.
Do you smell smoke? He asked.
Yes, William said. It is coming from the street behind us. We have smelled it through the holes in the wall. There may be a fire in one of their houses. So many old guns are firing in every direction. It is not surprising.
As long as the fire stays on their side of the wall, Wally said.
He turned to go, but William stopped him.
Listen, Wally, he said. I think we must try again to send a message to the Emir.
He cannot have missed all the others. I do not believe that. If he knew how serious our trouble is, he would help us. We must find someone to take another letter.
They found another man. This time the messenger reached the palace. He dressed like one of the enemy soldiers. His clothes had blood on them. He wore a bandage around his head. In this way, he delivered William's letter. But the palace was in even more confusion than before. It was worse than when Ghulam Nabi had brought the second letter from Sir Louis many hours earlier. Ghulam Nabi was still waiting in a small room, very worried. The new messenger was told to wait for an answer. He waited, but no answer came. By this time, the Emir was very afraid. He believed that after the crowd from the city destroyed the British mission, they would come for him. He thought they would blame him for allowing the foreigners to come to Kabul. He feared they would kill him and his family.
They will kill me, the Emir cried to the mullahs, who had come again to speak with him. They will kill all of us.
The head mullah begged him once more to save his guests. He asked the Emir to order his soldiers to fire their guns at the crowd. Again the Emir refused. He said that if he did this, the crowd would attack the palace at once and kill him. He was shaking with fear. At last, feeling ashamed because of their words, he called his 8-year-old son, Yahya Khan. He put the small boy on a horse. Only a few Sirdars and the boy's teacher went with him. The teacher held a copy of the Quran high above his head so everyone could see it. They rode out to ask the angry crowd, in the name of God and his Prophet, to put away their weapons and go home. But the crowd did not listen. They had shouted for the blood of the foreigners, and they did not stop. They did not care about the holy book. They did not care about the frightened face of a child, even if he was the future ruler of Afghanistan. They pulled the shaking teacher from his horse. They took the Quran from his hands and threw it on the ground. They shouted insults and threats. They pushed and hit the small group until they turned back and rode quickly to the palace. They feared for their lives. There was still one Afghan who was not afraid of the crowd. The brave commander-in-chief, Daud Shah, was wounded, but he left his bed. He called a few loyal soldiers and rode out to face the men from the city. Earlier that day he had faced rebel soldiers, and now he showed the same courage again. But the crowd did not respect the army. They did not care about the holy book, and they did not care about authority. They only wanted to kill and to steal. They attacked the general like wild dogs attacking an animal. He fought back bravely. For a short time he and his soldiers held them back. But there were too many attackers. They pulled him from his horse. On the ground, he could not defend himself well. The crowd hit him and threw stones at him. Some of his soldiers saw this and rushed to help. They fought hard and pushed the crowd away. In this way, they saved their wounded leader and the few men with him. But they could not stay. They had to leave. Supporting their injured commander-in-chief, they slowly returned to safety.
"We can do nothing more," the mullahs said as they watched.
At last they understood that people could not stop what was happening. They left the palace and went back to their mosques to pray to Allah. Ash felt as if he had been trapped in the small, hot room for his whole life. He walked back and forth, trying to think of a way to escape. Had time moved as slowly for the guides who had fought all morning in the heat and into the afternoon without rest? Or were they too busy fighting to think about time? Perhaps they did not notice the hours passing. They knew that each breath could be their last. So they lived only in the present moment, trusting in God. There must be a way out. There had to be. Hours earlier, he had thought about breaking through the mud ceiling above him. He wanted to cut through the space between the beams. But then he heard heavy steps on the hard roof above. There were many men up there. He could hear loud voices and gunshots. There were as many men on the nearby roofs and at the windows as he could see. And there were even more that he could not see. After that, he looked at the floor. It would not be hard to break it. The floor was made of pine wood boards. Strong beams held the boards up. On top of them was dry mud mixed with straw. He had a long Afghan knife. With it, he could cut through the dry mud. Then he could lift one board and pull up the others near it. But there was a problem. The room below was full of enemy soldiers. They were shooting from the window under his window. If he broke the floor, they would see him at once. He also tried to escape through the window. He made a rope from long strips of cotton cloth. He tore the cloth from the sheet that covered a writing platform. He tied the strips into knots so he could climb down. But the window had strong iron bars. He could not bend or break them. The two inside walls were not very thick. The wall with the door was much stronger. He thought about breaking through one of the thinner walls. But it would not help him. The room on his right had no window. It was a storeroom. It was full of old papers and files up to the ceiling. The room on his left was the Munch's library. Both rooms were always locked. Even so, he tried to break into the library. He hoped the lock or the window bars there would be weaker. For a long time, he kicked and cut at the wall. At last, he made a hole big enough to squeeze through. But inside, he found the same strong lock. The window had strong bars too. It was even smaller than the window in his own room. Ash crawled back into his room. He began to watch and listen again. He still hoped for help. He prayed for a miracle. He saw all 4 attacks. From his window, he could not see the first 2 charges that pushed the rebels away from the open ground of the Kula Firangi. But he saw the whole 3rd fight. While he watched, he suddenly remembered something. He had a pistol with him. He also had a service revolver and 50 bullets. They were hidden in one of the many tin boxes against the wall. He could not go down to fight with the guides in the yard. But he could still help them from above. He quickly took out the revolver. He aimed it through the window. Then he understood why both sides had stopped shooting. During the close fight, men from both sides were mixed together. No one could be sure who a bullet would hit. He had to wait. When the enemy began to run away, he wanted to shoot at them. But they were too far. He could not be sure of hitting them. His bullets were few and very important. He could not waste them. Later that morning, he fired 23 shots. None of them were wasted. No one could tell that the shots came from his window. There were too many bullets flying everywhere. 5 of his shots hit 5 enemy snipers. They were shooting from other windows lower down and to the right. Their windows had fewer bars. They leaned out too far while aiming at the sepoys on the barrack roof. 14 more shots hit men in the crowd below. This was the same crowd that had killed the Hindu clerk. Several of them fell, and the crowd was broken. The last 4 shots were fired during an attack led by Jemadar Jiwand Singh. 4 rebels tried to crawl toward the barracks. They moved beside the low wall between the Munch's house and the British mission yard. They hoped the wall would hide them. Ash saw them and shot them. Khoda Dad Khan would have been proud of him. His shooting was careful and true. But a revolver cannot shoot very far. From his window, he could see only a small part of the field. The enemy had very large numbers. Against so many men, his help was small. He knew he could not change the battle alone. The compound lay below him like a bright stage in a theater. He stood high above it and could see everything. If he had a rifle or a shotgun, he could have helped stop the heavy fire. Men were shooting at the barracks and the residency from many roofs nearby. But he only had a revolver. With that, he could do almost nothing. He watched in fear and anger. The enemy made small holes in the compound wall. Through these holes, they could shoot safely at the soldiers inside. The mob that had run away after the last strong attack began to return. At first, they came back in small groups of 2 or 3. Later, they came in larger groups of 10 or 20. Soon, several hundred men were hiding in the broken stables and empty servants' rooms. Others hid behind the old, falling walls. To Ash, it was like watching the sea rise slowly over flat land. It moved forward little by little and would not stop. But this human wave was not quiet. There were gunshots, cries, and loud shouting. All the sounds joined together into one long roar. The noise rose and fell again and again. It was like waves hitting stones again and again. The crowd shouted angry words. They called for the death of their enemies.
They cried, "Kill! Kill!"
As the day went on, the shouting grew weaker. Their throats became sore from dust and smoke. The air was full of thick powder fumes. Slowly, the loud cries turned into a low and angry sound. Now the sharp sound of guns was clearer. The voice of the Farka Buzurg Shah also became clearer. He stood among his followers and spoke without stopping. He told them to strike hard and show no mercy. He said that heaven waited for any man who died that day. Ash wished the Farka would come closer. He wanted to shoot him. He waited and watched carefully, but the Farka stayed far back, near the other side of the stables. He kept himself out of sight of the soldiers on the roofs and in the windows. He was also too far away for Ash's revolver. Sadly, his voice could still be heard.
His sharp voice carried across the compound like a horn. Again and again, he screamed, "Kill! Kill! Kill!"
The sound hurt Ash's ears and shook his nerves. He almost closed the heavy wooden shutters to block out the noise. He was ready to do it, even though it meant losing the light and his clear view. Then another sound stopped him. At first, it was only a low murmur in the distance. Soon it grew louder. It was cheering. The mob was welcoming someone. The cheering came closer and became stronger. It covered the Farka's voice and the sound of gunfire. Ash felt sudden hope. Maybe the Emir had finally sent soldiers to help the British mission. But the hope ended quickly. He saw the Farka and the crowd jump and wave their arms in wild joy. They were welcoming friends, not enemies. This was not help for the British. It was more fighters for the other side. Perhaps they were fresh rebel soldiers from the cantonments. At first, Ash did not see the guns. Many men were pushing and pulling them through the narrow ways near the arsenal. Only when the guns came clear of the buildings did he see them. They were almost level with the cavalry lines. The soldiers on the barrack roof had seen them earlier. They saw the guns come through a broken part of the mud wall and into the compound. One sepoy ran quickly to tell Hamilton Sahib about the danger. The others began to shoot at the men who were moving the guns. The news spread through the residency very fast. In military life, there are times when the choice is simple. A soldier must fight or die. No one waited for orders. By the time Worley and the men from the upper floor of the envoy's house reached the courtyard, the others were already there. William stood with every active sepoy and sewer in the residency. All were ready to face the new threat. All that they needed to do was simple. They had to tell the Jawan who brought the news to warn the other men. The men must fire only at the enemy outside the wall. 2 men also had to run ahead and open the far doors under the archway. But while the men were still running across the road, both enemy guns fired at the same time. The ground shook with 2 loud explosions. The men almost fell. Smoke and dust filled the air. They coughed and could not see well. Still, they kept moving forward through the thick smoke and the sharp smell of powder. The loud sound moved across the compound and hit the far walls of the Bala Hisar. Crows flew up into the sky and cried loudly above the palace roofs. The crowd outside shouted with joy when they saw the shells hit the corner of the barrack building. But the barracks were strong. They were not made of thin wood and plaster like the residency buildings. They were built from thick mud bricks, more than 6 feet thick. At the western end, both corners had stone stairs that went up to the roof. These stairs gave extra protection. Because of this, the shells did not cause much damage. The men behind the walls were shocked for a moment. They could not see well because of the smoke. Their ears hurt from the noise. But they followed their orders. They lifted their rifles and kept firing at the enemy. At that moment, Worley and William came out from the archway with 21 guides. They ran quickly toward the guns. The fight did not last long. The mutineers who pulled the guns into place were very tired. The city crowd did not want to fight trained soldiers at close range. When they saw the guides coming, many of them ran away. After 10 hard minutes, the mutineers also began to run. They left the guns behind. More than 20 of their men lay dead or wounded on the ground. The guides lost 2 men. 4 others were wounded. For such a small group, this was a heavy loss. Their numbers were falling quickly, and that was frightening. They had taken the guns. They also took the shells that had come from the arsenal. The enemy gunners had left the shells behind when they ran. But this victory did not help much. The guns were very heavy. The barracks were too far away. At the same time, many enemy rifles began firing again. Bullets flew all around them. Still, the guides tried hard to pull the guns back. They tied ropes to the guns. They pulled with all their strength across the dusty and rocky ground. Soon it was clear that they could not do it. It would take too much time. If they stayed, all of them might be killed. So they decided to take only the shells. Even that did not give much comfort. It was clear that the enemy would soon bring more shells from the arsenal. They could not even damage the guns before leaving. In the heat of the fight, Worley forgot one small but important thing. He was the only man in uniform when the mutineers first entered the compound. But he was not wearing his crossbelt. Later, he did not think to put it on. There was no time. The crossbelt carries 2 small tools. They are not for decoration. They are used to damage enemy guns.
It's my own fault, Worley said bitterly. I should have remembered. If we even had a nail, anything at all. I forgot that we were not fully dressed. Now there is only one thing to do. We must fire at those guns all the time. No one must be able to load them again.
The doors under the arch were closed and locked again behind them. The men drank cold water from clay pots that came from the bathhouse. Both Muslims and non-Muslims drank. The regimental mullah said this was a time of war. He said that in war, soldiers could stop the Ramadan fast. After they drank, they went back to the residency. They had left it only 15 minutes before. Now it was full of smoke. The enemy had worked hard while they were away. More ladders came from the roofs on the other side of the street. Afghan fighters crawled across these narrow bridges. They helped the men who had survived the fight on the stairs. At the same time, other fighters in the street broke through the weak walls. They pushed burning coals and cloth with oil through holes in the ground floor. The residency and its yard were already surrounded on 3 sides. Now the enemy attacked from above and below. They had taken the stables and the cavalry lines. They stood on every roof they could reach. Many of them were on the roof of the mess house. They also broke through its lower walls. The yard, the ground floor rooms, and the barracks were full of dead and wounded men. In the morning, 77 guides had stood there. Now only 30 were alive. 30 men. Outside, thousands of enemies moved around them. Were there 4,000? 6,000? 8,000? For the first time that day, Worley felt his hope fall. He looked at the future clearly. In his heart, he gave up hope. But William was not ready to do that. He worked in the foreign and political department. He believed in peace and talks. After the failed attack on the guns, William changed his weapon. He put away the sword and the army pistol. He took his shotgun instead. He filled his pockets with cartridges. Then he hurried to the roof of the envoy's house. From there, he shot at Afghans who were gathering on a higher roof across the yard. Only then did he see the thick smoke rising from the ground floor of the mess house. He understood that if the fire grew, they would all die. Still, he did not lose hope. He lay on the roof with 5 soldiers. They were shooting at the men on the mess house roof. While he lay there, William tore a blank page from his small notebook. He wrote another urgent letter to the emir. He wrote that they could not hold much longer. If the emir did not help them, they would die. He wrote that they could not believe the emir would do nothing while his guests were killed.
Take this to Hamilton Sahib, William said. Tell him he must find a servant who will carry it to the emir.
They will not go, Sahib, the soldier said, shaking his head. They know that 4 Muslim men went with letters and did not return. A Hindu man also went. The enemy killed him in front of everyone. But I will try.
He put the paper in his belt. Then he moved toward the stairs and went down. He found his commanding officer at the mess house. Worley was firing from a first-floor window at a group of rebels who were trying to load the guns again. Worley took the paper. He sent the messenger away with a short nod. Then he read the letter. He wondered why William wanted to send another message. Earlier letters had brought only one weak and unclear reply. None of the messengers had come back. Maybe they were all dead like the Hindu man. To Worley, it seemed useless to send another man to die. But now the full defense of the residency was his duty. Even so, Mr. Jenkins was the envoy's secretary and political assistant. He still represented the civil authority. If William wanted the letter sent, then it must be sent.
Timus, Worley called.
Sahib. The mounted soldier stopped firing and turned to him.
Jenkins Sahib has written another letter to the emir, Worley said. He asks for help. Do you think you can reach the palace?
I can try, Timus answered.
He put down his carbine and walked over. He took the paper, folded it into a small piece, and hid it in his clothes. Worley smiled a little.
Thank you, Prince, he said quietly.
Khuda Hafiz V. The man smiled when he saw the title. He saluted and walked out. He crossed the lane to the barracks. He climbed to the roof to look around. But in less than a minute he saw the truth. It was impossible to leave through the compound. The angry crowd was everywhere. No one could pass through them. So he went back to the residency. He hoped to find another way to escape. The back door had been closed long ago. If he opened it, armed Afghans would rush inside. In great worry, he went to the envoy's house. He climbed to the roof. One of the Jawans who still fought there helped him climb onto the high wall. The wall hid them from the houses behind the residency. But he was clearly seen by the enemy on the mess house roof and by the men in the street. Below him was a large crowd. Their faces were full of anger. They were shouting loudly. When he looked at them, he felt strong dislike for the mob. Cavagnari had felt the same earlier that day. So Timus was a soldier in the Guides. But he was also a prince from a royal family. He was a Shahsadar and an Afghan. He looked down at the twisted faces with cold eyes. Then he took a deep breath. Without fear, he jumped from the wall. He fell feet first into the crowd. He landed on their heads and shoulders, which broke his fall. For a moment the mob was shocked. Then they shouted in anger and attacked him. But he fought his way through them.
I am a prince and an Afghan, he shouted. I carry a message for the Emir.
These words alone would not have saved him. But a close friend saw him. The friend ran to help. He pushed and struck at the men around Timus. He shouted at them and spoke strongly. At last he pulled Timus free. Timus was hurt and bleeding, but he was alive. With help, he reached the palace. But things were no better there. The Emir had locked himself away with his women. He was crying. At last he agreed to see Shahsadar Timus. He read the message. But he only spoke about his bad fate.
My kismet is bad, he said. This is not my fault. I can do nothing.
He gave orders to keep the Shahsadar there. The guards obeyed. The Emir's fate was bad. But Timus was more lucky. The guards pushed him into a room. Inside lay an Afghan man. He had been shot in the back during the first attack. He was left alone and in pain. No one helped him because there was fear and confusion in the palace. Timus had learned how to treat wounds during his service. He took out his knife. Carefully, he removed the bullet. He cleaned the wound. He stopped the bleeding. Then he tied the man's waistcloth around the wound. The wounded man was very thankful. He was an important person. Later, he helped Timus escape. He secretly led him out of the palace. He also arranged for him to leave Kabul. Fate was kind to Timus that day. Only a few minutes after he jumped from the roof, the situation changed again at the residency. The soldiers there were trying hard to put out the fire under the mess house. Suddenly strong flames burst up through the smoke. In seconds the whole lower floor was burning. There was no hope of saving the wounded men inside. The fire spread too fast. It was too strong. Those who could run did so. Burned and choking, they crossed the yard full of smoke. Half blind, they ran to the envoy's house for safety. The Afghans on the roof of the burning building saw that it would soon fall. They hurried back across their ladders. At once they turned their attack to the opposite house. They pushed more ladders against the high wall from which Timus had jumped. They climbed over and jumped down among the few men who still fought there. Their leaders were killed as they came forward. Some fell into the street. Others fell onto the roof. But the men behind them kept moving. While William and the Jawans loaded their guns again, the attackers jumped forward and rushed to fight. There was no hope of keeping the roof. Worley and the other guides who were still alive ran up to stop the attackers. But too many enemies climbed over the wall. They came down fast and filled the roof. The soldiers stood close together. Their guns had no bullets, so they used them like sticks. Slowly they moved back to the stairs. Step by step, the enemy pushed them down. The last man closed the door at the bottom and dropped the bars into place. But the door was old and weak. The whole building was old and falling apart. It could not stand a strong attack. There was no time and no wood or iron to make it stronger. Soon the house would burn. If the men digging under the walls did not start the fire, the flames from the mess house would. Fire and sparks were already coming from every door and window. Even if the house did not burn at once, they could not stay. While the fighting was on the roof, the enemy broke another hole in the back wall of the yard. Smoke hid them. Now they were coming in through that hole from below. Through the thick smoke, Worley saw a terrible sight. Some servants had run from the burning mess house. They hid behind a pile of boxes near the back door. The enemy shot at them and cut at them. Among them were Sir Louis' servant and Worley's own fat Per Boksh. Per Boksh fought back with a knife in one hand and a wooden boot tool in the other. Worley could do nothing to help. He felt sick and turned away. He ran to one of the two windows that looked over the open ground. He pulled the shutters back and jumped onto the window ledge.
Come on! Worley shouted.
At once he jumped across the narrow lane and landed on the roof of the barracks. The others did not wait. They followed him without fear. Jenkins and Kelly came. Some Jawans who had lived through the roof fight came too. 6 other men who had tried to fight the fire also jumped over. Just as the last man landed, the roof of the mess house fell in with a great crash. They turned and saw a tall cloud of bright sparks rise into the sky. The sparks were clear even in the afternoon sun. Below them burned the body of Louis Cavagnari. Many soldiers and servants who had come with him to Kabul burned there too. Worley thought of an old story of a northern chief who burned with his men after death. Then he looked away. He told the small group to get off the roof and go down into the barracks. Now the enemy held the envoy's house. They could shoot from its windows. From there, they could see the place where Worley and his men had jumped. The low walls on the roof would not protect them. Down below, the doors of the barracks were strong. The outer walls were thick stone. In the middle was a long yard with cloth covers above it. The cloth could not stop bullets, but it stopped the enemy from seeing inside.
We should be able to stay here for some time, William said, breathing hard. He looked at the stone pillars and brick arches around them. Behind them were cool, dark rooms for the soldiers. There is not much here that can burn. Only the doors. I do not know why we did not come here before.
Rosie answered quickly. Because we cannot see out. We cannot shoot out. We can only stay here and try to stop those devils from breaking the doors. That is why.
Rosie had worked very hard to carry the wounded men into the yard. Later he had left them to help defend the envoy's house. Now he felt he had left them to die in the fire or at the hands of the enemy.
Yes, William said. You are right. I did not think about that. But at least we can try to stop them from coming in. If they do not burn the doors.
Or make a hole in the wall, Rosie said.
At that moment the guns fired again. The loud sound shook the air. The stone pillars moved with the shells hit the front wall of the barracks. They missed the archway but destroyed the stairs to the east. Stones fell and covered the steps. It was clear that the guns were now much closer than before. The crowd outside no longer feared shots from the roof. The sepoys who had fired at them were gone. So the enemy had quickly loaded the guns again and pulled them forward. Everyone inside the barracks understood this. And he knew the next shot would likely come from the front of the archway. It would break both doors into pieces and open the way for the enemy to run inside. Again, pieces of stone and wood fell from above. The tired doctor held a pillar and then slowly sat down against it. His head felt heavy and confused. Through the dust, he saw Walter Hamilton and Daffodar Hira Singh running to the inner door of the archway. They pulled it open. For a moment, the doctor thought they had lost their minds. He thought they wanted to run out and fight the crowd before the guns were ready to fire again. But they did not touch the new outer door. That door was now full of bullet holes. It looked like a kitchen strainer. Instead, they came back and spoke quickly with Havildar Hassan and Lance Noik Jonki. After a short talk, Worley gave a small nod. Then he went to William and Rosie and spoke in a hard voice.
Listen, we must take those guns. We must. I do not mean we should damage them. I mean we must capture them. If we bring them here, we can blow up the arsenal. We can destroy most of the crowd outside and even part of the Bala Hissar. We only need one good shot. There is a lot of ammunition and gunpowder inside. If it explodes, it will destroy everything for many hundreds of yards.
That includes us, William said with a dry smile.
What does that matter? Wally asked impatiently. It will not happen to us. We are lower down, and these walls are very thick. Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but we must try. Now anything is better than nothing. If we get those guns, we have a chance to fight. If we do not, we can say our prayers.
William's eyes moved slowly. His young face looked very pale under the blood and dust.
We cannot do it, Wally, he said in a tired voice. We tried before.
Last time we did not have enough rope. And the guns were farther away. Now they are closer. I am sure they are pulling them nearer right now. They think we are beaten. They think we cannot stop them. My Havildar says a holy man is outside. He has shouted to them all afternoon. He tells them to break the door. Then they can fire through the barracks and break the back wall. Their friends in the residency can then attack us from behind. That is why I opened the inner door. If they break the front door, we can still fall back to the second one.
Rosie spoke quickly. You are mad. Even if we get a gun, what will we shoot? Bullets.
The shells we brought back last time, Wally answered. We left them in one of the rooms. There are 12 shells. 6 for each gun. Think what we could do with that.
But William still shook his head.
I do not mind running at those guns again, he said. But if we reach them, we should destroy them this time. We should not try to bring them back.
No, Wally said strongly. If we only destroy them, we are finished. They have other guns. They also have plenty of ammunition. We are running out of ours. When we stop firing, they will know. Then they will rush inside in large numbers. This place will fall in 5 minutes. No, there is only one way. We must stop their supply. The only way is to fire at the arsenal. We must destroy it and kill as many of them as we can. We have to get those guns. At least one of them. We will destroy the second one. I will ask Thokka Singh to do that. The rest of us will bring the other gun back here. We should be able to do it. Yes, it sounds crazy. But it is better than sitting here and waiting. Soon they will see we have no ammunition. Then they will bring ladders and climb over the roof, like they did at the residency. Is that how you want to die?
Surgeon Major Kelly gave a rough laugh. He stood up slowly because he was tired.
Calm down, boy, he said. We are with you. Yes, it is a crazy risk. But it might work. If we do nothing, we will die anyway. So tell us what to do. Let us begin.
Wally was right about the guns. While they spoke, the crowd pulled the guns closer. Now both guns were less than 70 yards away. They were loaded and pointed at the wall near the archway. They were ready to fire. Again there was a loud double explosion. The crowd shouted with wild joy. Then the noise slowly faded. The people became quiet. From his locked room high above, Ash listened. He heard the constant gunfire. He also heard wood burning and breaking. Crows cried loudly in fear. Above it all, he heard the sharp voice of the Farker. The Farker shouted to the men who pushed the guns toward the barrack archway. Ash did not see the barrack doors open. But suddenly Wally ran into view. William and Rosie were with him. About 12 guides followed behind. They ran straight into the heavy fire. They crossed the open ground toward the guns. For the second time that day, they forced the gun crews to move back. Then 8 men turned one gun around. They pointed it at the crowd. 6 men pulled the ropes. 2 others pushed at the wheels. They tried to drag the gun back to the barracks. The rest fought the enemy with swords and revolvers. One Jawan rushed to the second gun. He wanted to damage it so it could not fire. But again, the work was too hard. Bullets flew everywhere. 2 of the men pulling the gun were killed. The sewer who tried to damage the other gun was also shot. He dropped the metal spike from his hand. It fell into the dusty ground under the wheels. 4 more men were hurt.
Wally shouted to the others. Run back.
He put away his sword and quickly filled his revolver again. William and Rosie did the same. The men left the ropes and ran toward the barracks. They carried the wounded with them. The 3 Englishmen walked backward. They fired again and again. Their shooting was strong and accurate. The Afghans became unsure. They stopped and did not move forward. This allowed the small group to reach the archway safely. At the last moment, Wally turned around. He looked up at Ash's window. He raised his arm in a salute. But Ash did not answer. He was no longer at the window. When he saw the guns, he felt deep despair. But this feeling pushed his mind to search again for escape. For many times that day, he had tried to think of a way out. Now he suddenly remembered something. It was something he had not thought about before. He remembered the rooms on the floor below. He knew which room was under his own. But he had never thought about the rooms next to it. Now he pictured them clearly. Under the Munch's library, there was a small empty room. Long ago, that room had a balcony window. The balcony had fallen many years before. Later, someone had covered the window with wooden boards. By now, those boards were probably old and weak. If he broke through the library floor and dropped down, he could pull the boards away. After that, he could use the rope made from sheets. He would slide down about 20 feet to the ground. If an Afghan saw him climbing down, they would think he was a friend. They would think he wanted to join the fight. The only danger was from the Jawans on the barrack roof. They might see him. They might think he was an enemy and shoot him before he reached the ground. He would need to reach the low wall quickly. That wall stood between the tall houses and the residency compound. It was a risk. But Ash did not waste time thinking about it. Within seconds, he was back in the Munch's library. He began to hit the floorboards hard. William had seen Wally's salute. He thought it meant something important. He grabbed Wally's arm.
"Who were you waving at?" he asked quickly. "Was someone giving us a signal? Is the Emir there? Are they?"
No, Wally said, breathing hard as he pushed against the door. It was only Ash.
William looked confused. The name meant nothing to him. The small hope he had felt disappeared. He turned away and sat down on the ground.
But Ambrose Kelly looked up from the wounded sepoy he was helping. "Ash," he said sharply. "You mean Pelham-Martyn?"
Yes, Wally answered, still working on the heavy door bars.
He's up there. In one of those houses. In one of them. For God's sake. Then why is he not helping us? If he can help, he will try, he said. He warned us many times. But no one listened. Not even the chief. "Rosie, take that man into one of the rooms. We are too close to the door. They will fire the guns again. Move back. All of you." The crowd waited until the door was shut. Then they ran forward and took the guns again. They pulled the guns into place in front of the archway. From the rooftops, their friends fired many shots at the strong walls of the barracks. They also fired at the empty roof and the torn canvas covers. Inside the barracks, it was very dark. The sun had gone down behind the high hills. The whole area was now in shadow. But as the light faded, the fire from the burning residency grew brighter. When the guns fired again, the flash was very bright. It hurt the eyes. A loud crash followed. This time, they did not fire both guns together. The first shell was meant to break both doors of the archway. The attackers thought it had worked. They did not know that one door had already been left open. They saw the outer door break into pieces. Wood flew into the air. When the smoke cleared, they could see through the archway. They saw the long courtyard and the far wall. They cheered loudly. Then they fired the second gun. The shell flew through the middle of the barracks. It made a large hole that opened into the lane behind. Behind that hole was the courtyard of the residency. It was now full of their men. These men only had to cross the lane. Then they could attack from behind. At the same time, the others in the compound would attack from the front. It was a good plan. But it had two serious problems. The first problem was clear at once. The strong inner door of the archway was still standing. It had not been broken. It was now closed tightly. The second problem was more serious. The soldiers inside knew it, but the attackers did not. The residency was on fire. Because of this, the attackers could not stay there. They had taken what they could and left quickly to escape the flames. So there were not many men left there. An attack from that side was not likely. Worley understood this. He decided to focus on only one side. There would be no more shooters from the residency. The smoke from the fire would also make it hard for the men on the rooftops to aim well. As soon as Worley and his men returned to the barracks, he closed the weak outer door. Then he gave orders to 4 men. They were to go up the stairs at the far end. They had to stay low and out of sight until the guns fired. After that, they were to run forward under cover of the smoke. They would take their old positions behind the wall above the arch. From there, they would shoot at the gun crews. This would stop them from loading the guns again. The rest of his small group moved to the left and right. They all knew what would happen next. They were ready. Soon, the outer door was destroyed. The shell also damaged one of the stone pillars. Bricks fell down. But no one was hurt. They waited with fear for the second shot. As soon as it came, they ran forward. They closed and locked the heavy inner door. At the same time, the 4 soldiers at the top of the stairs jumped up. Hidden by smoke, they ran to the wall above the arch. From there, they began to fire at the cheering gun crews. Loading and firing a big gun is not easy. It is very hard for men without training. The attackers were not trained gunners. After each shot, the gun must be cleaned inside. Then the shell must be pushed into the front of the gun. It must be pushed all the way down the barrel. Gunpowder must be placed in the small hole at the back. Then it must be lit with fire or a match. All this takes time. It is also dangerous, especially when someone is shooting at you from nearby. If the walls of the barracks had proper small openings for shooting, the soldiers inside would have been well protected. They could have easily stopped the attackers from using the guns against them. But they could only shoot from behind low walls on the roof. Enemy snipers could see that roof. So the enemy guns were very strong, and Worley understood this. He also knew that the 4 men on the roof would soon have no bullets left. The other men had only a few bullets too. When the bullets were gone, the enemy would load their guns easily. Then they would break the door and come inside. The end was clear. He understood now that he had known this for a long time. Deep inside, he had acted as if he already knew. If they had to die, they should die bravely. They should die in a way that made the guides proud. They should fight until the end. In this way, they would honor their corps. People would remember them in the future. That was the only thing they could still do. Very little time was left. Each minute passed quickly. For a short time, he stood still and looked into the distance. He thought about many things. He thought about Inistioge and his parents and brothers. He saw his mother's face when she kissed him goodbye. He remembered Ash and Wigram and all the good men in the guides. He had lived a good life. It had been a wonderful life. Even now, he would not change it for another life. Many small memories came to his mind. They were clear and bright. He remembered looking for bird nests with his brothers on Wimbledon Common. He remembered a dance at the military academy. He remembered the long sea journey to Bombay and the first time he saw India. He remembered the happy days in the bungalow in Rawalpindi and later in Mardan. He remembered the free and joyful holidays he spent with Ash. He thought about their work and their games. He remembered their talks, their laughter, and their fun. He thought of the many pretty girls he had loved. Some were lively, some were quiet, some were shy, some liked to flirt. Slowly, all their faces became one face. It was Anjali's face. He smiled when he saw her in his thoughts. He felt lucky that he had known her. He would never marry now. Maybe that was not a bad thing. It would have been hard to find another woman like her. No one could reach the high place she had in his heart. He would also never feel the sadness that comes when love changes. Time takes away beauty, youth, and strength. It can also damage love and other good things. He would never feel deep disappointment. He would not fail in life. He would not see his heroes fall and show their weaknesses. This was the end of his road. Still, he had no regrets. He did not even regret losing his dream of becoming a great field marshal. He had already won the Victoria Cross. It was the highest honor. That was glory enough for him. And the guides would remember him. Maybe one day his sword would hang in the mess at Mardan. Future soldiers would touch it and listen to an old story. They would hear how 77 men of the guides, led by Walter Hamilton, VC, were trapped in the British residency in Kabul. They would hear how they fought against great numbers for many hours, and how they all died there.
Every man has his own day to die, Wally said quietly. Life is short for everyone. But when we do brave deeds, people remember us. That is true greatness.
It was a strange time to remember words from an old Latin book. He thought Ash would laugh if he heard him. But the words were right for this moment. Today he had to help make the name of the guides great. Ash would understand that. It was good to know that Ash was near. Ash would see what he did and know he tried his best. He felt that his friend was with him in spirit. He could not wish for a better friend. He also knew it was not Ash's fault that no help had come. If only he could. The boy stopped his wandering thoughts and looked around. The men near him looked torn, dirty, and tired. Some had blood on their clothes. Smoke had made their faces dark. In the morning he had more than 70 men. Now only a small number stood with him. He did not know how long he had been standing there in silence. He did not know the time. The sun had gone down behind the walls. The barracks were full of long shadows. The light was fading fast. There was no time to wait. Lieutenant Walter Hamilton, VC, stood straight. He took a deep breath. Then he spoke to his men in Hindustani. This was the common language of the group. The corps had Sikhs, Hindus, Punjabis, and Pathans who spoke Pashto. He told them they had fought like brave men. They had protected the honor of the guides. No men could have done more. Now only one thing was left. They must die in the same brave way, fighting the enemy. If they did not, they would be killed like trapped animals. There was no other choice. He did not need to ask what they would choose. He said they would try one last time to take a gun. This time they would tie themselves to it. They would pull it back together. He alone would stay behind and hold back the enemy. He would protect them while they moved.
We will attack the gun on the left, Wally said. When we reach it, do not look around. Do not stop for even a moment. Tie yourselves to it and push the wheels. Bring it back here. Do not stop for anything. Do you understand? You must not turn to look behind you. I will do all I can to protect you. If you bring the gun back, turn it toward the arsenal. If I fall, it does not matter. If many of us fall, it does not matter. Those who live will still carry the honor of the guides. Do not give it away. Long ago a great warrior came to this land. His name was Sikandar Dulkan, Alexander the Great. All men have heard of him. He said it is a fine thing to live with courage and to die with a great name. You have lived with courage. What you did today will give you a great name. People will remember your deeds as long as they remember the guides. Your grandchildren will tell this story with pride. Never give in, brothers. Never give in. Guides, Kaye.
The men shouted back loudly. Their voices filled the arches and dark rooms. It sounded as if the spirits of the dead guides were shouting with them. The men laughed. They picked up their sabers and ropes. Ambrose Kelly stood up slowly. He stretched his tired body. He was older than the others. Like Gobind, he had trained to save lives, not to take them. Now he loaded his revolver and checked it. He put on the sword he did not know how to use.
Well, he said, maybe it will be a relief when this ends. It has been a long day, and I am very tired. As a poet once said, how can a man die better than by facing great danger? Hakim Kaye.
The guides laughed again. Their laughter made Wally feel proud. His throat felt tight as he smiled at them. He felt deep respect and love for these men. Life would have been worth living just to fight beside them. It was an honor to lead them. It would be an even greater honor to die with them. They were good and brave men. They were the guides. His throat felt tight again. His eyes shone brightly. He picked up his saber. He swallowed and tried to speak in a cheerful voice.
Are we ready? He asked. Good. Open the doors.
A sepoy ran forward and lifted the heavy iron bar. It fell away with a loud sound. Two other men pulled open the big wooden doors. With a loud cry of Guides Kaye, the small group ran out through the arch. They rushed toward the gun on the left. Wally ran in front, 6 steps ahead of the others. The sight of them changed the feeling of the crowd. After the last attack failed, the people were sure the foreigners were finished. They thought the men could not attack again. But now the foreigners were coming again. They ran forward with the same strong anger as before. The crowd could not believe it. For a short moment they stood still and stared. Then they broke apart and ran in fear as Wally rushed at them. His sword moved quickly, and his gun fired again and again. From the left side, one Afghan ran to join him. He had no turban, and his hair and clothes were white with dust from broken walls.
Two Sawar saw him and shouted, Pelham Dulkan, Pelham Sahib Bahadur.
Wally heard the shout over the noise of the fight. He looked to the side and saw Ash next to him. Ash had a knife in one hand and a curved sword in the other. He had taken the sword from a dead Harati.
Wally laughed and shouted, Ash, I knew you would come. Now we will show them.
Ash laughed too. The fight filled him with wild energy. All day he had watched his friends die and could not help them. Now he could move and fight. The fast action made him feel strong and alive. His excitement spread to Wally.
Wally fought like a man with special strength. The Afghan men were tall and strong, but the young boy seemed taller than all of them. He used his sword like a master. While he fought, he sang. It was a church song. Ash had sung the same song once before, on the morning of the Rana's funeral. But this time Wally sang a verse he had never sung before. When Ash heard it, his heart felt tight. He understood the meaning at once. Wally knew this was his last fight. He did not hope to live. He chose this verse on purpose. It was his goodbye. Wally had never cared for quiet rest before, but now he sang about peace and rest in a loud and happy voice. Everyone could hear him over the noise of the battle.
The golden evening shines in the west, Wally sang as he fought. Soon, very soon, brave soldiers will find their rest. Sweet is the peace of paradise. Alleluia. Alleluia.
Look out, Wally! Ash shouted.
He pushed away the sword of the man in front of him. Then he jumped back to fight another Afghan who came from behind with a long knife. But even if Worley heard the warning, it was too late. The knife went deep into his back. At the same time, Ash's sword cut down the man who attacked Worley. Worley moved forward in pain. He fired his last bullet. Then he threw the empty gun into a man's face. The man fell back and dropped to the ground. Worley changed his sword to his left hand. But his arm was weak. He could not lift it well. The point of the sword caught on the ground. As he fell forward, the blade broke. At that same moment, the heavy butt of a long gun hit Ash on the head. Pain burst inside his skull. Bright lights seemed to flash in his eyes. Then everything went black. Swords flashed around them. Dust rose into the air and covered everything. The crowd closed in. A few steps behind, William was already on the ground. A curved sword had struck his head. His right arm was badly hurt below the elbow. Rosie was also dead. He lay near the barrack arch. A musket ball had hit his head as he ran out after Worley. 2 more men had died before they reached the gun, like Surgeon Major Kelly. 3 others were wounded. The men who were still alive followed their leader's orders. They did not stop to fight. They did not look back. They tied themselves to the gun and pulled with all their strength. They breathed hard and struggled. But more men fell as they tried. The ground was covered with bodies, weapons, and empty bullets. The dust was dark and wet. For so few men, it was now impossible to move the heavy gun. The men who were still alive tried to move the gun again. But they could not move it any farther. At last they left it and walked back to the barracks. They were breathing hard and felt very tired. They closed the big door and pushed the bar across it. When the door shut, the crowd outside gave a loud shout of joy. They knew that the 3 foreign officers were dead. Hundreds of people ran toward the barracks. The Farker led them. He came out from the stables and ran in front. He jumped and waved his flag in the air. People on the roofs saw what had happened. They stopped shooting. They began to dance and shout. They lifted their guns and waved them. On the roof of the barracks, 3 of the 4 soldiers Worley had sent there were still shooting. They fired slowly now because they had only a few bullets left. The crowd had forgotten about these men. But they remembered them when 3 men in front fell to the ground. 2 more men behind them were hurt by the same heavy bullets. The Afghans stopped for a moment. Then the rifles on the roof fired again. 3 more men fell. The soldiers on the roof were shooting into a thick group of men less than 50 yards away. At that short distance, it was hard to miss. Then a bullet hit the Farker in the face. He lifted his arms and fell backward. The men running behind him could not stop in time. They stepped on his body as they rushed forward. There were several reasons why Ash stayed alive. First, he was wearing Afghan clothes and holding a curved sword. Also, only the men in the front of the fight knew that he had fought next to the English officer for a short time. When the crowd rushed to finish the badly wounded officer, they kicked Ash's unconscious body aside. After the fight moved on and the dust settled, he was no longer where he had fallen. He lay a little distance away. He was not among the dead guides. He lay among several dead enemy soldiers. His face was covered with blood and dirt, so no one could know him. His clothes were dark red because of blood from a soldier lying partly over him. The blow on his head had not struck straight on. It was strong enough to make him lose consciousness. But it was not strong enough to keep him unconscious for long. When he woke up, he found that 2 bodies were lying on top of him. The second man was a large Afghan. He had been shot in the head by one of the soldiers on the roof less than a minute before. He had fallen across Ash's legs. The 2 heavy bodies held him down. He could not move. For a time he lay still. He felt confused and did not understand where he was or what had happened. He remembered crawling through a hole in a wall. After that, everything was dark in his mind. Slowly his thoughts became clearer. He remembered Worley. He tried to move but could not. His head hurt badly. His whole body felt sore and weak. But as he thought more clearly, he understood that he was probably not badly wounded. He had only been hit on the head and pushed and kicked by the crowd. If that was true, he could try to free himself. He could return to the fight as soon as he had the strength. But first he had to get rid of the strong dizziness. If he stood up too soon and walked like a drunk man, someone would kill him at once. He would not help anyone that way. He could still hear the loud noise of the crowd. He also heard guns firing again and again. The battle was not over. His face was swollen and hurt. His eyelids were stuck together with dust and dried blood. He was too weak to lift his arms and clean them. With great effort, he forced his eyes open. At first he could not see clearly. After a minute or two, his sight became better. His mind became clearer too. He saw that he was lying a short distance behind the main group of the crowd. 3 soldiers above the entrance of the barracks were still holding the crowd back with their fire. But they were shooting more slowly now. There were longer spaces between the shots. He understood that they were almost out of bullets. As he looked around, he noticed a group of rebels standing near the guns that had been left behind. They seemed to be talking together and making a plan. As he watched, one of the men climbed onto a cannon. From his clothes, he looked like a soldier from the Ardell regiment. He stood straight and held up a musket. A strip of white cloth was tied to the end of it. He waved it like a sign of peace.
Sul. Sul. Kafi. Bus, he shouted.
The gunfire slowly stopped. The sepoys behind the wall stopped shooting. In the sudden quiet, the man climbed down from the cannon. He walked forward into the open space near the barracks. He called out that he wanted to speak with their leaders. The sepoys talked together for a short time. Then one of them put down his rifle and stood up. He walked to the edge of the roof and called down to the men below. A few minutes later, 3 more guides came up. Together they moved forward. They stood behind the wall above the archway. They were straight and unarmed.
"We are here," said the Jawan who spoke for them.
He was chosen because he was a Pathan and could speak to Afghans in their own language. Also, no officer was still alive.
"What do you want to say to us? Speak."
Ash heard a man near him take a sharp breath.
Are there only that many? The man whispered. There cannot be only 6. Maybe others are still inside.
6, Ash thought. But the word felt empty in his mind.
Your sahibs are all dead, shouted the rebel with the white flag. We have no quarrel with you who are left. Why continue to fight? If you put down your arms, we will let you go home. You fought bravely. Surrender now and go free.
One of the guides laughed. The dirty faces of the others changed. They laughed too, loud and hard. The men below became angry. They held their muskets tightly. The Jawan had not drunk water for many hours. His mouth was dry. He spat over the edge of the wall. Then he raised his voice.
"What kind of men are you?" he shouted. "How can you ask us to lose our honor and shame our dead? Are we dogs that we betray those we served? Our Sahib told us to stand and fight to the last. We will do that. You have your answer, dogs."
He spat again and turned away. The others followed him. The crowd shouted in anger. The 6 men walked back across the roof. They went down the far stairs into the courtyard. They did not waste time. They stood shoulder to shoulder for a moment. There were Muslims, Sikhs, and 1 Hindu. They were soldiers of the Queen's Own Corps of Guides. They lifted the bar and opened the doors. Then they drew their swords. Together they marched out under the archway. They walked as steady as if they were on parade.
The Afghan who had spoken before took a deep breath. By God, these are men, he said quietly.
They are the guides, Ash thought. Pride burned inside him. He tried hard to get up and join them. But men rushed forward from behind. They ran over him and pushed him down. The air left his lungs. He lay helpless in the dust. Feet stepped on him or hit him aside as if he were nothing. Through the noise he heard swords clash and men shout. Very clearly he heard a strong voice cry, "Guides Kaye." Then a foot hit his head. The world went black again. This time he stayed in darkness longer. When he slowly woke, he still heard many voices near the residency. But the shooting had stopped. Except for the dead bodies, the area around him was empty. He did not move at once. He lay still, feeling pain and great tiredness. After many minutes, he knew he must think and act. His mind felt slow, like his weak body. It was hard even to think. But he forced himself. Slowly his memory returned. With it came the strong wish to stay alive. During the last fight, the bodies above him had moved. Carefully he tried to move. He found he still could, but only a little. He could not stand. But he could crawl. So he began to crawl. He moved slowly, like an injured insect. On his hands and knees, he went between the bodies. He looked for a safe place. The nearest shelter was the stables, and he moved toward them. Others had the same idea. The stables were full of dead and hurt Afghan men. Some were from the city. Some were from the Bala Hissar. Others were soldiers from different regiments. They lay close together on dirty straw. Ash was hurt and very tired. His head hurt from a small injury. His body had many bruises. His mind and body were weak from shock and fear. He fell down among the others and slept for almost an hour. A strong hand caught his sore shoulders and shook him. The pain woke him at once. It felt as if cold water had hit his face.
A voice said, "By Allah, here is another man who is alive. Be strong, friend. You are not dead. Soon you can eat again."
Ash opened his eyes. He saw a big Afghan man looking down at him. The man's face seemed a little familiar. But Ash could not remember where he had seen him.
The stranger said, "I work in the house of the chief minister's first secretary. I think you are Syed Akbar. You work for Munshi Naim Shah. I have seen you in his office. Come now. It is getting late. Take my arm."
The man helped Ash stand up. He led him out of the yard. They walked toward the Shahi gate. The man talked as they went. The sky was turning soft with evening light. Far away, the snow on the mountains looked pink in the sunset. But in the narrow streets full of smoke, the loud sound of the crowd was still clear. Ash stopped and spoke in a confused voice.
"I must go back. Thank you for helping me. But I must return. I cannot leave."
"You are too late, my friend," the man said softly. "Your friends are dead. The crowd is busy now. They are stealing and breaking things. They will not notice us. If we go quickly, no one will stop us."
"Who are you?" Ash asked in a low voice. He pulled back from the man's arm. "What are you?"
"I am known here as Sobhat Khan," the man answered. "But that is not my real name. I am like you. I serve the Sirkar. I collect news for the English officers."
Ash opened his mouth to deny it. Then he closed it and said nothing.
The man smiled. "I would not believe you anyway," he said. "An hour ago, I spoke with Sardar Bahadur Naqshband Khan in the house of Wali Mohammed.
It was he who gave me a key. He told me to open your door when the fighting finished. I did this, but your room was empty. There was a hole in the wall, big enough for a man to crawl through. I went through the hole. Inside, I saw that the floorboards were broken. I looked down and understood how you had escaped. Then I ran quickly to the compound to look for you among the dead. By good luck, I found you alive. Now we must leave this place while we can. When the sun goes down, the men who are stealing will remember they are hungry. They will hurry home to eat after their long fast. Listen to them." He lifted his head and listened to the far sound of shouting and laughter as men destroyed things. He pushed Ash forward and spoke with scorn.
"These fools think they have killed 4 Englishmen and driven all foreigners from the land," he said. "But when the news reaches India, the English army will come to Kabul. That will bring trouble for these men and for their emir. It will also bring trouble for the English. We can be sure of that."
"Why?" Ash asked.
He walked forward slowly and almost fell, but he felt stronger with each step. His mind was also becoming clear.
"Because they will remove the emir," Subhat answered. "I do not think they will put his son on the throne. Afghanistan is not a country for a child to rule. That leaves his brothers. They have little support and would not stay long if the English chose one of them. There is also his cousin, Abdur Rahman. He is brave and a good fighter. But the English do not trust him because he once stayed with the Russians. So I will tell you something. In 5 years, or maybe sooner, Abdur Rahman will be Emir of Afghanistan. Then this country, where the English have fought 2 wars because they feared Russian power, will be ruled by a man who owes much to those same Russians." "Ah, just as I thought. The guards have gone to join the looting. No one is here to stop us."
He led Ash through the open gate and turned onto the dusty road near the citadel. They walked toward the house of Naqshband Khan.
"So all this war and killing will mean nothing," the spy continued. "My people remember things for a long time. Abdur Rahman, his sons, and the people who fought 2 wars and many border battles will not forget. In the future they will still see the English as enemies. They will say they defeated them. But they have not fought the Russians. So they will think of them as friends. I told Kabanyari Sahib this. I warned him that it was too soon for a British mission in Kabul. But he did not believe me."
"No," Ash said slowly. "I also."
"So you were one of Kabanyari Sahib's men?" Subhat said. "I thought so. He was a great leader. He spoke every language of this land. But even with his clever mind and great knowledge, he did not understand the true heart of Afghanistan. If he had understood, he would not have come here. Now he is dead. All the men who came with him are also dead. Many have died today. Soon more will die. This has been a dark day for Kabul. It is an evil day. Do not stay here long, my friend. This place is not safe for men like us. Can you walk alone from here? Good. Then I will leave you. I have much to do. No, do not thank me. Go in peace."
He turned and walked quickly across the land toward the river. Ash went on alone and reached Naqshband Khan's house without trouble. The Sirdar had returned half an hour earlier. His friend Wali Mohammed had helped him leave the Bala Hissar in disguise when the shooting stopped. But Ash did not want to see him. There was only one person he wished to see or speak to. Even to her, he could not speak about what he had seen that day. He did not go to her at once. The servant who opened the door looked at him with horror. Ash understood why. His face was bruised, and his clothes were covered in blood. He looked like a man who was dying. Julie had probably learned that he had been locked safely in a room. As far as the Sirdar knew, he had not been in danger. If he went to her now in this condition, he would only frighten her more. She had already suffered enough during that long and terrible day. So Ash sent for Gulbaz instead. Gulbaz had spent most of the day standing guard outside the rooms that Naqshband Khan had given to his guests. He stayed there to stop Anjali Begum from running into the streets to the Sahib's place of work in the Bala Hissar. When she understood that the residency was under attack, she had tried to go there. In the end, Good sense won. But Gulbaz did not want to take any risks. After that, he stayed at his place until the Sirdar came back. The Sirdar brought good news and said he had done things to keep the Sahib safe. The Sahib did not look safe. But Gulbaz asked no questions. He did his work carefully. When Ash went upstairs to see his wife, most of the damage was repaired or hidden. He was clean again. Anjali was sitting on a small stool near the window. When she heard his steps on the stairs, she jumped up with joy. But when she saw his face, she slowly sat down again. Her knees felt weak. Her hands went to her throat. It seemed to her that her husband had grown 30 years older in one day. He had left her in the morning. Now he looked like an old man. He looked so different that he almost seemed like a stranger. She gave a small cry and held out her arms. Ash came to her. He walked in an unsteady way. He fell on his knees in front of her. He hid his face in her lap and began to cry. The room slowly grew dark. Outside, lights began to shine in the city windows and on the high walls of the Bala Hisar. All over Kabul, men, women, and children finished their evening prayers. Then they sat down to eat after their fast. The residency was still burning. Many men had died that day. But the evening meal of Ramadan was still ready. As the spy Sobhat had said, the angry crowd left the broken and bloody place that had once been peaceful. They hurried home in groups. They wanted to eat and drink with their families. They wanted to speak proudly about what they had done. At the same time, far away in another part of the world, a telegram was given to the Foreign Office in London. It said, "All well with the Kabul embassy." After a long time, Ash gave a deep sigh and lifted his head. Anjali held his tired face in her cool hands. She bent down and kissed him. She did not speak. Later they sat together on the carpet by the window. She held his hand and rested her head on his shoulder. Then she spoke softly.
He is dead, then. And the others?
She felt his body shake.
Do you want to tell me about it? She asked gently.
There was a soft cough outside the door. Gulbaz scratched lightly and asked to come in. Anjali went into the inner room. Then Gulbaz entered with 2 servants. Gulbaz carried lamps. The servants carried trays with cooked food, fruit, and glasses of cold sherbet. They brought a message from their master. He said that after such a hard day, his guests would prefer to eat alone. Ash was thankful. During Ramadan, the men of the house usually ate together. The women ate in the Zanana rooms. He did not want to sit and listen to talk about the terrible events of the day. He did not want to speak about them either. Later, after they finished eating, Gulbaz came to take away the trays. Another servant scratched on the door. He asked if Syed Akbar could come to see the Sirdar Sahib. The Sirdar greatly wished to speak with him. Ash wanted to refuse, but Gulbaz answered for him. He accepted the invitation and said his master would come soon. The servant thanked him and left. When his steps faded away, Ash spoke in anger.
"Who gave you permission to speak for me?" he said. "You will go down at once to the Sirdar Sahib. You will give him my apologies. I will see no one tonight. No one. Do you hear me?"
"I hear," Gulbaz said quietly, "but you must see him. What he wants to say is very important."
"He can say it tomorrow," Ash said sharply. "There will be no more talk. You may go."
"We must all go," Gulbaz said in a hard voice. "You, the Mem Sahib, and I also."
"And we must go tonight." "We? What are you saying? I do not understand. Who says this?"
The whole house says it. The women speak about it the most. They will press him very hard. So the Sardar Bahadur may have no choice. When he sees you tonight, he may tell you to leave. I was sure of this before you came back, he continued. I spoke with some servants of Wali Muhammad Khan. He is a friend of the Sardar. The Sardar stayed in his house today after they brought him back here. Since then, I have listened to many talks. I have learned things you do not know yet. Will you listen to me?
Ash looked at him for a long time. Then he made a sign for him to sit down. Ash sat on Anjali's small stool. Gulbaz sat on the floor. Then he began to speak. Gulbaz said that Wali Muhammad Khan thought the same as the spy Sobat. He believed the Sardar could leave the Bala Hisar safely only at one time. That time was when the crowd was busy looting the residency. So he made the plan quickly. It seemed he wanted his guest to leave as soon as possible.
He is very afraid. He fears that when the killing and looting end, the men in the crowd will look for people who escaped. People already say that 2 sepoys were caught in the fighting. They could not return to their group. Friends in the crowd saved them. Now they are hiding in the city. Maybe they are even hiding inside the Bala Hisar. There is also another sepoy. He went to the Great Bazaar to buy atta before the fight started. He could not return. And there were 3 sowars who rode out with the grasscutters. The servants of Wali Muhammad Khan told us all this. They told us when they brought our Sardar back in disguise after the fighting at the residency Koti ended. When the people in this house heard this news, they became afraid. They fear that tomorrow the crowd will search for these men. They fear the crowd will attack anyone they think is hiding them. They may also attack anyone they think supports Kabanyari. They are afraid for the Sardar Bahadur. He once served with the guides. So they believe his life is in danger. For this reason, they tell him to leave at once. They want him to go to his house in Ayashar. They want him to stay there until this trouble is finished.
He has agreed to do this because people saw him this morning and treated him badly.
I know. I saw him, said Ash. I think he is right to go. But why must we go?
His family says he must send you and your wife away now. They say you must leave tonight. They are afraid men may come here and ask questions. Those men may want to search the house. If they find strangers here, they will become suspicious. You are not from Kabul. They may think you are a spy. Your wife says she is Turkish. You are both foreigners.
Dear God, Ash whispered. Even here.
Gulbaz moved his shoulders and opened his hands.
Sahib, when people think their homes and families are in danger, they can become hard and cruel. This is true for men and for women. Simple people are often afraid of strangers. They do not trust anyone who is different from them. He will not, Gulbaz said. He says the rules of hospitality are holy. He will not break them. He refuses to listen to his family and his servants.
Then why? Ash began.
He stopped for a moment.
Yes. I understand now. You were right to tell me. The Sardar Sahib has been a very good friend to me and my wife. We must not cause him trouble. His people are right. If we stay in this house, we could put them all in danger. I will see him now and tell him that I think it is best for us to leave at once for our own safety. There is no need to tell him that you spoke to me.
So I thought, Gulbaz said and stood up. I will go now and make the plans.
He bowed and left the room. Ash heard the door of the inner room open. He turned and saw Anjali standing at the door.
You heard, he said.
It was not a question. She nodded and walked to him. He stood up and held her in his arms. He looked down at her face and thought she was very beautiful. Tonight she looked even more beautiful. The worry he had often seen on her face was gone. Her clear eyes were calm. The light from the lamp made her skin look soft and golden. Her smile touched his heart. He bent down and kissed her. After a moment he spoke again.
You are not afraid, Lala, he asked.
Afraid to leave Kabul. How could I be afraid? I will be with you. It is Kabul and the citadel that frightened me. After what happened today, you are free to go. You must feel happy about that.
Yes, Ash said slowly. I did not think about that. I am free. I can leave now. But Gulbaz was right. People everywhere do not trust strangers. They do not like people who are different. We are both strangers, Lala. My people will not accept you because you are Indian and also of mixed blood. Your people will not accept me because I am not a Hindu. To them I am an outsider. And the Muslims call us unbelievers.
I know, my love. But many people of different faiths have been kind to us. To the valley. Where else? Anjali said.
The valley, he asked.
Your mother's valley. The one you told me about. You said we would build a house there. We would plant fruit trees. We would keep a goat and a donkey. You cannot have forgotten.
I have not, he said.
But my heart, that was only a story, she said. Or I think it was. I used to believe it was true, and that my mother knew where it was. But later I was not sure. And now I think it was only a tale. What does that matter? Julie asked. We can make it real. There must be many lost valleys in the mountains. There are hundreds, maybe thousands. Some have streams that can turn a mill for our corn. There we can plant fruit trees and keep goats. We can build a house. We only need to look for the right place.
For the first time in many weeks, she laughed. It was a soft and beautiful laugh. Ash had not heard that laugh since the day the British mission came to Kabul. But he did not smile.
That may be true, he said slowly. But it would be a hard life. In winter there would be snow and ice.
And we would have fires made from pine cones and deodar wood, like people in the hill villages, she said. The people in the Himalayas are kind. They speak softly and they are cheerful. They help travelers. They do not carry weapons. They do not fight long family wars. They do not make war on each other.
We would not need to live too far from other people. 10 course is not far for a hill man who can walk twice that distance in one day. No one would be angry if we lived in a valley far from their village. Their cows would not go there. Their women would not go there to cut grass. Our hills are not dry and empty like the hills in Afghanistan or Bitha. They are green and full of trees. Many small rivers run through them.
And there are wild animals, Ash said. There are tigers and leopards. And bears. Do not forget that.
At least those animals kill only for food, she said. They do not kill because of hate or revenge. They do not kill because one man prays in one way and another man prays in a different way. And tell me, when have we ever been safe among people? Your foster mother ran away with you to Gulkot to save your life. You were only a child, and people wanted to kill you because you were English. Later, you both had to run again because Janarani wanted to kill you. Then you and I ran away from Bithar. We were afraid of the Dewan's men. Now we thought we were safe in this house. But we must leave quickly. If we stay, we bring danger to everyone here. We may all die. You and I may die because we are foreigners. The others may die because they helped us. No, my dear heart. I would choose the wild animals. We will never be without money. We still have the jewels from my marriage gift. We can sell them slowly. We can sell one stone at a time when we need money. So let us find that valley. Let us build our own world there.
Ash was quiet for a short time. Then he spoke in a soft voice.
Our own kingdom, he said. A place where all strangers are welcome. Why not? We can travel north to Chitral. It will be safer now than trying to cross the border and return to British India. From there, we can go through Kashmir and Jammu. Then we can travel toward the Jharkhand.
When he understood that Wally was dead, a heavy sadness filled his heart. Each word from Gulbaz made that sadness grow stronger and colder. But now that weight began to lift. Some of the youth and hope he had lost that day came back to him. Anjali saw color return to his pale face. His eyes began to shine again. She felt his arms hold her more tightly. He kissed her with strong feeling. Then he lifted her easily and carried her into the inner room. He sat on the low bed and kept her close in his arms. He spoke while his face rested in her hair.
Many years ago, your father's Mira Kaye, Khoda Dad Khan, said something to me, he said. I have never forgotten his words. At that time, I told him I felt divided. I loved this land, but I also belonged to Belait by blood. I felt like two different men living in one body. He answered that one day I might find a third man inside me. He said that man would not be Ashok or Pelham Sahib. He would be whole and complete. He would be myself. If he was right, then I must find that man now. Pelham Sahib is dead. He died today with his friend and the soldiers of his regiment. He could not save them. Ashok and the spy Syed Akbar also died many weeks ago. They died early one morning on a raft on the Kabul River near Mikni. Let us forget all three of them. In their place, let us find one man with one heart. That man is your husband, Lala.
What do names matter to me? Anjali whispered.
Her arms were tight around his neck.
I will go wherever you go. I will live wherever you live. I only pray that I die before you, she said softly. Without you, I cannot live. But are you sure you will not feel sorry later? She asked. If you leave your old life behind, will you never regret it?
I do not think anyone lives without regret, Ash said slowly. Maybe there are times when even God feels sorry that he made man. But we can choose not to think about our regrets. We can put them away. And I will have you, Lala.
That alone is enough happiness for any man. He kissed her for a long time, first gently and then with strong feeling. After that they stayed quiet together. Later he spoke again. He said he must go down at once to see the Sirdar. The Sirdar was glad to hear that his guests wanted to leave Kabul. He felt worried about the trouble in the city. But he was a polite man and did not show his relief. He agreed that if angry people began to search houses for enemies or people who supported Cavagnari, everyone in the house could be in serious danger. Still, he said they could stay if they wished. He promised to protect them as well as he could. When he saw they truly wanted to leave, he offered to help them. He also gave Ash careful advice.
I will also leave the city tonight, the Sirdar said. Kabul is not safe for a man known to have worked for the government. But I will leave 1 hour after midnight. By then most people will be asleep, even thieves. They have been busy today and will be tired. You should leave at the same time. The moon will not rise until 1 hour later. My road is short and easy, even in the dark. Your road will not be easy. When you leave the city, you will need the moonlight. Where are you going?
We are going to find our kingdom, Sirdar Sahib. Our own Jharkhand. Our far tents.
Your.
The Sirdar looked confused. Ash smiled a little.
Let me say this, Ash said. We hope to find it. We are looking for a place where we can live and work in peace. A place where people do not hurt each other for fun or because a government tells them to. A place where men do not hate others for speaking or praying in a different way. or because their skin is a different color. I do not know if such a place exists. If we find it, life there may be hard. We will have to build our own house. We will grow our own food. We will raise and teach our children. But many people have done this before. Since the first man and woman left Eden, others have started new lives. If they could do it, we can do it too.
Naqshband Khan did not show surprise or anger. He only nodded. When he heard that Ash planned to go to a valley in the Himalayas, he agreed this was possible. He said the best way was to follow the caravan road to Chitral. From there they could cross the mountain passes into Kashmir.
But you cannot take your own horses, the Sirdar said. They are not strong for mountain paths. Also, people would notice them. I will give you my 4 Mongolian ponies instead. You will need 1 extra. They are small and not beautiful like yours. But they are strong and sure on mountain roads. You will also need warm coats and strong boots from Gilgit. The nights will grow cold as you travel north.
He refused to take any money for his help. He said Ash's 3 horses were worth more than his ponies. This was payment enough.
And now you must sleep, the Sirdar said. You have a long ride. You must be far from Kabul before sunrise. I will send a servant to wake you at midnight.
Ash thought this was good advice. He went back to Julie and told her to rest. They would leave the house at 1 o'clock. He also spoke with Gulbaz. He explained his plans and asked him to tell Zarin when he returned to Mardan.
Our paths separate here, Ash said. As you know, I have arranged money for you. You will receive it until you die. That is certain. But money cannot repay your care for me and for my wife. I can only thank you. I will always remember you.
Nor will I forget you, Sahib, Gulbaz said. If I did not have a wife and children in Hoti Mardan, and many family in the Yusufzai country, I would come with you. I would help you look for your kingdom. Perhaps I would live there too. But I cannot leave my family. Still, we do not part tonight. It is not safe for the Memsahib to travel in Afghanistan with only 1 sword. 2 swords are better. So I will go with you as far as Kashmir. After I leave you safely there, I will return to Mardan. I will travel by the Murree road to Rawalpindi.
Ash did not argue. He knew it would change nothing. Also, Gulbaz would be a great help, especially in the first part of the journey. They talked a little longer. Then Ash went into the small inner room with his wife. Soon they both fell asleep. They were very tired after the long and painful day. Anjali also felt great relief. Soon they would leave the violent and troubled city of Kabul. They would go back to the places she knew as a child. She thought of the great forests of fir and deodar trees. There were chestnut trees and bright rhododendron flowers. The air there smelled fresh from pine needles and wild roses. Soft green ferns grew on the ground. She could hear the wind moving in the tall trees. She could hear water running in the distance. Far away, high in the sky, she could see the white mountains and the shining snow of Dürkheim. While she thought of these peaceful places, she fell asleep. She was happier than she had been for many days. Ash also slept well. When he woke, he felt strong again. He left the house half an hour before his wife and Gulbaz. He had something important to do alone. Even Julie could not go with him. He said goodbye to the Sirdar. Then he walked away. He carried only a revolver, hidden under his clothes. The streets were empty. Rats ran along the gutters. A few thin cats moved quietly in the shadows. Ash did not see a single person. Not even a night watchman was there. All Kabul seemed asleep. The windows were closed and locked. Although the night was warm, no one left a window open. Every house looked strong and closed, like a small fort. Only the gates of the citadel were still open. There were no guards there. When the Ardal regiment had turned against their officers, the soldiers at the gate had left their posts. They had joined the attack on the residency. Later, other guards also left. After the terrible killings, no one thought about closing the gates or placing new guards there. Above the Bala Hissar, the sky glowed red. But the houses there were also closed and dark. Only a few lamps burned in the palace. Inside, the emir was awake. He was speaking with his ministers. In the residency compound, the mess house was still burning. A red light rose and fell in the night. The light shone on the still faces of the dead. In the moving firelight, their faces looked almost alive. The compound was as quiet as the empty streets. Nothing moved except the night wind. Shadows shook on the walls. The fire made a steady, low sound. From somewhere beyond the citadel wall, a night bird cried. The Afghan soldiers had been busy searching the buildings. They had taken many things. They had also treated the bodies of their enemies badly. Because of this, they did not notice when the sun went down. Night came quickly. They did not have time to carry away all of their own dead. Many bodies still lay near the stables and close to the gate. It was hard to see which men were which. Some of the Indian soldiers were Muslims. Many were Pathans. They wore clothes like the Afghan fighters. But Wally wore his uniform. Even in the red, moving light, Ash saw him at once. He lay face down near the gun he had tried to take. His broken sword was still in his hand. His head was turned a little to one side, as if he were sleeping. He was tall and young, with brown hair. Just 2 weeks ago, he had turned 23. He had been badly hurt in the fight. But his body had not been treated with cruelty after his death. William's body lay not far away. William's body had been badly damaged and was hard to recognize. Wally had been spared that. Ash thought even his enemies had respected his courage. Perhaps they had honored him because he had fought bravely. Ash knelt beside him. Very gently, he turned him over. Wally's eyes were closed. His body was still soft and not yet stiff. His face was dirty with smoke and black powder. There was blood and sweat on his skin. He had only a small cut on his forehead. There were no other marks on his face. He was smiling. Ash moved the dusty hair away from his face with a gentle hand. Then he laid him down carefully. After that, he stood up and walked to the barracks. He stepped slowly between the bodies on the ground and went through the broken archway. In the courtyard there was a water tank. He found it and took off his waistcloth. He tore a piece from it and put it into the water. Then he went back to Wally. He washed the blood and dirt from his face very softly. He was careful, as if he was afraid to hurt him. When the young face was clean again, Ash brushed the dust from his tunic. He made the sword belt straight over the red cloth of the guides. He closed the open collar. There was nothing he could do about the deep sword marks on his body. Dark stains were around them. But these were brave wounds. When everything was neat, Ash took Wally's cold hand. He sat beside him and spoke as if he were still alive. He told him that people would always remember what he had done. As long as men remembered the guides, they would remember him. He said he could rest in peace now. He had earned his rest. He had died as he wanted, leading his men in battle. He also spoke about Julie. He spoke about the new life they wanted to build. It would be a place where strangers were welcome. No door would be closed to them. He spoke about the future that Wally would not see. Wally would live only in their memories. They would remember his youth, his laughter, and his courage. He did not notice how much time had passed. It had gone very quickly. He had come to the residency to burn or bury Wally's body. He did not want to leave him under the hot sun. He did not want birds to touch him. But now he saw he could not do this. The ground was too hard to dig alone. The residency was still burning strongly. If he carried Worley inside, he might burn himself. The heat and smoke might make him fall. There was another problem. If the body disappeared, people might start rumors. They might say the Lieutenant Sahib was not dead. They might think he had escaped during the night. They might search every house. Innocent people could suffer because of that. And Worley would not know or care now what happened to his body. Ash put down the quiet hand. He stood up and lifted Worley from the ground. He carried him to the big gun. He laid him on it carefully so he would not fall. Worley had led 3 attacks to take that gun. It was right that he should rest on it now. When people found him there, they would think one of his own men had placed him there. They would believe it was done to honor his bravery. They would also understand why his body had been left untouched. He raised his hand to say goodbye. When he turned away, he saw that the stars were becoming faint. He understood that the moon was rising. He had not known that so much time had passed since he came into the compound to look for Worley. He had stayed much longer than he planned. Julie and Gul Baz would be waiting for him. They would worry that something bad had happened. And Julie would think many fearful thoughts. Ash began to run. He reached the dark shadows near the houses around the arsenal. From there he hurried through many narrow streets and small alleys. He moved quickly toward the Shahi gate. The gate was still open and had no guards. Beyond it he could see the valley and the hills of Kabul. They looked grey in the weak light of the last stars and the first light of the rising moon. Anjali and Gul Baz were waiting near the road under a group of trees. They had been there for more than an hour. During that time their fear had grown stronger and stronger. But they did not ask him any questions. Ash felt very thankful for this. It meant more to him than anything else they could have done. Julie wore a burqa, so he could not kiss her. He put his arms around her and held her close for a short time. Then he moved away and quickly changed into the clothes that Gul Baz had prepared. He could not travel dressed as a scribe. A few minutes later he climbed onto one of the ponies. Now he looked like an Afridi man. He carried a rifle, a bandolier, and a tulwar. He also had a sharp knife like the men of Afghanistan carry.
I am ready, Ash said. Let us go. We must travel far before dawn. I can feel that morning is coming.
Together they rode out from the trees. Behind them they left the Bala Hissar and the bright fire of the burning residency. They rode fast across the flatland toward the mountains. Perhaps they even found their kingdom.